Hello, it's Easter. Happy Easter to everybody. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. We are going to start, and our guest will join us later. Again, thank you for being here, and let's start.
I'm proud to join with Christians across the country and around the world to celebrate the most glorious miracle in all of time, the resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. In his life, Christ displayed true humility. In his death, he modeled true love. And in his resurrection from the tomb, he proved that even death itself will not silence those who place their trust in Almighty God. As it says in Gospel of John, for God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, for whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. Eternal life, such beautiful words. This Easter, millions of Christians all over the globe will be reminded that because of what Jesus did on the cross, all of us can live every day with hope in God's promise, knowing that in the end, evil and wickedness will not prevail. In the spirit of joy and renewal this Easter, we also celebrate the extraordinary resurrection of faith and religion in America. As I have often said, to be a great nation, you must have religion and you must have God. In churches across the nation on Sunday, the pews will be fuller, younger, and more faithful than they have at any time in many, many years. Religion is growing again in our country for the first time in decades. Happy Easter to all. May God bless you. May God bless the United States of America. Our country is doing so well like never before. Thank you.
Implications. Well, as far as we are concerned, INEC is a party in the case. And INEC was sued as a defendant by a member of ADC. That is number one. Then secondly, you see, the court is very clear that parties, including David Mark himself, should refrain from doing anything that will foist a situation of fait accompli on the court. So if they are going ahead with their Congress, with their convention, it is left for them to look at it, whether it is in contravention of the court of... INEC don't just take a decision. We didn't just wake up one day and took this decision. There was something led to it. There was an order of court. Don't do anything. Don't take any step that will render any proceeding before the court nugatory. And also that will force on the court of appeal on the trial court, a situation of helplessness, of fait accompli. So if already they're asking that don't do any Congress, don't do any convention, it's a relief that is being claimed. And especially they file a motion for that purpose. That motion has not been determined. So if they decide, let me tell you what happened in Zamfara. It happened in the past. We don't want to conduct an election without this early warning. And at the end of the day, after you have won, the court again will come and declare the election invalid. And the implication is that the person with the second highest number of votes will be declared the winner. It happened in Plateau State during the last election, where after the question of primaries was even an issue, and congresses were not held in some states, in some portion of Plateau State. So the court said, go and do those primaries. But unfortunately, they did not obey the court order. So failure to obey the court order has consequences. They are at liberty to do whatever they want to do. But INEC could not want to go into a situation again where there's another, don't do anything, don't take any step. I have the judgment here. I can read it to you. It's very definite. So if I proceed, for instance, to monitor their convention, it means that I'm taking steps that is going to affect the subject matter that is pending before the court.
Okay. I feel highly entertained by Tinubu's rhetorics, the way he's dramatizing his own role, in Nigerian democracy. Luckily, we're all alive. He's gone. Luckily, we're all alive. We're all there. We're all, participant in that particular, sphere of political activity. So I was in the middle of it. Tinubu became relevant and noticeable after Abacha took over government. Before then, he was in the Senate, was the secretary of the party. And with all respect to him, you see, he was part of those people who were supporting Babangida's annulment of June 12th. He was part of it. His own mother, Haja Mogaji from Lagos, was organizing Lagos marching women to come to Abuja to pledge, support for Babangida. I'm saying this because it's simply history. I mean no harm. Don't mean to embarrass him. But then you see, he was actively handing gloves to Babangida. Now, when Babangida saw the fact that he was having a problem with the party, he went to the National Assembly to address them. One infamous speech was, they are trying to incite you. It is you they are against. Tinubu was there, and IU became very, very firm and straight on the issue of June 12th. He called a meeting, then being the only senior elected person in government at that time, as Senate President. He convened a meeting in Edo, in Benin, working there with the governor, where we went there and reaffirmed our commitment to June 12th. All right? Babangida was so angry with IU. When he came by, he removed him and put in a better arrow. He put him there so that, so that they can be aligned to Babangida, political kind of machinations. So when Tinubu today, after being a general president, decided to rewrite history, trying to maybe deconstruct history and then rewrite it, then it is a very, very amusing because he was part of the Babangida support of June 12th. He was part of it. Now, it was only when Abacha took over government that Tinubu then became our so-called activist of June 12th. Not only him, all those who are talking about June 12th in Edeko, I mean no harm, I mean no disrespect. I'm simply saying what happened during that time. All of them, those who were in Edeko, where were they on June 11th? They had no part in June 12th. They are not part of June 12th campaign. They are not part of the June 12th activities. What they are never, because most of them are saying they should down look. All of them. Because they know ability they won't work out. So when Abiola won the election, and then after the annulment, they are all very, very passive. But suddenly, after Abacha came on board, removing Sonekam, they became activists. They formed NEDECO. NEDECO was opposed to election formation. NEDECO was something which was formed, to fight Abacha, not to fight democracy, not to fight for June 12th. So whatever Tinubu is doing today is simply reconstructing history the way he thinks is going to fit his own political interests. But then obviously he was a major supporter of Babangida. Ask Babangida, ask him. So when you talk about, already June 12th, who are those characters? Ebute Ere, somebody who replaced Ayu for June 12th? Who are the others? All of them. So he ran away. We stayed behind. We fought Abacha. I was detained, because of my fight with Abacha. I was detained. Really was detained. So all of us, Adamu Churuma, Bola Ege, Yoche Ayu, Kwame, and many others, Bagaji, all of them were there. We fought Abacha. We fought him because we were willing to risk our lives. Tinubu ran away. He was not in the country. He only came back after the whole thing was, after the call was very, very clear. So what I'm saying is, all those advocates of June 12th, they are more concerned with the bath water rather than the baby. They are more concerned because most of them were at the end of the meal. When the product was being processed, they simply picked up the product. The process which produced the product, they are not there. They're not part of it. They only pick the product. And today it's not about the victor, but it's about the victory more than anything else. So we make this kind of distinction. The difference between the victory and the victor. The NEDECO were more concerned with the victory than the victor. As far as they are concerned, in the bathwater they are trying to use, they are trying to hang on to their own kind of riding on top to reinvent, history in Nigeria. Otherwise, I feel embarrassed for the president, for the way he's talking, honestly. Ask anybody. Go ask anybody. We're all there. Ask Ayu, ask Gerigana. They're all there. Ask Rangiwa. So, what is happening today in Nigeria is simply something very, very laughable. People, who had no political pedigree, who had no political history, who are not known as fighters, are now at the forefront fighting for Nigerian democracy. It's so laughable.
running for the presidency. I'm here because I'm personally tired of seeing this great country of ours being ripped off.
But as far as Trump is concerned, our allies are only part of the problem. The real culprit is Iran.
Why couldn't we go in and take over some of their oil, which is along the sea?
How would you do that? Would you send in the Marines? Would you take a chance in a war?
Let them have Iran. You take their oil. That's what
How?
How?
I mean, do we want a war? What do you mean
go
we
in,
take their oil?
You go in. You're
How
gonna have
do
a
we
war,
go
Barbara.
in?
You're going to have a war by being weak.
Okay, how do we go in? What do we do?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You're going to have a war, and it's going to start in the Middle East.
What if the Soviet Union said, you do this to Iran, we're going to come in?
I don't believe they'd do it. The next time Iran attacks this country, go in and grab one of their big oil installations, and I mean grab it and keep it, and get back your losses, because this country has lost plenty because of Iran.
All right, welcome to 90 Minutes Africa for Sunday, April the 5th, 2026. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo, and we are going to start today with a normal conversation on issues around the world while we wait for our guests to join us. It will be a while. He will join us eventually. There was a logistic issue going on, but he will join us later. So I am happy that in the studio already, I have a few people who will help me to have a conversation on some of the issues in the news while we wait for the guests to join us. Again, thank you for joining us and happy Easter to you. I hope you are having a wonderful Easter wherever in the world you are joining us. In Nigeria, people are having Easter so far. We've not had any bad news out of Nigeria, so that's good. Let me see. Welcome to the show, Mr. James, and happy Easter to you. I know you don't celebrate, but
that is interesting.
Yeah. How are the people in the Gambia? Are they celebrating? What is going on there?
Yeah, they are celebrating, although the Christians here are few in number. They're less than 10% of the population. But officially, tomorrow is a holiday. Friday was a holiday.
So they recognize that to the point that they had.
Christianity is a recognized religion in the Gambia.
Okay.
Though they are less than 10%, as I told you.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. So did you do anything special today? Did you? I mean, I don't know how people who don't go to church, what they do. What do you normally do on Easter and Christmas?
I'll be busy drinking Coca-Cola. Actually, I'm in my office at the moment because I don't celebrate holidays.
Yeah.
Even weekends, I don't celebrate weekends. I have so much on my plate, official work. So I'm in my office at the moment.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Like I said, Frank will be joining us a lot later. So we have so many things to talk about, things we left out yesterday. So we'll talk about them until our guest comes. Tony, welcome to the show.
Greetings, Doctor. Happy Easter. Happy Easter, Pa James. Happy Easter, Chris. Great day. Greetings to viewers. I am in celebration mood. 32 years marriage, so I give thanks.
2 years. Say it again. What did he say?
32 years.
32 years.
Yeah, anniversary.
Anniversary. Congrats.
Of my marriage. Yeah.
Wow. Congrats.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's amazing. 32 years. It's not easy. And in Hollywood, that means about 100 years. In Hollywood and Nollywood, it's about 100 years if you are able to do it for 32 years. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Chris, welcome to the show. Chris, unmute yourself.
Good evening.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good.
Happy Easter.
Wish you the same. Though
Biafrans, do they celebrate Easter?
You say?
I said Biafrans, do they celebrate Easter?
Culturally, I was born Christian, but not culturally, no more, because it's not my culture anymore. So don't see Christianity as my culture. It's an European culture. And so I don't really celebrate. But I don't mind because I live in London, so I can actually, sit at home while they celebrate.
Why they celebrate? That's interesting that you said that is not your culture. A lot of people have argued that Christianity had a long history in Africa. Maybe we can start our conversation from there. Then we go into politics. You know, and this is something I always wish that we could discuss extensively on this show. Can we, as African people, advance our unique, whatever is the unique political structure without disengaging from the West? And if we're going to disengage from the West or the East, are we going to drop the religion that came from there? Now, people say that Christianity came through Egypt, came through Ethiopia before it went to the West, and then, but we know that it was when it got to the West that it became what it is today, and then including the Jesus that they put out, the picture and everything. Everything was done in Europe before they now brought it to Nigeria. So maybe we can start. Oh, let me say hi to Femi. Femi, happy Easter to you.
Happy Easter, sir.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm here.
Are you celebrating?
No, I'm actually studying.
You're what?
I'm studying.
You're studying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying, are you celebrating Easter or no?
Yeah, I'm celebrating by studying.
You should be a politician. So do you associate yourself with Christianity? That's the question.
I'm a Christian. I'm just not a stupid Christian.
Oh Lord. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So maybe we can take a few moments to talk about. We had the traditional messages sent by political leaders in Nigeria saying that Christians should learn to be humble. Those standard things you hear. I think one person writes that and they distribute it to all politicians, modify it whichever way they wanted to modify it. To care about your neighbor and all those things. Those values, are they being practiced in our society? Let me start with Tony.
Well, thank you. I like your intro. Speaking about Christianity, it wasn't brought to Africa by the West. But that's the general impression that is being sold, that it came to Africa from the West. No, Christianity was in Ethiopia long before that. We know that, and then of course in Egypt. So it's like a reverse thing. Came to Africa, then went to Europe, and then came back to Africa again, and the way that we understand it. It's every time that we have occasions like this for celebration. Usually, you have people sending in wishes and praying and hoping that we emulate the virtues of Christ and the message of Easter, for instance. But it all ends just there, because a lot of the people who send these messages are the politicians. They hardly live by the example of the things they're trying to propagate. Because if Nigeria was, our country would not be the way it is. Because Christianity is a way of life, and the tragedy of our situation today in Nigeria is we have a government that strives, in fact, whose policy almost has become that of denialism. When facts are seen, well, you can debate them, but you see reality and you try to paint it and color it differently from the true appearance of it. So Nigeria has that problem. And any leadership that does not look at the facts and call them what it is, not much will be expected from that kind of leadership. There's injustice all over the place. We have a leadership deficit. We have profligacy. Almost everything that you would not cannot be called that Christianity doesn't promote as a virtue. You would see here. And the worst thing is that once you have people who try or are trying to live by what the virtues of Christianity is, they run into problems. They are stereotyped, they are called names. If they try to stick to their values, you get them into trouble. And that's the tragedy. Looking at my scripture, it tells me that righteousness exalts a nation, and sin is a reproach to every nation. And it just means just doing the right thing. If you do the right thing, you prosper. If you look at a lot of the countries today that have done well or that are doing well, they don't have to be Christian nations. They do the right thing. And so there's a proximity, there's a propinquity between policy and prophecy. Now, I take prophecy to mean, taking it again in the Christian context, what the scripture says that a nation should be like. Says that when the right king, the righteous king is on the throne, the people rejoice. Conversely, when you have the bad king, the people mourn. So if you do the right thing, you prosper. So if your policy of government is close to what the scripture describes that a nation should be or leadership should be, the closer, the more that country prospers. But if they are distant in terms of these values, then what you're going to have is the kind of thing we're experiencing in Nigeria today. And so there's a contiguity between prophecy and policy in that context. And I think if Nigeria would internalize this message, you also have it in Islam. You know, leadership must be one that is empathetic. Leadership must care for the people, particularly the widows, the orphans, the children, the needy, and so on and so forth. And once the leadership deviates from that and looks more to self rather than, altruistic values, those ones that will advance society, and then you're going to have chaos and anarchy. That's what you're facing in Nigeria.
Wow. All right. Thank you so much. Let me play this small video and then, we can't play any video. Why? What happened? Okay. I wanted to say that the church in Latin America, they are known for advocacy in social justice. Quite unlike any other, especially the Catholic Church in Latin America. But we don't have that anywhere, anything like that in Africa, not in Nigeria, obviously. People have pointed out that we have a government in Nigeria that is not popular, and but church leaders, prominent ones, somehow they've kept quiet, and that's a concern to many people. Let's listen to this. I don't know when this date of this video, but let's listen to this.
Education do you want? Where did you get it from? That you bamboozle everybody. You are not doing well. You are not doing well. Yeah. They must tell you are not doing well.
Yes, yes.
What's your problem? Now hear me. Please hear me and answer me. Is this government doing well?
No.
What's your problem?
So I was talking about responsibility of church leaders to say the truth, to hold the government accountable, any government, whatever the government is. We don't see a lot of that consistently in Nigeria, and that's one of the weaknesses. We talk about Christian ideals. Someone said that the ideals of Christianity, they've not been tried and found wanted. They've been found difficult and left untried. People find that it's difficult to be like Christ, and they prefer not to maybe to have something that is not the ideal. But anyway, let me hear from let me go to you, Chris. So Chris, you don't belong. You think this is a Western thing, or it's not your foreparents' religion? How do you go back to your foreparents' religion if you want to do that?
I don't, you are hearing me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Religion is an integral part of a culture of a people. Okay. So in any culture, every society develops within its own culture or her own culture. Now, religion is just one aspect of a culture of a people. Now, culture is a living thing, as they say. So you can borrow from one another, right? So the idea that Christianity is a problem, I don't think that is a problem, but I don't think it's also a way for Africans to go, But the point I'm trying to make is that before the Christianity came, there are religion that our forefathers practiced. Okay, they always say, for instance, they see their God in way of the Allah that always bring the fruits that they eat. They see it in form of thunders, just that the way they, that in the Christian Bible, they see it, God in form of a burning fire and all the rest of them. So it's as an expression. You see, this religion is a human concept. The concept derived from the fact that human beings are humans' inability to explain certain phenomenon, or that they unable to explain certain phenomenon they see around them. So you realize that the more that the science explains certain things, the less the people become religious.
So hold on, don't go far. Yeah, because I just want to know, what do you have kids? What do you tell them? Or what is the next generation going to do? And
I haven't told them anything, because basically they are born here. It's a Christian society, but I don't. I personally, it's been long. I went to church last, but I baptized them in the Christian faith and all that, just like my father did. But before I actually realized that this Christianity is not a thing for me, I have already done that. Done all those.
So are you worried that and I hear you struggle with your forefathers and what they did? It was not documented. There's no Bible written by your forefathers.
Yes.
Every day more people are losing touch with what they did, including even how to name a child. Most times it's not what they used to do that is going on now. I agree with you, it should change. But are you worried that there's no way to go back, even if you want to go back, because there's no path left for you?
Well, the point is that, though we haven't, there might be history of what they did, which maybe we haven't been able to, I would be interested to see that history. But if we can go back to it, but we can use some templates to adapt to this Christianity we have now. Okay, it doesn't mean that we can throw away Christianity completely, but you can adapt it. Say like, this thing about Holy Communion. If you look at the way our forefathers use kola nut, it's a kind of they say band, or is that kind of thing, because Christ said, "Do this in remembrance of me." So, in other words, it's something that they eat penitently, And then if you are giving somebody kola nut, it has to be a penitent, experience, something that both of you have to eat,
Right.
So some of these things can be cultured. But the point I'm trying to make is that, if we continue to live in foreign culture, it will be very difficult for us to actually develop. it will be very, very difficult for us to actually develop. So that's what I'm trying to say. So if we go back to our culture, say, speaking, for instance, teaching our people in our own language, you know, I would have loved to give you an example of something that I mean in this case, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. So, okay, for instance, now, if you want, the soap was first produced by black people.
What?
You understand it? Soap. The soap we used to wash, right, was first produced by black people. But today, we black people cannot even produce our own soap that we use. Why? Because the way we reason, or we have used science or chemistry. If you go to chemistry, they teach you something about soapification. So they will tell you about esters, hydroxide, and all the rest of them. Something that you have to think, if you are a child, it's like you are living in a foreign land, trying to think about that in a foreign way before you can understand it. But if you think it differently in Igbo language, for instance, you tell somebody, Werengo, Werengo, Waiga mini, Gaze up that mini, Shame mano, Mania, no kunukuru, Ye were, Ngwa, Tiena, Mana, Baragaya, or Goncha. You see, it's very easy. Every child you teach this way will understand it. And this is one of the problems we have in science, in trying to teach our children.
Chris, I don't want us to go so far.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, Tony, go ahead.
Your children, do they speak Igbo?
Your children not that they understand Igbo, but they understand.
No. Do they speak Igbo? That's what I asked you.
Not that they speak a little, but it's my fault. It's my fault, but I'm trying to say that I make them sure that they understand. They're trying to understand.
What are their names? What are their names?
Their name is Nzube Chukwu, Amara Chukwu, Chiamaka, and Ozamaka.
Beautiful. How do you relate it to your own name, Chris?
My name, Chris. My name was given by my father. Okay.
And you can't answer
but I have an Igbo name, which I maybe are some because the certificates, the certificate issues, But if I am allowed to do, maybe when I get home, I will just simply remove that name and then put my proper name.
All right.
I hear you.
All right, thank you so much, Chris. This is quite interesting, but I don't want us to deviate forward. Let me hear from everybody on this church today, Easter, and what it means for them and those who do not celebrate, like Mr. James. Mr. James, you talk. I know your issue with God entirely. So your own problem is not with Christianity; it's with God as a whole. So what do you when you see people around you? You live in Gambia. You have Christians and Muslims. When you see them doing what they do in days like this, what do you think? Do you think that they are lost? Do you think that a time will come when the world will prove you right, that what you believe is the right one? And what if it's not the right one? What if you after the end of this life, you find out that there was actually Muhammad or there was actually Jesus? What will you do?
No, it's also but let's also look at it from the other way around. Those who believe there is God or devil or whatever it is, there are a lot of things they abstain from. For example, alcoholism, womanizing, and those kind of fraud. They abstain from those things. It's a form of discipline so that they inherit a better life. After death, if they are still conscious, if they discover that there is no life after death, don't you think they've missed quite a lot on earth? Because while they were on earth, they would have swindled people. They would have swindled people. They would have played around with women. They would have consumed alcohol, lived good lives. They've missed everything.
Is that the definition of good life? This information now.
It's relative. what is good to you might not be good to me.
Okay.
What is good to me might not be good to you. So what they consider, I mean, they were hoping to gain something after this rigid discipline they've imposed on themselves. When after death, they discovered that such things does not, I mean, there's nothing like that. They've missed quite a lot because they did not participate actively in politics. You know, I mean, because they are looking up to the kingdom of heaven. Our kingdom is not part of this world.
Mr. James, I know that some Christians are battling with that, but I want to know your own. Why are you thinking that? What if at the end you find out that, oops, it's true, they were right. There is God, there was Christ here, there was Muhammad. What will you do? What will you think about?
That is the fault of God. It's not my fault.
How is it the fault of
God? While he was making me, was he conscious of the fact that this man I'm making is going to be what he is now? If the answer is yes, then he's at fault. That is how I see it.
So you're going to the realm of destiny, what is good, free will, destiny, and all that.
So there's nothing like destiny. Man is not there's nothing like predestination, because
so you have
if I'm destined.
So if you have the free will, why are you blaming God?
No, it's a question of choice. The way I live my life is a matter of choice.
Yeah. So it's your decision.
My character is based on how I was brought up, and I made up my mind to follow what I feel is right. I might be wrong, I might be right. That is a different matter. It's just the character of a man is a question of choice. It's a question. Man is not born to be what he is. It's just a matter of choice. If Wike decide to be the kind of politician he is now, it's a question of choice. If Awolowo was the kind of politician he was while he was in life, it's a matter of choice. Bola Tinubu, Kwakwaso, whatever. I mean, it's just a matter of choice. That is how I see it.
So it's not right for you to say that if it turns out that there was Christ on earth and there was Muhammad and everything that the religious people are saying, it's not the fault of God.
No, you see, the funny thing is that apart from the African and other traditional religions, Christianity, I mean, you see, take the Bible as an example. If the Bible was composed according to 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16, if it was written by the inspiration of God, it should not be loaded with so much contradictions. A God that can produce a contradictory text for people to follow to worship him, that God himself is contradicting himself. You get it? So you cannot build something, how do I put it? The way I look at it is this: religion is just an invention of man to create order in the world. This is why it has turned out to be one of the greatest frauds that has been invented by man. Banking, insurance, social security, and religion, they are the greatest frauds that has been invented by man. If you read, I think it's Ephesians chapter 4, verse 14. Somebody should please cross-check for me. My system is not very good. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 14. It's talking about this issue of false prophets, the kind of people this is a very complex, funny, and
all right. Let's not go too deep. Thank you so much. We just want to touch on what people feel, what they think about on a day like this, which is Easter.
Jesus Christ said, "In the last days, there will be many false prophets." Many will say.
Do you think we are in the last days?
Well, it depends on what it means by last days, because Matthew chapter 24, verse 14, that's where he was quoting a lot of things that will happen. Nations shall rise against nations, kingdom against kingdoms. There shall be this, that. That was over 2,000 years ago. People have been waiting for the second coming of Christ. If he will ever come, nobody is very. You see, anyway, I don't want to base my beliefs on Christianity. Base my arguments on Christianity alone. Be it Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, whatever it is. These are inventions of great philosophers, great thinkers. They just want to create order. Out of the confusion man has found himself. This is how I'm looking at it. When I was in Israel, if I had not gone to Israel, I would not have believed that God does not exist.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
When you go to that country, Israel, all the good things, the bad things, the terribly bad things, the worst prostitutes, murderers, they're all resident in the state of Israel. That is God's own holy land. So, look, anyway.
Thank you, James. Maybe one day we'll make you a guest to talk about this, and you and Chris. Where is Forefathers? I wanted to know what.
Can I just? I came in because of
KJ. I know you have a lot to say.
I came in because of what he's saying and what Chris had said. Yeah. I think if I let that go, you guys be misleading people.
No, you get a chance to speak. Hold on, KJ. You are here.
You don't want, because now it's still fresh in my mind, though. All about fresh.
All right. No, but it's not fair to the people that are waiting.
KJ, cool down, KJ.
You get a chance. I actually want to hear Forefathers, because sometimes we want to know what is, what's going on in his mind. Forefathers, welcome and happy Easter.
Happy Easter to those that celebrate it. Thank you for having me.
Yes. You said to those that you don't?
Why should I? It's a religion of desert dwellers, and it's not mine.
Say it again. Religion of?
Desert dwellers.
Oh, okay. So what is yours?
Mine? My only religion is forward-looking and looking for a way to understand the world that we are in today and chart a path, at least believe in a path of clarity, because that's what they did in the past. Most of the religions we observe today are things that were created in the past to understand that the world that they are in, the challenges that they have at their time. And so I'm not hacking back. It doesn't mean that I cannot trace my way back to understand who I truly am. I'm a Nigerian, I'm from Nigeria, this is where I'm from, this is your outlook into the world. But you have to chart a path into the future, because if you look at the pattern all over the world, that's what they all do. And that's what they did in the past too. None of them decided to hack into the deep past and started copying Homo erectus or whatever else that is out there. They try to understand the world the best that they can. This discourteous world that we call it, we come here, nobody took permission to bring us here, and we exist here, and we are going to go. We don't know why, we don't know how, nothing. And but all we know is what we see now, and that is it. Anybody that says they know anything else, they're just making stuff up. And that is what religion was trying to grapple with. And if you look at like China, Russia, all those other countries, they found a way to do away with the past. Even the Western society that brought it to us, by the way, it was the Greek that brought Christianity to Ethiopia. Okay. Even they that brought it to us, when they were bringing it to us, I think during the period of Enlightenment, when they brought it to Nigeria, they had already moved away from it. They were moving away ideologically from it, because they were following more of the scientific method to understand the world for what it truly is. Because that is all we know for sure, except somebody can reveal something that is so groundbreaking that nobody's aware of it, that the aliens created the world, whatever. All we know is what we are experiencing now. And it's as mysterious as any spiritual stuff people talk about out there, which is I find that very, very strange. Because you are in a very, very mysterious existence, and you are talking about something else mysterious out there. You don't even understand where you are in. How can you know what is out there when you don't even understand what you are in here? So, and I just feel like maybe people should be opening their eyes to that a little bit more, because in the end, that is the work of the Creator, the Maker. Whoever got us to be here, or whatever got us to be here, is the Creator. And you want to understand it like a child should understand what the parents is about. Because if you don't know anything about your parents, you inherit your parents' enemies, you inherit your parents' weakness and all that stuff. So that is what the world is about. I think there is something truthful, honest about trying to understand the world. And this is why people that pursue the scientific method have made so much progress. All right, because they are basically written the fingerprint of the Creator.
Okay, hold on, Forefathers. So I want to believe you are looking to you believe in science. You want empirical proof of things before you believe. That's the path you're following. You think the rest of the world who are following the religious path, that they are not. Am I right?
I think they have some element of truth, that to understand that they didn't create themselves. That is the only true invention that they managed to grab onto, that there is a creator. Because whatever brought us here.
No, I wanted to know where do you get your moral base? You know, how do you decide what is right and what is wrong if you don't have any of these guidance from these religious systems that are out there? How do you decide what guides you?
How you decide what guides you is you understand what does not destroy you, and anything that leads to preservation of life and your kind, to have good experience in this discourteous experience that we are experiencing right now. It's a good thing, isn't it? If you want to have good experience, if it is hell, you don't want to encourage it, do you? So we all know there are good things that happen in the world, and you don't want it to end. That's why it's not all, you can't say, oh, it's good for people to be dying or encourage them to die, because you want them to have more good experience. That's why we mourn when a child passes versus when an elder passes, because that child has lost out on a lot of good experiences and things that they could have seen in the world. And that is the whole purpose of life. You want to preserve it as much as you can, to understand this as much as you can, and to get the best out of it as much as you can. Anything else, people pretend as if they know so far. They are just making it up. When they say spiritual, just change it with unknown. They don't have a clue what they're talking about. That's basically it.
All right, thank you. Let me just show this because it's in the news today. This is from Donald Trump, the president of the United States. He sent out this tweet. I think it says Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight, you crazy bastard, or you living in hell. Just watch. Please, praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. When I saw this, I thought it was not possible that the president of the United States could write something like this and put it out. But
that's surprising. So you've not seen the wars? You've not seen?
No. I've seen certain things, but I did not believe this. But this is what I'm saying. I'm connecting it to what Forefathers is talking about. I think if you want to show power, if you want to kill people because you can, if you want to, even if they are bad people, if you think it's okay to wipe out a whole country. I mean, I'm hearing threats of using nuclear weapon. How do you is that person still operating within whatever religious confines they believe in, or has the person moved away and moved to where there's something else guiding them, or in a free will where they don't have to account for anything? The Pope during Good Friday's speech, Simon said that all these political leaders, that they will be judged by the decisions they are making. And I can tell you, all of them, Tinubu and all of them, they will be laughing when they see that headline. They'll be laughing at the Pope, like, who is judging them? You know, because I don't think they believe what most people who believe in a form of religion, they believe. I don't think they believe that in some of the decisions they make. They are not afraid of that, somebody judging them when they die. Anyway, let me go to other people. I want to get everybody's opinion. I think, let me tell you why this is interesting to me. In class, I was teaching them folktales, and we were talking about why people in the past, all over the world, made up stories to explain the world to their people, they are trying to understand the world. I'm talking about 2,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. They made up stories about why this is this way, why the sun is up there, why, but at the point I asked them, what do you believe? We were talking about stories about death, explanation of death by people, different cultures in Africa. I said, what do you believe in? It was shocking when I asked the students what they believed in. Anyway, let me come to you, Femi. Femi, Easter, you said you don't, what did you say again, that you don't celebrate? What did you say? I forgot. It's something like you don't celebrate, but you're a Christian. Is it?
I just said I wasn't a stupid Christian.
Aha, yes, a stupid Christian. Who is a stupid Christian?
Dr. Gambis, I'll ask you a question with a question. Are you a Christian or a Muslim, a pagan, an atheist?
There's a good thing. Wike gave all journalists cover now. Wike said that he wanted to shoot Sheng because he was not acting like a journalist. he was expressing his opinion. So we are now free not to express our opinion because Wike might shoot us. So don't ask me questions. I'm an anchor, according to Wike. When I become a guest like you can ask me questions.
Okay. Since this is how we're going to play the game, let me answer my own way. It's surprising that you asked Mr. James the question you asked, considering the fact that Pansat sent you to hellfire and you came back looking even better. That's on one hand. For me, generally speaking, the way I will look at things, religious-wise, generally speaking now, I think if we now boil it down to, say, for example, me, my experience as a Nigerian in this day and age especially, I think what we mostly practice is religion, not Christianity per se, on one hand, and maybe to, if you will, Islam or what have you. Now, I like the angle, I think it was Chris that mentioned something I had always thought of. The fact that when you look at countries like even maybe say India, with their own idiosyncrasies, their own complexities, if you look at a lot of the Far East, the Japans of this world, Singaporeans of this world, perhaps the Thais, the Thailand people, and essentially the Chinese, you begin to wonder whether it probably would have been better when we still had our Shango and Ogun, because I think I recall when I took one of these GNSs that we had in college back in Nigeria. That was my first encounter with even the history of philosophy and the history of religions. And for someone who had always questioned things, because in Nigeria, for example, you're not allowed to question things. Usually, it's almost like there's a facade that's built in, like they'll tell you, that's how we've always done things, as if questioning things in itself is a bad thing. And maybe that's the reason why we do not know a lot of what we do not know. Now, bringing it home to me again, to now probably find a way of answering your question without answering it. As much as I proclaim Christianity, I have such a questioning mind, and even God himself in a lot of the holy books, he doesn't have problem with you questioning things. Even for the little I know of Islam, for example, he actually asked the adherents to go as far as, I don't know if it is India or whatever, to seek for knowledge, to test whatever you've been told, and there's a reason why he gave us free will as well. Now, that's on one. That's another angle I take it from. Now, maybe just to now take it home. Continuously, I always wonder whether using the description that's in, I believe it's in Revelations, either Acts or Revelations, about how on Judgment Day, as a matter of fact, a lot of the people that call him Lord, that proclaim Christianity, or for example, especially those we think are the holiest of the holies, and this is not me judging, probably we will end up in hellfire anyway. And those that may not even necessarily proclaim any religion at all, are just good people, they're just doing things right, are probably just going to end up in heaven. Now, on a final note, I am still on my own personal journey, because I try to know God for my own sake. Because when I look at things around me and the way people make it look as if you being a Christian or a Muslim or potentially a Buddhist or whatever means that something is assured somewhere. In fact, some people, I would rather reckon with someone that's actually true to type. Because I just feel we're just generally hypocrites as human beings.
All right. Thank you so much, Femi. I'll come to you, AY. Let me go to KJ, because KJ will very soon take over from me. I will be back. But KJ, go ahead.
Okay, Dr. Rudolph, you can't find trouble for Easter Day. Why?
No, we are looking for, say hello to
okay.
Go ahead.
In the first place, Easter is not a Christian celebration. Hello? Easter is a pagan worship, of the people of that time. Constantine decided to bring this to the point where it would be like a celebration to help bring in his people who are pagan worshippers. So just like Femi, I do not celebrate Ishtar, as he said, but I celebrate the resurrection of Christ. That's going to be a discussion for another day because it will take us too long. Second of all, Christ did not rise on Sunday. Okay, Christ rose on Sunday, but didn't die on Saturday. On Friday. So even that an assertion for those who are totally concerned about understanding Christianity, you go beyond the headlines. You go in and then you get the information you need. The reason why I got the information that I need, like I said on this program many times ago, I was a Catholic. And what took me out of the Catholic was the question I asked. Where is the Hail Mary full of grace we to say? I asked my uncle, who is a knight. I said, I've been trying to find this scripture in the Bible, and I can't find it. He said, shut up, come and get out. Some of these things are tradition, it's not written in the Bible. I said, oh. Then, but I pointed to him. There's a scripture that says, because of your tradition, you invalidate the word of God. I said, look, you are going to a territory that you shouldn't go to. You are too young to be asking those kind of questions. I was still in primary school. So from that point, I told myself, I need to read this scripture. I need to read it to understand for myself first. Because if you are telling me that the Hail Mary full of grace is a tradition that is introduced, then there are many other things that be tradition that was introduced also. So that's a departing point for me. Having said that, the book of Isaiah, if you are somebody who's interested, though, because you see, like I said on this channel, when you go to the Bible, the first word of God validates everything. It says, in the beginning, God. He didn't tell you why he was. He didn't tell you who he is. He didn't give you any form of identity. He just said, in the beginning, God. That's a big this thing for you to do your research. That means that this individual is not ready to even tell you. It's a question of belief. What do you believe? Do you believe? You believe. If you don't believe, nobody can help you to believe. So having said that, the book of Isaiah was written 1,500 years before the coming of Christ. In fact, to be precise, it was written on 740 BC, between 740 BC to 681 BC, before Christ. This event we're talking about happened and turned the history, that is the calendar of the world, so that this individual was being quoted, referred to, before the birth of Christ, after the birth of Christ. That means there was a significant individual who existed. That is not to be doubted. The history books and otherwise have their own account. If you're interested in reading, we can go there. Having said that, if I
tell you I was the child of Christ, would you believe it? Why would you believe something that you were not there? And
the same way I would believe it, the same way I would believe that when I pick up a bottle of Coke and pop it open and pour it into my mouth, I'm believing that I'm drinking Coke and I'm not drinking poison. So if you have enough faith to believe the Coke you have in the bottle that you're going to drink is not poison, why won't you believe this one?
But the Coke is based on
evidence. My forefather, if you want us to have that argument,
evidence.
Hold on. If you want us to have that argument, I'll have it. Don't distract me, please.
You drink Coke every day, and we see that there's evidence that people
do not distract me, forefather.
Let him finish.
Don't distract me. You see, we are talking about an issue that if I call myself a Christian, I should be able to defend what I might call a Christian and what is Christ about. There are several books in the Bible that describe the coming of Christ, right from Genesis, even to Revelation. And if a book was written 1,500 years before the individual came to be, do you think I should believe that book more than the science that was written by some of you who are sitting before me here? Which one should I take? We were talking about it. Hold on. Some of us Africans always make that mistake when I say this is a white man religion. It is never a white man religion. Christianity is not a white man religion. The earth itself, the Africa, which is now called Africa, wasn't called Africa originally. It was called the beginning. And so everything we are talking about started in Africa. And just like Rudolph has said, our forefathers did not document these things. Doesn't mean that we don't know it started with us. Now, some people come and tell you, civilization started. No, civilization started in Egypt. Okay? And people who were there were able to, maybe even they didn't document it. There are some, artifacts that here and there that describe what was in the existence at that time. But I don't want to go into, these are things. I'm talking about real history that you can go and research. And when I say go and do your research, I'm not saying go and read Christian books. I'm saying go and read secular books, secular writers, secular historians who gave account of what happened. And then you have an understanding. Why do some people decide? You see, it's just like any other thing. Okay? It's just like any other part of life. Christians have never said we are perfect. The church is not where people who are perfect go to. Everybody who goes to the church is looking for salvation. And so some are the finishing line, some are the beginning. So if you go to church and you're expecting that the church, if there are 10 churches, 10 of them will be people who God has selected, you are making a mistake. Because some people will call themselves, some people are called by God, others are called themselves. And so they are going to not be on the same realm. Okay, and finally, I'll end up here. If you go to my tradition, and some of you who are Igbos will know that, okay, the practice in Leviticus is what we practice as a tradition. So are you going to tell me now that the Igbos are going to copy from Israel? We practice the Leviticus practice. The way that the land are divided in Igbo land is the same way it's written in the Bible. The way that the fathers pass their inheritance to the children is the same way it's written there. But do we have any account written down that we Igbos can claim that this is our tradition they're writing here? No, we don't have, because our grandfather didn't teach us, didn't give us. But we know that if a man dies in his community, that's just a quick example, your wealth will be shared amongst your children. The first son gets 2 portions before other people. So we know there are many other ways, shifting cultivar and all the rest, that are the practice that are practiced in Igbo land. But we can't lay claim, just like somebody has asserted here. We can't lay claim that this thing started from us, but we know it is being practiced. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, I have to take a bit of time to explain.
Yeah, thank you. I will get other people's view and we go to other topics. But let me just show this picture. I think we all here can agree that this woman, the image here, is not the person that was the mother of Jesus. Can we agree on that?
Of course, it's the mother of Jesus.
Oh yes, we agree. In fact, those of us who are no longer in the realm or the Catholic know that.
Say that, but they'll still carry this picture.
Now, what for you? This forefathers.
That's what you people do. You disassemble all the time. But in reality, you worship the white Jesus. You pretend as if that's not what you are doing. Show us a picture of one black.
Rudolph, if you don't mind, give me a while. I want to tell forefathers something. I want to say something that may benefit everybody.
You guys dissemble a lot. Tell the truth. This is the Jesus people worship. Show us one picture of a black Jesus in Nigeria. Show us one.
Unfortunately,
forefathers, you are totally lost. You don't know what you're talking about.
The guy is,
you are just totally lost. You don't belong anywhere.
I'm lost. But
let me tell you something.
Totally lost.
That you have one black Jesus.
You're totally lost.
Show me one evidence. Why do you do this? Why do you
That's an image. That's an image.
Hold on.
That's an image. Your intelligence will tell you that. That's a creation of man. It's an image.
Let me tell you something.
Acknowledge that it's all white Jesus.
Now, wow, you look, even let us talk.
Okay, forefathers, let them speak and then you can respond.
Now, listen. The churches, I said earlier here that I left the Catholic Church when I asked my uncle, who is a knight, and that's the final stage of a laity in the Catholic Church, to explain to me why I can't find certain things that has been done here in the Bible. And he said it was a tradition that was handed down to the Catholic Church. Catholic Church, I'm specifically saying Catholic Church. Now, if you have been careful to look at the symbols of the other churches, you find out if you come to my church and you see a crucifix, the crucifix is a cross, you will not see a Jesus hanging there. But if you go to the Catholic Church, you will see the Jesus still on the cross. That is because we who are followers of Christ believe that he wasn't left in the cross. He was taken down from the cross, and from there he rose. Consequently, we don't use that symbol. In other words, I'm trying to say to you, there are many symbols that are used in the Catholic Church, and it's specifically for the Catholics. Whether they believe in it or not, that's not from. We're not here to argue whether they are right or wrong. We're just simply saying that is their tradition. Don't use that as yardstick to measure every other denomination. And the denomination is simple. How do you come to denomination? There were 12 apostles. Many of them went to different regions of the world to establish whatever those regions have there. And not everybody who took the same way. It's just like if you were a Catholic, I don't think you will ever be a Catholic.
Yeah, but in Nigeria, does your church
not
use any image of Christ or Mary? What image is that?
Even if you are somebody who really follow religion, you find out that this same Pope who is there now, this Pope now, has outlawed that adoration ministry. He has outlawed it. That was one of the first things he did when he got to be a Pope. Okay, he has outlawed that. This thing. He has also said and written in their laws that Mary is not a co-savior, as have been bantered by other popes. He said there's only one savior, and that's Christ. And I appreciate him for that. Maybe if you had said that many years ago, he wouldn't have lost many of us. But these are things that is bringing to. And if you don't know something, it's better you listen. Because like I said to Mr. James some time ago, when you come here, open your mind to listen to what you don't know. And you go and do your own research, not just argue blindly. Okay? I was telling Mr. James, I said, some people come here just to come and argue. Don't come here just to come and argue. Listen also and go and do your research.
Answer the question. You didn't answer the question.
What's the question you asked?
When do you not have images in Nigeria of Christ, your church? Do they not have images of Christ or Mary? What images are those when you have them? Because you just said that there's no Christ in there on the cross.
You see, Rudolph, why I'm afraid of going deep is because you won't give me time.
It's a straight question.
But let me just deal with this issue. If it will interest you to know, for me, who is an apostolic and a prophetically driven Christian, those images you see, they're the image of Nimrod and his mother. It's not in my church. It's not in my house. It's not in anybody who worships Christ, worship the true God. Don't have those images. We do not have images because they are the grieving image the Bible talk about. It says, do not bow yourself to any image, whether of man, or of animal, or of any other thing in the likeness of man. So, brother, I cannot go and tell the Catholics what to do. If they are using it and it's working for them, or that's what they want to, it's okay. But don't say it because of that. Every person, no. We know that the guy on the picture who they proved to be Christ is not Christ. We know that. We have always said that. I've said that many times to you in the Bible, in this place. And I said the Israel you have now, we're not originally white people. We know that. Is it that we're not talking about?
But you still use the white one. Why don't you use the black one? Why don't you use the Indian one?
You're not the only person here. Forefathers, you're not the only person here, please.
Okay.
You're not the only person here, forefathers.
My idea was my idea that we should have some conversations. Hold on, guys. Some conversations on a few things. One is Easter, and then we go to politics before our guest comes in. We've spent 1 hour now. Let me just make sure that everybody gets a chance to weigh in before we move on. So let me come to you, AY. AY, I know you are not a Christian. Do you celebrate, and what do you make of the idea?
Yeah, good morning, everyone from here. Well, I was just enjoying the conversation until you got to KG. I was really enjoying it, to be honest. I think we should have a topic like this, friendly discussion. So, religion. It depends on how you look at it, right? So, if you ever take a course in philosophy, you understand there are philosophers that of the opinion that believe the existence of God. Some don't believe with genuine reasons. Those that does not believe, they give their reason. Those that believe, they gave their reason. Some later changed their mind. So it's okay. So also, even the people here, you see people that don't believe in God for some reasons, for some personal reasons, some obvious reasons. You see people that believe in God. But however, no matter what you believe, you see, the Abrahamic religion, we are a bit problematic, man, to be honest. No matter how you want to try to defend it, we are a bit problematic. We think we hold the world. We think especially the Muslim and Christian, especially. We feel if you're a Christian, this belief of it's me or nothing. If you're a Muslim, it's me or nothing. We need to understand that the world is how many years old? So people have lived in this world way before Abrahamic religion. No matter what you believe, I think humanity should be at the top of it. Humanity is very important. I think the way we practice religion, we kind of like abuse the religion, especially in Nigeria. Because growing up as a little boy, there were things that were not okay with me. Because I know we just need to do the right thing, but we tend to point them to religion. I'll give you an example. Going to school from Lagos to Benin most time, you enter the bus, then one pastor will come, oh, I cover this guy with blood of Jesus, blah, 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 because we don't want to have accident. I feel this was disturbing because I sincerely feel that was not what we needed. What we needed was to mobilize ourselves and move to the government and tell them, please fix our roads. Because it's like you live in America. If the roads are good, yeah, you can give thanks to God if you believe in God. There is no need to be scared of if your car is going to burst into accident, Jesus is going to save you, or Allah is going to say whatever you believe in. These are just very confusing things, right? So even in Nigeria itself, you look at things like things we are supposed to just fix ourselves, we kind of like calling on God. What is more frustrating is people, we that say we believe, we worship mostly Christian. When you look at Nigeria, you ask yourself, who is committing this damage? Like, why the level of corruption we have? Why is it that? I'll give you an example. My first time of visiting Canada, for example, I had a brother in Canada. Then I wanted to order stuff. I was scared, like buy stuff on the phone, giving my credit card. Then I spoke to my brother. I said, "Oh, is it safe?" He said, "Yeah, don't worry. Even if you want to buy a computer, just order it. They'll put it in front of your house, and you come back in the evening, you pick it up." Then I got confused. Why I got confused is the society is not religious, but the people, they fear God. They do what is right. Then I begin to wonder. I called my brother. I said, "But this society is kind of more like society of God, but they don't do religion. But we that do religion, you can't even do such thing." I'll give you another example. I used to work in a factory where me and my friend would go there because we were students. We work like part-time. Maybe we work 5 hours today, we write it down. We work 7 hours tomorrow, we write it down. We work 2 hours tomorrow, we write it down. We said we don't want them to cheat us. I did that for like 3 months. Then I was explaining to my friend. My friend said he did the same thing. They never cheat you with 1 hour. If they mistakenly remove 30 seconds, 30 minutes, they will add it to you. They say, "Oh, we forgot this thing." But then I compare it to Nigeria. I said, Nigeria, people will even say, "Come and work for me." They call themselves Muslim or Christian. They will even tell you, "I'm not going to pay you." So you get really, really confused. I think there is something wrong the way we practice our religion in Nigeria, in Africa. We need to feel something. The most important thing is, I think I'm looking for a system where they will remove religion from the public domain, keep religion to religious places, keep religion to your houses. Because you see what's happening in the ministry. They come in the morning, they want to pray before, they don't do anything. They look for how to steal money. They are not doing the main work. School also, they abuse our schools. Lecture theater, during time of lecture, people will come and occupy lectures, classes, hall, and they are talking about God. You just want to make people look bad in doing this kind of stuff. I think we definitely need to do something about religion when it comes to Nigeria and Africa. It's very important. But I personally, I believe in the existence of God. People that say they don't believe in the existence of God, they have their fact, because even the morality, I know people that don't even believe in God. Sincerely, they do what is right. They follow. They are honest. They are, they do the right thing, to be honest. Then you really, really get confused. You start questioning things. But I will just leave it there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, AY. Mazepara, you are next.
Yeah, Doctor, happy Easter Sunday and Easter holidays from here.
Yeah, happy Easter.
I'm a Christian, although I don't have any domination. If I go to, when I was in America, I went to Pentecostal churches. Here in Germany, I attend a Catholic church. It doesn't bother me as long as it is one God we are serving. We believe in one God, that's it. And KJ talking about Catholic and this and that. I think this is not necessary. The way you explain Catholicism, it's not, believe whatever you believe in. You don't come and start talking about Catholicism, this and that, allow them to practice what they practice. Onye na chie, onye na chie. If you want to put a stake and say, this is my God, that is what Igbo philosophy, believes on. Onye na chie.
I thought that's what I said. I said I didn't have any problem with how they worship. That's what I said. I explained what I know.
Excuse me,
didn't have any problem with them. No, you're mistaken.
No. KJ, please don't do this, because you explained why you left and you start criticizing the Jesus Christ on the cross or Virgin Mary status. It's not necessary. You moved away from Catholic Church, and you don't need to come here and criticize or explain. That's the way I look at it. I am a Catholic. I go to church here. I attend Catholic. When I'm somewhere in Nigeria, I go to the nearest church where that is very close to my house. If I'm in Lagos, I go to Foursquare, because the nearest church is in my street. I don't discriminate anywhere I worship as long as Jesus Christ is free there. Rightly, as well as AY said, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach. Whether you are a Muslim, whether you are a Catholic, whether you go to Pentecostal church or anything, as long as it's not righteous, as long as your mind is not free, as long as you are a poisonous person, that doesn't, your Christianity, your Islam, anything cannot take you anywhere. That's the way I look at it. I believe that there is God. I'm a Christian, and I don't even, the people that don't go to church, I don't have anything about against them. People that are atheists or pagans, I don't have anything against them, because that is their own belief. The what they call it now, the Hindus, the Buddhists, that is their belief. If they believe that this is where I have peace, where I have contact with my God, let them be. But coming to tell you, somebody like forefathers trying to say, if you don't believe in Christianity, fine, but don't criticize, don't say it is not this and that. I think that's where you have problem in Africa, where people think that their own is better than others. That's where you have problem. That's where you have conflict. Thank you.
So hold on, Emazi, you're not going yet. Don't criticize. I don't think you can stop people from doing that. It's part of conversations in the world. People will talk about that. But I want to zero in on this righteousness. Who defines what's righteousness? Because Netanyahu believes that he's righteous if he's going to destroy all the enemies of Israel. Donald Trump believes that it's righteousness if he's going to destroy all the enemies of America. Who defines what's righteousness?
Doctor, my own righteousness, the way I see my own righteousness might be different the way you see your righteousness. That's just why righteousness is defined, into many places. My own righteousness could be your own, worst enemy or.
So that means that the world will not function, because if we have our own definition of righteousness and we're operating on that basis, I'm sure that that's why somebody said that the golden rule is that there's no golden rule. Hold on. Because if the golden rule is do unto others what you want others to do unto you, okay, you may want to wear. I had a roommate who was okay with you wear his shirts. I don't want anybody wearing my own, but he wants you to wear his own, and he wants to wear your own. I don't want him to wear my own. So, but it's a golden rule. Do unto others. He wants to do unto me what is okay with me doing unto him. I don't want to wear his shirt. He wants to wear my own. So the same way, righteousness, if it's defined individually, the way you are putting it, that your righteousness is your own definition, and my own is different. I can decide that my righteousness is that anybody who disagrees with me, wipe him out. That's my righteous.
But that's why you have conflict in there, because there's no written righteousness.
There is no written righteousness.
That is
The righteousness
why
in your there's no written
objective
righteousness. So my own righteousness could be different from your own righteousness. That is why you have conflict
That is
around
why
the
you
world.
have the scientific method. There has to be objective truth out there because there is. You
There is
have
a
to favor
universal
life
definition of
over
righteousness.
death.
Do
That is what
goodness,
all
doing the
religions
right
teach.
thing.
All religions tell you the reason why they give you
Right.
morality is to favor life over death. And that is what all
Righteousness
religions
is doing the
teach.
right thing. That's what it means.
All
And
right.
that right thing,
It's
that
not
right
to
thing is
preserve
So
defined.
life.
what?
It's
So
defined.
you're right.
Hold on, guys. I want to hear Massacre, but I will come back to you, forefathers and Tony and KJ to react to this righteousness thing. Let me hear Massacre. Happy Easter, Massacre. I don't know if what you do.
I celebrate anything celebratable. It doesn't matter. Celebrate. Anyway, so I would like you to frame the question for me, but I will go back to push back on all these people, Tony them and KJ, saying that there is a universal definition of righteousness. Actually, righteousness is a major problem because look, you go to a pastor, he tells you something, or you go to an imam, he tells you something, and I see that a lot in the US. There will be some sect of people when the man tell them that this is what is righteous, they go to town on it. And I just checked the definition of righteousness now. It's a being morally right, justifiable, or virtuous. And even there, I started telling myself that you see, this is the problem. So even the definition itself is all over the place. What is morally right? But anyway, let me also push back for you, Mr. Rudolph, because clearly it looks like you also don't believe in any major religion. But you said the golden rule is that do unto others. And I was asking myself, like, where did Mr. Rudolph get that golden rule?
Oh, actually, someone said it. Someone defined it. It's not me. I'm not the one who defined it. I thought everybody knew what the golden rule is. I'm just saying it the way people.
I'm a Muslim, but I would suspect that sounds like something that comes from the Bible.
I don't know the origin. Someone can. Okay, forefathers, you are a good friend of ChatGPT. Find out the origin of the golden rule.
Not from the Bible. It's not the Bible.
I don't know. I don't know where it's from. But the standard. I mean, I studied in primary school.
Anyway, so I will stop there, and you help frame up the question for me, so I can be on.
There's no particular question. All I'm saying, I wanted to know what people are doing for Easter, what people think about, people, religious people celebrating this, and if they are observing Christians, what they feel about that. I don't want to go into the philosophy, the questions about the death, and KJ talked about whether it's 3 days after he died, and I don't want to go into that. That's not important. The important thing is, what do people believe? What are they practicing? What happens after? I was shocked that I asked people, young people, there were 20 people in the class, nobody believed any of these things that people now believe today. They don't believe that.
Answer that it was Jesus that said it. All Christians, how do you not know that? It's Jesus that said, do unto others as you have
I
others do unto
that.
you.
Okay.
I would be shocked if that thing doesn't come from a religion.
Okay.
Anyway, so what you have said, the long and short of what you have said, Mr. Rudolph, is that I can do freestyle.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I'll just piggyback on, I think it was, I can't remember who was talking, that anyway, for me, I think the problem, and I think religion is a problem, and is more so for the black man. So let me backtrack a bit and give us some similarities. What do they call it now? Some similar circumstances. When we were kids, when I was young, in my place, the meaning of dodo is like masquerade. Okay? As a kid, your parent would want to create something that you are afraid of. And if you don't drink maybe a bitter medicine, they'll say they will call dodo for you. Or when they discover you don't like injection, somebody that comes with white cloth, they say, okay, do you want him to inject you? You quietly go and sit in a corner. In my mind, that really is, to a large extent, the essence of religion. But the black man does not differentiate between the essence of the religion, the substance of the religion, and we tend to just get carried away with the form. We leave the substance, we are more of the form kind of people. Or you see somebody who say is deeply religious. He spends half of the time in the church, and he is eager to support very, what do I call this now? When somebody is, for instance, somebody is killing somebody in the name of that religion, he's very eager to support the person, which in my mind I think is very ungodly. And if you look at all the religions, the substance is the same. Across all the religions, the substance is the same. Every major religion will tell you that there is a God. Every major religion will talk to you about love. Every major religion will talk to you about sacrifice and love. But the form of it, going to the mosque, going to the church, some of them will go barefooted. You can't enter the church without, you wear white cloth, or you carry what we call tasbah, or you have to grow beard. You know, these are all forms. You have to speak in tongues. Honestly, these are just the form. It's not the substance. And the black man tends to get carried away with the form. Even when, as people, as black people, as human beings, the car, the size of house, all these things, they are just form. They are not the substance. The substance of a man are the things like his integrity, his happiness, his what is he pursuing for fulfillment in his life. But we always tend to get carried away with the form and leave the substance. And I think it's religion that will show you really where the problem of the black man is. Because even the white man now, if you look at a white man today, somebody said it. As a Muslim, for instance, there are many injunctions that if you look at it, for instance, you can't be late for an appointment. You should not tell somebody a lie. You know, you should be your neighbor's keeper. But if you look at it, the white people today, they have taken all this substance of the religion, dropped the form. If you look at a white man, you think he's not religious based on the form. He's not going to go to church. He's not going to carry long beard. He's not going to wear a white gown and be walking barefooted. But the essence of the religions, he has taken it. He will hardly like you. Hardly. He will be timely. Anywhere you see problem, white people will gather things and go and donate. So in my mind, I think that religion is good. I'm a Muslim. I'm deeply, I don't know the words that would describe me, the adjective of my Islam. I am a deep, okay, let's say I'm a deep believer in God. I really believe in God. But I also have learned, even from the God I serve himself, that I should be a discerning human being. I should read, I should learn, I should understand. And I've come to a very good place where I'm okay with science, I'm okay with godliness, because the two are very compatible. I would rest there so that I would not eat into other people's time. Thank you for
all right, Master, thank you. I promise that I'll come back to Forefathers and Tony and KJ, but I'll go to Chim first. And for Master, when we come back, I want everybody to weigh in before we do the final roundup. When we come back, I want you to say that religion is a problem for the black man. Why is it not a problem for the white man? You explained that. I was writing the question while you were talking, but you didn't explain it. But let me tell you this: the Crusades were fought by white people. You know, they went out behaving like animals, killing people all over Europe and down to Jerusalem. How did they overcome it? And will we ever overcome it? That's something to think about when we come back. Not now.
No. If you, I beg, Rudolph. You see, I'm an old man. If I can answer you quickly, shortly.
Okay.
For me, it is a short answer. The crusade itself, I am convinced, and I've read enough. That crusade, was it not? Did they not do the crusade after Muslims captured Spain?
I don't remember the sequence now.
I think so. So, in my mind, the crusade is partly a religious thing, but also partly a pride thing. You people come from somewhere. You've come and colonized me. I would use the name of religion, but to liberate my people, so to speak. So that's that for the crusade. This is my opinion about the crusade. Okay, but how the white people, I think, managed to deal with the issue of religion is the same thing. When I was a kid, they were telling me dodo and all this needle. But if you grow older and you ask questions, like KJ was saying, And I had the same problem. I was thoroughly beaten half of the time because of the questions I asked. Okay. So if you ask question, if you grow up as a child, then you will realize that, oh, this dodo is a lie, it's nothing. It was just trying to force me to behave properly. So if I can take the proper behavior and forget about the dodo because it's an empty threat. Take for instance all these ASOS fables. Do you know about the ASOS fables?
Yeah.
Yeah, so all these things, people, you are right when you said societies develop some things. At a certain age, there are certain things you won't understand. So if they spend the whole week explaining to you, you won't understand. The best way to deal with you as a child is to just use fear factor. Once the fear factor is there, you go and see. But when you grow up and you learn a lot, you come and see that some of these things they were just bullshit. So, but you learn to live correctly. The white people, that's why I say I'm comfortable with science. As a white person, they are quick to investigate, to dig down, to find out what is the true issue. And once you come to know the truth, some of these things will not disturb you, but you will see the good things in some of these religions also. So you take the good things and leave the empty can, the form factor. You carry this. I think that's what white people today they are very religious. If you ask me, white people are the most religious people in the world today because they are very godly. Yes, some of the individuals can go and do war and all that, but the bulk of them are good people. They are godly people, but
All right.
they've thrown out the form factor of religion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Because of their ability to find out and investigate and push back and do all sorts of things to come to a point where there is logic in what you're saying or maybe an ultimate truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Masker. You guys will see what I'm doing. I try to move Chim closer to me so that he won't punch through the TV and hit me, you know, because we are very careful these days. Anything can happen, you know. Chim, welcome. Happy Easter to you.
So I wish you the same. First and foremost, I want to read some things so that I can close it. Some of these things are not holding. One is for those who constantly think Christianity is a white man's religion, which somebody has already talked about. At least for those who go to ChatGPT. So let's go to their dictionary, the dictionary of ChatGPT. So the dictionary of ChatGPT says, no, Christianity is not a white man's religion. It originated in the Middle East, not Europe, and historically thrived, wait for it, in Africa and in Asia, long, at least we like grammar, right, before reaching Europe. I just wanted to get that out of the way so that those who always come here and say Christianity is a white man's religion, maybe today they will go and rest. I want to read something else for us. I'm reading from the book of 1 Corinthians. I know it's the Bible, so there will be a question of who wrote it, but just bear me, just hold on first of all and hear what it says. This is 1 Corinthians chapter 1. From verse 18, I will read to 23. It says, the message of the cross, which is what exactly today is being talked about. Easter is not a Christian religion, but the cross and what cross symbolizes is what has been celebrated today. It says, the message of the cross is foolishness to those who are headed for destruction, but who are being saved know it as the very power of God. And the scripture says, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise. I'll jump to 20. So where does this leave the philosophers, which is what we're doing here? We're all philosophers. So where does this leave the philosophers, the scholars, and the world's brilliant debaters? God has made the wisdom of this world look foolish. I'll just stop there. Really no need to go further. And then lastly, so that I can get done with this Bible in terms of this celebration, Colossians chapter 2, from verse 16 to 19. 16 to 19, yes. This is what it says. It says, hope I haven't jumped it. No, sorry. So don't let anyone condemn you for what you eat or drink, or for not celebrating a certain holiday or new moon ceremony or the Sabbath. For these rules are only, did you notice what he used? These rules. For these rules are only shadows of the reality yet to come. And Christ himself is a reality of the reality yet to come. And Christ himself Do not let anyone condemn you by insisting on pious self-denial. I'll leave that. You can go and do your research. Why I'm reading this thing is because we're talking about Easter. Easter is not a Christian celebration, at least the Christianity that I know. And we forgot that there was someone somewhere who broke away from what we refer to today as Roman Catholicism. He broke away from it. He fought that system for a reason, because he saw that a little bit of things. I'm sorry to those who think they are Catholics. I'm not here to fight you, but let's talk about history. Someone called Martin Luther resisted something. He said, this is not what the original scripture was all about and the Bible. Why are you people bringing this, what KJ and someone else has mentioned, as the religion, as the tradition of men? Over time, people try to inject their own thing. I don't want to go into the history of how we got to Easter. For those who want to do their research, go and find out. But the Christianity that I know, the one that Christ didn't even come and create Christianity. Christ came to break away from certain things. And then people who followed him said that we're now called Christ-like, which is where the word Christianity came from. Christ didn't set up any Christianity. He only came to establish the truth about the relationship between you, Rudolph, and God that you don't see. He talked about love for men. The Jews, who are supposed to be his brethren, don't accept him because they don't believe that he is that Messiah they are waiting for, because he didn't come in the conquering way that Netanyahu is doing it. Yeah, Netanyahu is doing something that the world doesn't agree with. That thing Netanyahu is doing, Christ was against it. They were shocked that Christ was asking them to humble themselves before their Roman conquerors, and they didn't like it. In the days of Christ, he had an apostle called Simon the Zealot. Do you know who a zealot is? A zealot was people who hated any occupation of Palestine and the Jews. These were people who felt they were waiting for the Messiah who will come on a horse and come and fight, conquer like Constantinople and save the Jews. But that was not how Christ came. And they were like, he's an impostor. How can you come and say you're a Messiah and you're not fighting our enemies? You're asking us to pay tithe and taxes to these people. You must be an impostor. That is why they crucified him. That is why they crucified him. So please, you see, I believe in science. I believe there is a God. But I also believe that God does not impose his will on any man. He establishes this. Listen, accept me. If you don't accept me, you have a free will. Both the good and the evil, they prosper. The word of God says God's blessings shines upon both the good and the evil. In fact, a matter of fact, the evil prosper more. They are the richest people. They have the biggest wealth. And that is why if you want to really be somebody who follows God, you might suffer. You might need to deny yourself a lot of things. It is not the riches of this world that is going to make you a Christian. But if your eyes is popping for money and for all these things, then you might derail from what the word of God is all about. So I think when we come here, it's a good conversation we're having. There are things I don't know. And I've said it on this program. There are unknowns. And those unknowns does not in any way take away the fact that there is science. There are certain things science has been struggling for years to unearth that science has still not unearthed. We're still dealing with them. So in the same way, there is a God. Some of us don't believe in him. That is okay. But there will be a time you will need to account for that believing or not believing. It is between you and that God. He will be the one to ask you, okay, I gave you the opportunity to believe that I existed. You didn't even go past the first principles. First principle, there is a God. Second principle, do you believe in Christ or not? But you didn't even pass the first principle of accepting that there is a creator above you that created everything. So that is it. So today, if somebody comes to tell me that there is no Tesla, there is no Ford, but there was a creator of those items. His name is called Ford. You say there's no Ford, you don't agree that anybody created car. That's up to you. There will never be a time where this conversation we're having will be resolved. It will continue. The problem with some of us is that we don't take time to go and read and piece a few things together. Nobody is talking about perfection. And lastly, because there are a lot of things you guys have been talking about, so I'm struggling to fit myself into all the conversations. The other thing we talked about is, let me say this, there is knowledge, there is faith and belief and spirituality. Faith and belief does not in any way take away the fact that there's science. There's science. We go to read chemistry. We see the outcomes of chemistry and physics and all those things. We see it. What goes up must come down. Aircraft. Before now, we didn't have aircraft. But now today we fly in aircraft. It used to be horses. So anybody saying there's no science, Listen, wisdom and knowledge will always abound, and it will keep abounding and abounding and abounding until maybe there's going to be a rapture or whatever it is, we leave this world. But back to the principle of what we're discussing on Easter, whether we believe in Easter and all this. Easter is not a Christian religion. Someone conquered the world, used his influence to change a lot of things because of his belief in Christianity. He started injecting. Christmas is not a Christian religion. Let me be honest with you. Christ was not born on 25th of December. It was not snowing somewhere in Middle East when Christ was born, as the Caucasian wants us to believe. So please, I think when we do some of these things or say some of these things, we should go back, sit back, review a lot, do a bit more thinking. It is not a ChatGPT and somebody told you, do a bit more research. It's not an emotional thing, but I guess religion triggers emotion. And lastly to AY, I don't know when you say that Abrahamic religion is a problem. Maybe you should speak for the faith you have. The faith you have and the way you practice it, maybe you're a problem. But the one I practice tells me to love my neighbor as myself. It tells me to see the good of my fellow human being. He doesn't necessarily have to speak the same language with me. It tells me that if I see my supposed enemy's thing going astray, I should help him protect it. It doesn't tell me to use slaughter and slaughter people. It doesn't tell me to do some of the things I see being done. Please, maybe you can speak for your own. That's where you come from.
Even on the platform below, you are very hateful. Why don't you love your neighbor as yourself?
Okay, no problem. I've heard you. But what I'm saying is, speak for your faith. Don't generalize. Speak for your faith. If there's anything wrong in the faith I practice, I'll say it. You heard me here right now say that the Jesus Christ that came does not support what Netanyahu is doing.
Charity begins at home. Charity begins on this platform. Love your neighbor here. Let me see you.
I love you.
Very hateful to people.
I love
you. You preach scripture. You are very hateful to people.
Okay, thank you very much. I've accepted.
I remember you have issue with forefather for weeks. You are bashing him. You call yourself.
Yeah, I bash him because he was saying what was not right. It's a conversation we're having. Doesn't mean I'm going to say forefather.
People that don't believe in God.
Okay, thank you. Let me
they are more human than you.
Let me use my time.
You support the killing of children.
Let me use my time. AY, let me use my time. You've spoken, but like I've told you, take my feedback.
Talking like Obama, you think like MC Olumo. I beg, keep quiet, Joe.
See, that's the person we're talking about. But anyway, Rudolph, I don't know where you've gone to.
Chim, go ahead. We're listening.
No, there's really nothing much to say. Like I said,
Chim, please. Chim, I have a question.
Let me just correct something you said about Christianity being in Africa. It's only North Africa Christianity. Sorry, I was just stopping 15 seconds at most. It's only North Africa they arrived earlier, and that was in Roman Carthage. Then the sub-Saharan Africa where he arrived in Ethiopia was from a Greek. So the idea that
forefathers, you are wrong. You are wrong, forefathers. You are wrong.
This is fact. I'm not.
Forefathers, ChatGPT is never fact. You guys need to also know what is the.
No, this is the fact of history. Why do you keep it? What is this nonsense about anti-intellectual behavior?
No, forefathers.
It's okay, but ChatGPT is not okay.
No, it's not.
I don't know what kind of nonsense you will do all the time. When somebody uses any source to find information, so I should go to your native doctor to get the information.
No. Okay, so just listen, forefathers. You see, information is one thing, knowledge is another. There are two different things. You can't pass information for knowledge.
Facts.
So
they have sources.
Even fact.
Okay, am I wrong? Okay, do you want to prove me wrong now? Let's check the information.
No. I just want to educate you. I simply want to educate you.
I really don't want to engage in this kind of conversation that just has opinion.
Can I say something?
I don't know why we just talk like this. This is you stood here and said you are for the essence of things, but yet you went on about ChatGPT instead of focus on what I'm actually saying. Whether it is
just
or not.
listen now. Can you just
you see how two-faced you people are?
Honestly,
you say one thing and you do something else.
There's nothing like
Massacre. Even the ChatGPT.
Tim, can you moderate? While
Massacre?
I just want to.
Tim, can you moderate this thing while we're waiting for Rudolph?
I want to ask a question, Tim.
How can you say one thing and go and do something else immediately?
No, forefathers.
Self-awareness is very important. You said you are after the essence of things. The trust.
Mr. Opara, please say what you want to say.
Yeah. Is it wrong or right?
Is it wrong or right? Just 1 minute. It's very important because one of the problems we have as a people is that of knowledge. And we tend to get misinformed all the time. And it's important, forefathers, there's a big difference between information and knowledge. Okay? Knowledge is something that has been verified. You can't go to ChatGPT, even that ChatGPT, if you're honest with yourself. No, wait now, forefather, let me finish and you respond. Just 1 minute. This is not a big deal. Even the ChatGPT, they will tell you that AI-generated information may be wrong. Go and check it. And you come here and you want to argue with people.
Tim, can I say something?
The point. If you say I'm wrong in the facts, then you can prove the facts.
Okay, now it's okay. Let Mr. Okpara say what he wants to say.
Yeah.
And then continue.
Yeah. Chim, I wanted to ask a question because you said about this what do you call that guy from Sweden, from Scandinavia, that broke away from Catholicism.
He's not from Scandinavian. He's a German.
German. Martin Luther.
Martin Luther is German, not Scandinavian.
No, I'm sure it's a Scandinavian. But
I said Martin Luther is German, not Scandinavian.
Okay, excuse me. He broke up from Catholicism, but if you come to Germany here, we celebrate Easter, the same we celebrate Christmas. I mean, the Lutherans, they are called here the evangelicals. They celebrate Easter the same day the Catholic celebrate Easter. So if, assuming that he moved away from the Catholicism, why did he keep the same doctrine as the Catholics?
Okay, so Rudolph, I'm not going to take away from Mr. Okpara. I'll discuss this with you privately so that Rudolph can conduct
thank you.
Program.
Good. Thank you.
All right, sorry guys, I had to take a call from our guest. That was why I couldn't excuse myself properly. He will join us at 5:30, so we have time to bond. I spoke to KJ. Where is KJ? So
5:30 New York time, you mean?
Yeah, New York time. Yeah.
Rudolph, I want to say something, and this goes to forefathers, because when he was speaking, he did give the impression that he doesn't believe in anything, and so on and so forth. He wears a dreadlock, and that the dreadlock, what they call Rasta, is traced to Haile Selassie. His original name, if you go to history, was Ras Tafari. Ras means king in Amharic. So the people who believe in him, he eventually changed his name to Haile Selassie. Now, the people who believe that thing, even though it has now developed to mean something that reflects a particular culture, but if you go to its root, it is those people who worship Haile Selassie as God. So what forefathers wears is the worship of a man who they believe, who the Rastas believe is God, and yet he says that he doesn't believe in anything, because what you are wearing is, if anybody looks at it and who knows the history, will trace it back to its origin, which derives from Haile Selassie.
So, Tony, are you saying that there were not people in Nigeria? Where I come from, people had dreadlocks before. They did not travel to anywhere. They didn't hear about. I'm talking about 50 years ago, 70 years ago. There are people in my area who had dreadlocks. And if people are born that way, and there's a special thing they do before they cut the hair, I don't understand. That.
I can explain that. I am a Dada. Those who know me, I was born with that kind of stuff. So, and you go through rituals. Now, in traditional African religion, there's a place for that. But you see, the dreadlocks that people wear today, it's not the one that that they were born with.
Okay.
What they wear now is more like a fashion, and they are identifying with a particular lifestyle whose origins they don't understand. So when forefathers is wearing that, he's promoting a culture that dates back to Haile Selassie, who they worship as God, and yet he says he doesn't believe in God.
Oh, but Tony, correction, sir. Rudolph, please. Dreadlocks is what the Jews refer to as when somebody is called a Nazarene. So even in the Bible, the Samson you talk about had dreadlocks. That is what it means to be a Nazarene.
Listen, again, it takes you back to what I said. If you look at Samson, you look at John the Baptist, they were born with it. It wasn't something that they created. What forefathers is wearing is something that...
I hear you. I'm just saying the origin.
Yes.
Not
So
the origin.
those are people who take vows. It's a religious thing, and they have a lifestyle, that they live with, So that's more sacred and more divine. But this what forefathers is wearing is not what he was. Excuse me, it's not what he was born with. And so when you come here and you begin to pontificate and say stuff, anybody looking at you would know that you are just confused. Because hold on, let me finish now. Let me finish. I'm just reacting to what you said.
I'm not wearing dreadlocks.
What are you wearing?
I was going to say I've never seen that, but again, I've not seen the back end of.
He's talking about something that doesn't exist. I'm not wearing dreadlocks. I
don't
know, man.
All right. Let's move. I want to hear from Okija and Oti. They've been waiting for so long. Okija. Okija, you're next. Okija is somewhere in Okija shrine. The connection with the shrine is not good. It will take time for the transmission to get there.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
Okay.
Happy Easter.
Same to you. Whatever it is, you guys call it.
So Wayne, you have 4 minutes.
What? Jesus is the answer. So what's the question?
Oh Lord, are you with us? I thought you came here to fire some people, and
I'm waiting. I've battled Easter greetings this morning. People calling me, telling me happy Easter. I said, what are you talking about? What's going on? Said we have Easter. I said, what are we celebrating? The death of the resurrection of Jesus. I said, when did he die? They said he died on Friday. I said, are you sure? He died on Friday. They said, yeah. I said, okay, calculate it. How many days and how many nights? So they calculated. They said probably, one said maybe he didn't die on Friday. Maybe he died on Thursday or Wednesday. So that's Christianity for you. But we engage in a conversation, all of us, and but the question, one of the questions I was asking them, why is it that we just grab this Christianity thing? We don't ask question if God, God is, they said, is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. He created this world. He knew everything. He had all the power, and he knew this world is gonna be like a lot of BS, a lot of trouble. He knew when he was about to do it. He knew, like, just like an engineer. You are trying to create make a machine, and this machine is going to crash, and all those things. So God went ahead and created this world. What for? I was asking him, what for? If he knew it was going to be like this, why didn't he just wait? Maybe do something else. I don't know, because it seems sometimes when I think about it, it seems like like a joke, kind of. Probably we are being used as bait. God and Satan, they have a drama that started way before. We don't know. And the only way to catch the Satan is just to use man as bait. Because I think about it, the Bible says that there was a time they wanted to stop children from praising Jesus. He said that if they stopped the kids, he would raise their stones. So ask myself, what do we does God need us if he has the power to make stones praise him? So what does he need us for? So, we ask all these questions because who said it? I think it was Marquez. he said that I don't believe in God. I'm afraid of him. So I ask myself all these questions: why so much, especially Africa, we are so consumed by the thought of God, the idea of God, even in our traditional religion. We still have that, God. Igbo tradition, we have so many, pantheon of gods, people pray for. I mean, I don't know. So is it that, people, now we don't know that people, before they didn't know. I mean, like, for instance, our people, they had their gods. Then the white people came with another god. Then, according to, Dr. Rudolph Okonkwo, they retired their gods and then they jumped into, another god. I mean, like, so that one didn't work. So how will this one work? The one they have right now, with all these, questions, somebody you're not sure. You're saying that Christ, died for you, and that because of Christ you go to heaven. But then he told you that he was going to be in the grave for 3 days and 3 nights. Then it's not 3 days and 3 nights. And then don't you ask questions? Maybe this thing they are telling us is not true.
Okay, hold on. At least I know that one. The answer they gave for that one: dying on Friday and getting resurrection on Sunday. The Jewish structure, the way they count days is different from the way we count days right now. From what I understand, that's what I.
That's not true.
I asked a question and it was explained to me that.
That person is lying to you. 3 days means 3 days. Jewish, Jewish, because they have God created the world 7 days, so there was no way 7 days. That their Saturday is Sabbath, so every 7 days is Sabbath. So if who was telling you that story that there's a way they count their days? They have
at 4 p.m. of a day, like today now, 4 p.m. today, it's another day. It's now a different day. So,
so if it works like that, then why do they have Sabbath on the 7th day every week? Because if 4 p.m. is another day, so probably or in 1 week they have like about 8 days condensed into 7 days.
Finish so that we hear Oti and then conclude. I think Chris, you have something to say about this? Chris, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, so that's we have all these things we believe in. We're not sure. I mean, we say
I just wanted to ask him something. If he is talking about Greek calendar or something they call it that has 7 days, what of Chinese calendar? What of Igbo calendar that has only 4 days? Well, so how do you know that God created the world, earth, in 7 days, according to the Bible?
Okay, but 8 days in Igbo, 8 days is still 8 days. 24 times, 24 times 60. Every 1 day, each day is 24. 24 hours, 60 minutes in one hour, 24 hours in 1 day. So it's still complete. So the days are still complete. But what Dr. Damit is talking about right now is that probably the 4 o'clock is a day. So probably their days like it's not up to 24 hours.
All right.
I think it is because it follows to the next day too.
Yeah, because the issue is this, because I debated with Christian, because the thing is, in the Bible, when Christ died, there were actually two Sabbath on that week. So there was a high Sabbath, a Passover. So actually Christ died on Wednesday, not on Friday. That was on, because in John 19:31, you see it, it says they were getting ready for high Sabbath. High Sabbath is like like a feast, Passover. They had a Passover on Thursday, and then on Christ was crucified on Wednesday. So Passover they couldn't go there. Then on Saturday there was another Passover. There was a Sabbath, regular Sabbath. So then on Sunday, the women they went there. So I better, Christians, they don't ask these questions. Why I always bring this up? Because I try to make, why don't you ask questions? Like, is it that everything somebody tells you, like you just believe it? Because that's the same way they came to our place. We didn't ask questions. We just, change, switch to another God. We didn't ask questions. And it's the same thing happening to Africa. like Japan, Christianity, whatever, they came to Japan. Japan asked questions and they, said no, maybe they chose whatever they wanted to choose and they concentrated on their thing. But we took everything, hook, line, and sinker. That's their problem.
All right, thank you, Oti. Oti, I'll come to you next. But Mr. James, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I want to agree with Mr. Ojika because
Okija.
We are concentrating on the Bible. The Bible is not the only religious book anyway. In the Bible, we are told that God created the world in 6 days. On the 7th day, he rested. And Almighty God could not rest. The old man was tired. That's why he rested. So God is not Almighty. You see the point I'm making? And another point, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. It means that, the heavens is the home of God. The earth belongs to we humans. If he created the heavens and the earth from the beginning, it means that God was unaccommodated. God was homeless before he created the heavens. Where was he residing? We were not told. And some time ago, I was joking with Mr. Chin long ago. Assuming as a friend, he lied against me to face a firing squad for a robbery I did not commit. Having been executed, he now... Excuse me. He now possessed my wife. In his lifetime, he gave his life to Christ and he went to heaven. When we meet in heaven, how are we going to relate with each other there? You see, these are contradictions we need to resolve carefully before we believe whatever we believe. Anyway, God is the creation of man. And was it Anaxagoras or so said, man is the measure of all things. We are the one to decide what exists or does not exist. Thank you.
James, let me correct something that you said quickly. When the scripture talks about the earth being formless, it's not, if you go, you can only understand it when you go to the Hebrew. That word is tohu bohu or tohu wabohu. It does not speak of the earth. That's your literal understanding of it. That's why you have to go deep to understand it. So you need to check, hold on. You need to check the meaning of tohu bohu for you to understand what that verse is saying. It doesn't mean that it was formless. That's a literal understanding. That's a literal understanding of it.
2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16 says,
no, just check.
Excuse me. The Bible is written for man.
We are here to learn. We are here to learn. I am telling you that the Hebrew word for the root, the Genesis was written in Hebrew. So if you want to understand the meaning, you go to the root. And I'm telling you that that word in Hebrew, translated the way you have just, what you just said, the word formless and void that you just talked about, is tohu wabohu or tohu bohu. And what it means is different from what you're interpreting, because you don't have the background understanding. That's why you're saying what you're saying. The second thing I want to say is that hold on. The second thing I want to say is that your dad was a native doctor, and as a native doctor, he was consulting. Hold on now. Let me say something.
Excuse me. My father was never a native doctor. He was very, very close to them. They solved his problems for him, but he was not a practicing native doctor. But he was patronizing them.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I'm sorry about that. But so let me revert back to what I said. If you want to understand what that Genesis is saying, that you talked about Genesis 1 verses 1 to 2, you need to go to the Hebrew, and then you would see the translation of what that thing means. It doesn't mean that it was literary understanding of the word void and formless. That's the English translation. But your understanding of it is wrong.
You mean the English Bible is lying to us? Because
I'm telling you, can you go to the Hebrew? Hold on now. Can you go to the Hebrew so you can understand it? Tohu wabohu means that there was chaos, there was anarchy. And if you go there, you read it, you understand what he's talking about.
Thank
The Bible I read said that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. It means God.
Sorry, James. We don't want to hobu on this platform. We want to go to Oti to give us his viewpoint.
Well, I just want to say thank you, Tony, for that. Thank you. You cannot understand the Bible without knowing Hebrew. Please
Yeah,
go.
I've had that. I had that too. Tony also is. I think Tony, if I'm right, you were once in the seminary. So, I think you can give us a little.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Okay. Oti, go ahead.
Oti will give more enlightenment. Thank you.
Yeah. Oti, you're muted.
Tony, so you're in seminary. You commit with that now. What do you do? We'll go discuss later. We'll go discuss our secret between you and you.
No problem, my brother. Thank you.
Yes, you guys have said many things, and I'll try and be fast because we don't have all the time in the world. Look, it's gonna be. I'll speak broadly. I'll speak broadly. I'm not a scholar of scripture or anything. I think our problem is this. It's not religion, because you guys have talked about the problem of Africa. It's not religion. It is ignorance, and sometimes even half knowledge could be worse than ignorance. Now, because you find in the Bible that is only a fool that says that there's no God. And I think that statement is correct. Now, first of all, as human beings, that we believe, we think, we reason, we are rational. If you don't even admit the limit of your rationality, that means you have a big problem. Because you can't, with your reasoning, you can't explain or analyze how you came to this world, for a start. So the existence, that something exists, existence, you can't explain that. You don't know where you're coming from. You don't know where you're going. So reasoning, rationality has a limit, and at least you have to admit that, that up to that point. Now, why do I say that our problem is ignorance? And it's not religion as such. If you're religious people, I think it's quite right again to say that all religions have problems, and the problem in religion is this: is the fundamentalism. And some of us here, have that problem, or at least maybe tending towards that, this kind of extremist view, and the belief that the Bible can be read and understood literally. It's not a history book. The Genesis is not a history book. So reading it and then, so this is how God created the world. You must be a fool to think that's what is a historical account of the creation of the world. Again, the Bible is not a book. It is books. And then this brings me to people like KJ that they talk about Catholic Church and this, that. Now, KJ, I don't know the church you go to. What is a church to start with? Now, I was surprised that you don't even know how, the denominations, how it came about. It is not because of the apostles, they went, to different parts of the world and then started, preaching, evangelizing, and founding churches. No, it's not. That's what the Reformation. Jim, of course, has referenced it. Yes, Reformation. Martin Luther, Calvin, and then in England, Henry VIII wanted to take divorce and then marry. The church, couldn't give him that license, so he, that's how the Church of England came about. Yes, in other words, from the beginning, we had a church. Okay, and again, the question: what is a church? So we forget that Jesus Christ didn't found any church. So, and that is that question: what is a church? How did it come about? And therefore, you really can't do away with a tradition or liturgy. Okay, the church is a human association, is an organization. Okay, and therefore, that's where the element of tradition comes in, and practice and rituals and all these things. God doesn't have to come and ordain it, right? Again, And what is this Christianity we're talking about? Without Greek philosophy, without Roman law, there's no Christianity. So Christianity is not like a kind of something that is pure and from God brought to the earth, and give to us. No. So you have to have theology, which is like the doctrine, and then interpretation and revelation, and and the philosophizing, human reason. So in application of reason, it's not. That is the way you approach it. And then when we talk about this, the church and the other churches. So when the church without okay, no, look, I don't want to can be, I don't want to criticize Keja too much. It's not, I'm not just, but this I don't know his church, to what extent his pastor, has read the scripture, the philosophy and the theology, Greek language, Hebrew, and all these things, and the fathers of the church. All right, that's what we're talking about. Now, this thing, for example, Easter we're talking about today. Just ask yourself, when it comes down to it, does it really matter on which day Christ was born or on which day he died? And all this, that is the problem. This literalism, you think that this we have to take this. No, that's not the substance of it. And that's, we have to have approach religion in a way that we have to find the message, the substance. It's not all this. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter which day. Okay, so
yeah, it's very important.
Sorry,
it's very, very important.
Why is it important? Okay, now, excuse me. So, for example, we talk about calendar. This calendar, Gregorian calendar, and all these things. So it changes. It doesn't matter in the end. That's not the story. That's not the message. Okay, hold on. Let me finish. Excuse me. I think it's a trifle. This kind of. Hold on. Listen. Let me finish. Okay. Rudolph also asked an important question. This righteousness. Okay. These are the things that is what talking about, discussing. How do you know who is righteous? What is good? How do you know that? Do we have an objective truth? These are the real questions. It's not whether Christ was born on the 25th of December or the 24th. Okay? So that is the question. And if you think there's no God, tell me. I don't know.
So Bible is color. It's not supposed to be black and white, good and evil.
Nietzsche said, the philosopher Nietzsche said, if there's no God, everything is permitted. And that means without God, without the Almighty, anything is permitted. So what is the foundation of your morality? All right. So these are the serious discussions. So morality, right and wrong, has to be anchored on something objective truth. And without God, or without Christ, and it's for Christians, that is the logo. That is the that is the foundation, the start. Nothing. Morality can be talking about morality. Can be serious about that. Are you with me? Everything is permitted. So this is a serious discussion. It's not all this kind of whether Christ was born on the 25th, whether he died on Easter Sunday. That is, look, you have to have a church, you have to have the ceremony, the liturgy. It's all part of it. You know what I mean? So really, it's a church, a body of Christ, a living organism. So it's all part of it. Otherwise, the whole thing becomes really without the symbols, without the symbolism, without the meaning. Okay. So what are we talking about? So this is the way, and then people think they read the Bible and then they preach and then say that these are that. No, come on, it's just, we're not serious. So the problem is not that we're too religious. We're just ignorant. And okay. So another fundamentalism, before I finish, is it the one forefathers, what he represents? Scientism. Okay, he thinks science is everything. Again, it's ignorance being demonstrated. If when you meet real scientists, people that understand, then they will know the limit of their knowledge and the limit of their reason. They will know that there's something out there, something greater than their intelligence. Okay, so that's all I have to say to it. Quite frankly, I'm not a biblical scholar, but just use common sense. Really, to me, that's what it is.
All right. Thank you, Otsi. Thank you so much for that. Let me say some things before we move on. I want Ovie. I think Ovie is the last person who is here to weigh in on this. KJ was talking. KJ talked about changes that the new Pope has been making. So KJ, don't remind me, but I think people heard you.
Yes. Can I touch on that? Yes, I heard him. No, listen. For a start, the Catholic Church never, kind of considered Mary, like a co-redemptrix. No, it's just, but sometimes some people can be overzealous, but perhaps you needed to clarify that, the Church, the Pope's right encyclical, as I said, people think about this and philosophize. It's not just faith, blind faith or foolish faith. People don't know, no. So, the Pope has not made any fundamental change in the Catholic doctrine. And when you think about it, a church, an organization, an institution that has lasted for 2,000 years, you think they're not things that are doing right. So you think again, and then when you compare that to your church, maybe the pastor and his wife, and maybe a daughter, and so they are the ones that know the truth. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, I don't know, because Oti, I don't know where Oti grew up, because I grew up in Anambra State, and there were so many times, like Virgin Maria will appear in someone's glass at home. The church people, they come and break someone's glasses. They selling their glasses, like window glasses, saying that they have Virgin Maria.
That is insinuation. That is hallucination.
Hold on.
That is hallucination. That's not.
Let me also hold on, guys. Let me also point out that the former Archbishop of Canterbury, Williams, he said in 2009.
Rowan Williams.
Yeah, that the idea of hell, fire as a place where people will go and die. That he said it wasn't what his understanding of it, and that the church will move away from that doctrine, that teaching, that hellfire is a place that you go and die and you are punished. So I say this to say that as we discuss this, someone said, I think it was Chim that was saying that this conversation we're having will continue for the next 2,000 years. As long as they did not destroy this world, people will be debating this. And that, what is the name? Deeper Life, the leader of the Deeper Life, just came out the other day and apologized to his members that he had been deceiving them. Oh, no, okay. He said that he made a mistake, that the doctrines he was teaching, that most of them were not right, that they should forgive him, that now you can watch TV. He thought that it was devils, so many things. It wasn't just about TV. So I'm saying this to say that even though we are discussing this and where transformation is happening as we speak in many of these churches and organizations and religious settings. So let me get Ovie to weigh in. Ovie, you have 4 minutes, and then we move to other things.
Dr. Damedi, how dare you? How dare you avail your platform for people to talk down on my God, the only God there is? Obonoba Erediawa Opolo. That is the only God there is. After that God is money. After money is AGI. Every other God is second. And we are having now, I think one thing stand out for me from the conversation so far, and now I understand why politicians, they use religion, right? Because as far as I'm concerned, it's a political tool. But I think, as far as I think one of the potent criticism of the Bible I've heard so far is from Oti. I'm kind of surprised. Oti said, if you believe that Bible is the collection of history, or that's how God created the world, you must be a fool. And I kind of agree with him more. And he said that Bible is a collection of books. That too, I think I totally agree with him. That stands out for me.
And who put it together? Who collected them? That's a question too, for those who condemn the church.
I mean, to even start with that, I think that's for me, it's a great way to start a different conversation. Anyway, so maybe for me, I think we take ourselves too important as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, the human and every other mammal out there, go to chicken, donkey, cat, whatever, What's the difference between us and them? Billions that came before us, billions will also come after us. Why do you think you are so much important? The only major difference I can tell that is visible to every normal human being is that humans can come together in tens, in thousands, in hundreds, and build something and reason together. Which, if to say lions can actually do that, we will not be alive today. So before the fact that we have that ability and that capacity, make us view the world that we are seeing. Because apart from the oceans and the normal trees and the rocks, every other thing that human being bring it to bear. So you have to also now go back to the days of hunter and gatherers, right? Where human beings just move from one place to another for what? Survival. And in the midst of that, morality, religion, the way of life, rules and regulations were born. Now depends on how long you live in that particular area, maybe based on the geography or based on the survival skill. But knowing that somebody will come and conquer you just to enrich wherever you have already created, or the food that you're able to amass. And those people, they either adopt some of your religions, views and values, or they impose theirs on you. I mean, I think that's the evolution of human, if you want to agree with me, before we begin to evolve into industrialization, agricultural revolution, comes in another, what have you. So the idea that even you have to understand the Bible, you have to understand Hebrew, says it all. Hebrew is not more important than Igbo or English. Today, if the Igbo people conquer the world, they will decide to change everything to Igbo. And people will be saying, if you don't understand Igbo, you will not understand the Bible. So these are just, again, which speak to other aspects of human. We are all storytellers. And that's one virtue human being has. The word that we see today in our story. Ability for us to come together and share that story, bring it to bear. And I think I kind of agree with Tunanja when he said that the whole point of existence today is to find out how life even come to an existence. And if you pay attention closely to those who are in adventure of going to moon, going to other planets, underneath the adventure is to see where they will find out where the origin of life can actually come from. And that's cited from there, or there's a clue. So we are all adventurous human beings, animals, but most importantly, too, we are the most dangerous species on planet Earth. Because now only us, they kill for fun. Other animals kill for survival. We kill for fun. If you see Donald Trump, they describe B-32 as very beautiful. Beautiful to do what? To destroy that fellow human being. So even in the midst of all our adventure, we still don't like ourselves. Because anywhere you go today, you fear your fellow human being. You go to China, if you're Chinese. You go to Nigeria, if you're Nigerians. Maybe where you go, maybe Nigeria snake will bite you, you go die. But every other place, it's very, very like 0 to 0 for any other animal for you to be scared of any other animal other than human being. So it's a very complicated adventure. Instead of us to just learn how to enjoy it we pride ourselves as if we are too important.
So thank you. Thank you, Ovie. We round up this way. I will let somebody speaking for like KJ, between KJ and Chim and OT and Tony, one person will speak for them. The people who do not believe in God, James and Okija, somebody will speak for them.
I don't believe in God too. So
and maybe forefathers, somebody will speak for them in conclusion. But OT, just to point out something, somebody in the comment section said that Jehovah's Witness, they now allow people to blood transfusion, which is a change. It's one of those things that they insisted you shouldn't do, but now their eyes are open and they now allow their members to go through that process. Also, I wanted to ask Oti, not I'm asking, but I want to put it out there. You said when you were talking that, let me find the exact word. You said that in the Bible, it was written that only a fool says there is no God. And this is how I read that line. This is how I read that line. I'm thinking, if I'm writing a Bible today, if I'm writing a book that I want you to believe, okay, I'm not going to give you, I'm not going to say that I want you to believe this. If I'm teaching students and I want them to do this calculus, this differentiation, and the way I taught it, I'm going to tell you this is the only way you can do it, even though I know there are other ways you can do that. So when you say that as a proof, because we are talking about the way you are going, I was thinking that Well, hold on. We are looking at empirical proof, and if you go and use the same book, that is the basis of everything you are, as the proof of that book. I could write a book if I want to develop a religion, and I say I want people to join me. I'm not going to say you can go and worship Ogugu and tomorrow you go and worship Udo. I will say you have to worship this my new religion. So that's not the proof that only that what you just said, that only the fool will say there's no God. It's in that book, and I know why they write it.
No, okay, sorry.
Point of correction about these Rastafarian people. Somebody talk about the Rastafarian. What's in over?
Okay, hold on now. Let him finish.
Yes, hold on. Listen, I mean, it wasn't like a proof, okay? No, but you see, even when you worship other gods, I mean, you can then deny there's no God, right? Of course, you may believe there are gods, all right? So it's not like a kind of a proof, all right? So the believing in God, in the being, existence, that's put it this way, logically, if you believe you are existing, you just have to account for that existence. Where are you coming from? So, in other words, God really is existence itself. I mean, for theologians, okay, God is that's why it's being, okay. That again, the Bible that's where it says, "I am who I am." You know, it's in other words.
Hold on. Do you know how the scientists how they account for that? They account for saying that this is yet to be known. We don't know what it is. Okay, when they
don't know what is. Excuse me. We're talking about no. Hold on. Sorry, Dr. Mitch. We're talking about a being, existence itself. This thing we call existence. All right. So that is in a category of its own.
We know that
so it can't really. It can't.
No, we're talking about God. We're not talking about existence. We know that we're here.
Okay? No, but that's what I'm telling you. The ontologically, God is existence itself.
Wait.
God
what
is.
What the scientists are saying is that we are here. We don't know yet how we got here. We know there was a Big Bang. We don't know how it happened.
What's the Big Bang?
Oh, that's
so even believing in Big Bang, talking about it is even more ludicrous.
You are looking for trouble.
No.
Big Bang.
I'm saying this is how the scientific mind, how they think. This is, and your own mind is saying, and the religious. I go to church. Don't think I don't go to church. Religious mind, they are thinking that that we don't. This is God that made these things because we don't know. They've not said they know, and you can't quote the Bible that said who thinks there is no God.
Let me explain what Oti is trying to say. What he's trying to say is that even to those scientists, what they are missing is that no matter what it is, whatever is responsible for us being here is the maker.
That is the God, the being, existence.
So the idea, I think the problem is that people try to ascribe God to be some kind of white man with a long beard throwing light.
It doesn't have a category. It's beyond categorization.
God is about Benin, okay? God is about Benin.
Doctor, let me add a little to it. This issue has been dealt with, theologically and even philosophically. Early church leaders, theologians have St. Augustine and so on. They've talked about this. And part of the study, if you study, there's an argument or three types of arguments. One is the ontological argument. Another one is the teleological argument, cosmological argument. All of them try to posit the existence of being. If you go deep, there's no time here for us, but one is the argument of design, which we know. And Paul, referring to that argument, in Romans 1:19-20, he said that God has revealed himself through the things that he has created. So no one has any excuse to say that there's no God. If you look at creation, you see that there's a designer. It didn't just come by itself. That's why the Big Bang theory is faulty. I call it hypothesis because it's not a theory, because it doesn't explain the beginning, the origin of things. So,
what science does is this. Science is not saying that we know everything. Today, science can say this, and if they get a different idea and proof, they discard it and move on to a different idea. But religion is saying that we know it now, it's set. So next,
Rudolph,
hold on now, let me finish.
I know, sorry, my brother. I just want to connect you. Continue. There is religion, then there is different faiths. The thing with religion is dogmatic. It's a dogmatic tie. That's what people are fighting all over here. as a Christian, Christianity is not dogmatic. The true Christianity has nothing to do with dogmatism.
No, who told you that? Who told you that? Of course, there's dogma. Come on, what are you talking about? You can't teach. No, it's dogmatic. That's doctrine. What are you talking about?
Hold on. We've spent 2 hours, more than 2 hours, talking about things that are in the Bible. As sure, nobody's disproved. You guys have presented that these Bible words. The only person is Tony. Tony was the only one who said that we don't understand it because we have to go and read Hebrew. But as far as what we can understand, you guys are saying that's what it is. That's what God said. Is it not? And you're saying it's not dogmatic.
No. We're also using our reason. We're interpreting. We're trying to understand. So it's not just we're not just kind of saying this is what is in the Bible and you have to accept it. So we are kind of talking about this is okay. Like Tony has given you just one proof. Okay, in kind of the argument. Okay, for God's existence. There are 2 more. So that is the thing. But there's dogma, right? Now, for example, the Trinity is dogma. I think is a dogma like dogma or doctrine. The Trinity. All Christians believe in that. That God, we have God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. So that is dogma. You have to accept this as a Christian. So we have dogma or doctrine in Christianity, and there are other dogmas as well. So that's the thing. No, but look, it's
where do we put technocracy? Where is technocracy in this conversation?
All right, hold on. Let's say. So we're concluding now. We have to conclude. So, are you speaking for them forefathers? Your people.
You're not hearing me.
Okay, where do we put technocracy? That's a different angle, which is because
okay, go on.
Just let me explain.
Nothing to do with the conversation.
You ask a question. Can I explain?
Is that okay?
It's nothing to do with what we're discussing.
We're talking about.
How do you? Let me explain. Right. The Abrahamic religion promise you life after beyond the clouds, and when you die, you are trying to live the essence of life. That's what the Abrahamic religion promise. Both the Muslim and the Christian religion. Capitalism come and say, no, if you work hard, that life will imagine forever, you live it here. Technocracy is not just... Hold on.
People are having serious conversation here, please.
You are wrong. You are wrong. And that's the assumption people assume, that Christianity promises you to go and live somewhere in heaven, and that's why everything will be done for you. No, that's a wrong premise, okay? Your righteousness is not needed in heaven if you can't be righteous here on earth, because you won't even get to that point. But you see, let us get something very straight, even though it's not what...
Where is your benefit? Is it not in heaven?
No, it's not even here. The Bible says that those who live father and mother for my sake will be what? Will be rewarded here, first here on earth.
The kingdom of God is within you.
Yes.
The kingdom of God is within you.
It's not
even the kingdom where, kingdom of God is within you. So this is...
of a SU of 1976, those days, that we're not that way any longer. We have Christians who are astronauts and the rest. They have gone to higher levels of understanding, and we have those who are...
So what is the purpose of heaven? What's the purpose of heaven? Sorry.
Listen, if you even know a little bit of Christianity, the first
I don't know, that's why they ask. What is the point of heaven?
That's why I'm
saying there's no heaven.
Hold on. The first thing that the first Christian prayer that you are taught is, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. That will be done where? On earth. So
as it is in heaven.
Hold on now. The desire of God, first and foremost, is that you bring down that heavenly vision that God has here.
Thy will be done on earth doesn't mean it's heaven on earth too. I don't know why you...
Are you saying there's no heaven? Are you saying there's no heaven? Is that what you are saying?
My problem with forefather, you seem to think...
You just answered
you see, you discuss me.
You all have been saying stuff. Hold on, let me have my own say to you all.
No, I'm not finished before you jump in, so you can't have the feeling what I'm saying.
You just ascribe things to God that God didn't say at all.
And you begin to say, just to try to twist the whole conversation.
Okay. Hold on, everyone. Let's pause. So
people allow me to get to technocracy before they...
KJ will speak for the Christian side. Forefathers will speak for those who do not believe in anything. Mr. James, What do you want?
That's not fair. There's a Muslim side too. Why would you allow the Muslims speak? So you see how people do.
What of the Rastafarians? What of the Silicon Valley's God? What of the God of? I mean,
you are giving science people who are also Christians, and you have
right.
All right, KJ, go ahead.
But
that's not fair.
Chim, you know, me and you are from the place. We worship a God where we come from. Me and Chim, you can see we, you know, we are those who know where we come from. So anyway, that's by the way. Let me say this. You see, there are many different doctrines. We as Christians do not believe that we are only righteous people on earth. We don't say that. We don't pride ourselves as the only people who know everything. However, we know some things. And some of those things we know, whether you like it or not, are the realities of the times and the season we live in. Now, there are many ways you can interpret the Christian Bible because it's written in English. But remember that that English that is written in and the history that it tells is about a particular people who lived at a particular time. And we still have people of that origin who is their tradition. It's just like talking about Igbos. I'm Igbo, and a white man in Germany is now reading the story of, reading things fall apart. Obviously, if he doesn't get an Igbo person to interpret some of those sayings there, he may not be able to have a comprehensive understanding of what the book is talking about. So, in other words, the history of the Bible is based predicated on the Jewish religion. If you want to understand it more, please, when you get your Bible by the side, go and also get the Hebrew translation of it and put by the side. That way, when you see certain word that seem not to be like aligning, you look at it. What does it really say in the Hebrew writings? That way, you have a better understanding.
Do you know the New Testament was written in Greek? Are you aware of that? And not Hebrew, Greek. Initially.
Okay, whichever one you decide to get. I'm not here.
The New Testament.
You see, Rudolph, I'll say this and I'll hush because this thing can't end here. Before, when I was in primary school, we were told that the universe we have 7 universe, right? We had 7, Abby. Now,
what universe? Are you talking about planets?
Yes, the planetary bodies.
Okay.
Are 7 of them, right?
No, it wasn't 7. It was never 7. It was 9, I believe.
Okay, it was 9.
They decommissioned one recently.
Hold on, it was 9. But now we have more that the astronauts can't even tell you how many they are. There are over 2,000 out there. That is even better than the Earth.
No. You're mixing a lot of things. But go ahead with your talk.
Okay, so tell me what am I mixing?
Talking about planets. There were 9 planets, and one was decommissioned recently.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
They found but
why was it decommissioned?
Well, they found out it was just a ball of gas, that it wasn't really a body, because they have more scientific. They can.
How did they discover that before and then undiscover it a second time?
No. Initially, they used the telescope to see these things, but now they send out things out there. Like
that is the same way that one day they discover that they have been making mistakes about God, and then they will change their mind. And some of you who are here arguing will probably not even be here to be able to.
Because they won't make heaven after all at that time.
So for me, I chose the path, and if I were you, I'll be a wise man. I choose the path that when I finally leave this earth, if Jesus doesn't come, but I believe that I'm one of those who will meet him when he's coming here. If I leave, I will have not lost anything. I will still be with him. But if I leave and he's not there, I will have lived a good life. At least forefather, when he remembers me, he will say, KJ was a nice guy, But for now, why do I want to take that chance of where I'm supposed to be when I know that eventually there's no returning from it? I leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. I will let, I see Master is back with us. I think he will speak for the Muslims, and then Mr. James will speak for those who, James, hold on, let me hear from forefathers.
I have to speak for the technology, the techno-religion.
No, I'm speaking
whether I like it or not.
You have to speak for Rastafari.
Okija people, maybe.
We have the same thing.
Go ahead, forefathers. Forefathers, go ahead.
I get to leverage.
I actually believe in the creator, that there's a creator out there, because I didn't create myself. Even if I did, it makes me the creator. So that is something that even a scientist cannot disprove. And in terms of belief, I actually believe in life, and I believe in the greater good. And I think that's the basis of all morality, really. And if you understand that, then all religions make sense because it cuts through all religions. And the idea that we ascribe specific traits to God, and that is a mistake, because you can see when KJ was reading about even the basic prayer, he ascribed certain traits to what he was reading that wasn't there. That the will of God will be done on earth. Jesus Christ himself said he will bring a sword that would divide families, and you ascribe paradise to what you read when it never stated that. That is the problem with human beings. We are flawed.
Can you explain how it doesn't say that? You don't just gloss over it. What do you mean by the will of God
be done on earth as it is in heaven? Doesn't mean the will on earth is the same as the one in heaven.
You understand
that his will will be done.
You are praying. You are asking. Your premise is that you are asking. What prayer is
but
asking.
Do you know what you're asking for? Because that's not specific.
Wow. Let me say it in Igbo. What's your language? Because it don't seem to be understanding what they are saying there.
KJ, let him finish. KJ, let him finish.
What are you saying now?
You understand the concept of word precision? If I tell you that do unto me what you do in your house, and do what you want to do to me, what you did in my house, it doesn't mean in my own house is going to be the same thing you decide to do. If you say do the same to me as you have in heaven and do it here, but you say do your will, that will can change. You understand that concept? The will I want to inflict on my own, you want to inflict on me is different from the one you want to inflict on your own house. It's different. So you have to understand what you are reading. What precision matters. So in terms of the way people believe in religions, the problem with religion is that they put governance, psychology, something that is unknown, and even science as part of it. What the Europeans did was they started having problems when scientists would discover certain things that clearly contradicts what the church is saying, and the church would burn them at the cross or put them in a life imprisonment, house arrest, like Galileo that discovered that the earth was traveling around the sun. That is how the Illuminati movement started. How do you think it started? Illuminati means the people that actually can see. They are illuminated ones. They can actually see the world for what it truly is. If Adam came into this world, one of the first things he has to do is he has to know what truth is. If you look at the ground, he will see it's brown. If you look at the sky, he will see it's blue. But what our people do today is, if somebody tells them 2,000 years ago that the sky is blue, they will not go outside and check whether the sky is blue. They will just pretend and say that person that told them 2,000 years ago is correct. You don't understand that you are in the same world that they are in. You are supposed to interpret it better because you have a kind of repository of knowledge that you are supposed to learn from. That is the whole purpose of life. If you don't question anything, if you don't try to know what it truly is in the world itself, which is actually which is interesting, which is part of the creation itself, I think you are walking in darkness, because I could decide that I'm God, or I could decide that, you know what, I'm the son of God. You have to believe in me. Why shouldn't you believe in me? Why shouldn't you? I could fake these miracles for you to believe, like some religions believe today. Because they are not big doesn't mean some people don't believe in them. Because the reason why you have to be rational about it, because there has to be a way of ascertaining what is true. Otherwise, human beings are walking in darkness. How can you not know what is true from what is false? If you cannot prove it, if you cannot verify it, if you cannot scale it up,
I have a problem.
Forefathers. That's why I told you that Christianity is not only revelation, not only the revealed truth or the Hebrew scripture. We have philosophy, Greek philosophy, and of course the Roman law. That's how Christianity came about. Okay, Christianity, it had to be. It's not just something that came down from heaven. Human beings had to reason. Okay,
philosophy is the basis of scientific method, because what's
Emmanuel Kant? Sorry, excuse me. Sorry. So you mean there's no philosophy in theology? Is that what you say?
No, there's
knowledge of God. So I'm telling you, Christianity. Listen, I'm telling you, Christianity is not only about revelation, not only about revealed truth. People think about these things, right? Intelligent people, knowledgeable people. Okay, so that is and all this.
There's philosophy in religion, but it's because it's under religion. There are certain areas they are not allowed to go into.
No. Who told you? How do you know that? How do you know that? Who told you that?
Why are you just assuming things?
Let me explain now. Let me explain. because most of the fathers of this in modern this in scientific method and even the so-called Illuminati, they all came out of the church, and the church didn't like it when they were doing it because
How
they
you
were
do that?
basically saying,
Sorry,
"How do you know?"
have you heard about St.
Immanuel
Augustine?
Kant came
Have
from
you
a Christian family. He decided to say, okay, how do we know what is true from what is false? What is based on experience and what is based on actual empirical evidence? What is based on what you came up with?
Excuse me. Immanuel Kant was just doing philosophy, right? Yes, moral. Yes, Immanuel Kant. Okay, but we're talking about theologians. Okay, right? And even before Kant, you have to go back to St. Augustine, St. Thomas Aquinas. I mean, these people. Even today, our philosophy, our law is based on their. You can't do without Thomas Aquinas.
Most of those people, they argued for morality and
Doctors
certain
of the
aspects
church.
of
Sorry.
life. People have different aspects of definition of what is moral and what is not. What Kant was doing was to try to ascertain what is true from what is not. And so far, after his time, you can see the progress humanity has made. It has been exponential. We are talking, I'm here in London and you are in America. We are talking based on the truths that he established, based on the fact that you have to have evidence for your truth. Anybody can just make stuff up in science. Everybody will question you, demand evidence. But in religion, you still take it by belief. Just believe that Jesus Christ arose from the dead. What kind of stuff is that? Raise somebody today from the dead then?
No, for us, yes. Talking about enlightenment, have you heard about this the critical theorists? Actually, I mean, I'm talking about Adorno, Horkheimer, that actually challenged the Enlightenment project. Because what did Enlightenment produce in the end? So you think about it's all about knowledge and rationality. So with all the knowledge of the Germans, we had the Nazis, right? So look, so this is not as simple as that. When you think
different from what is
true,
no.
But you see, look, you are talking about enlightenment, knowledge, and therefore
you're mixing too many different areas up of philosophy.
No. I'm just telling you the limit of human knowledge, the limit of human rationality, right? So that's why I'm pointing to you that even this rationality, the project of enlightenment has got its limits. It's caused problems. So without God, the knowledge of God, human beings
better than it. Give me something that is better than that we have. Any tool that is better than that, I will go for it. Give me anything that is better way of ascertaining what is true and what is false.
Listen. So what I'm telling you is that we have to have the knowledge in science, scientific method, but equally revelation. In other words, reverence for the truth, for the supreme being, right? So that is the thing. The intelligence beyond our own. We have to be able to.
Oti, can you send me a phone number? We have to arrange a debate.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Even though I hate to debate, because you see, most people assume what is not there, and they don't want to hear you who have an empirical evidence or giving them dates and places where they can go find information. They won't want to go look for it. They want to believe.
That's why it's going to be an arranged debate. They will give you time to talk.
We're going to have a debate. Hold on, let me
have to demonstrate that somebody can rise from the dead.
Yeah, hold on, everybody. I'm getting a message from Tope that he will. Oh no, Tope is saying that she will speak for followers of Indaboski. Okay, go ahead, Mr. James.
Please let me just quickly make 3 points, very quickly.
Yeah.
The problem we are running into is interpretation. The holy books, or in quote, are giving us rules and regulations we have to follow in our respective religions. The way we interpret these instructions is what is causing problems. Now, for example, 2 chapters in the Old Testament are perfectly identical. Isaiah chapter 37 and 2 Kings chapter 19. If you read these 2 books, they are perfectly identical. And 2 Timothy chapter 3 verse 16 told us that the Bible is inspired by God. How can God inspire 2 people in 2 different generations to produce 2 different works with perfectly identical words, punctuation, and everything? That is one thing we should take note of. Then secondly, in the Holy Quran, there's a verse, I cannot remember because it's long ago I read it, which says that if you are a Christian, Muslim, or a Serbian, provided you walk in righteousness, you will get your reward. Get the point? Now, if the Quran is saying that if you're a Muslim, Christian, or a Serbian, if you walk in righteousness, you get your reward. Why are we fighting? If there's only one God, which we all, those who believe in the existence of only one God, there must be one religion that is acceptable to him. That God cannot accept more than one religion. And which is that religion? That is the quarrel we are, rocking the entire world today. And lastly, the interpretation we are giving to the Bible, it could be literal, it could be spiritual, whatever it is. I'm a physical man, I'm not a spirit. So the way I interpret it is up to me. For example, now let's say this is the world. We believe that the world is circular in shape. This is an object representing a human being. If I ask this object a human being, where is heaven? He will say heaven is above. To him, the above is this direction, whereas this other side is below. In 12 hours' time, the earth will rotate. When the earth rotates, if you ask him where is heaven, that place that was below is now above. That place that was above is now below. So how can heaven be above and below at the same time? We in Africa, let's say we are here, the Pacific Ocean people, they are here. Our heaven and their heaven, they are not the same. When it rotates, their heaven becomes our heaven, and so it's so confusing.
All right.
The point I'm making. Lastly, the Bible says, if you look at a woman lustfully, you've committed adultery with her in your heart. A woman, that's what the Bible says. If I look at my wife lustfully, have I committed adultery in my heart? Because she's a woman.
No.
No, why no? Is she not a woman?
No, you are being a bit...
No. That is my interpretation. You see,
all right.
It all boils down to interpretations.
Thank you.
The point is this: God does not exist. Man is the measure of all things. The fear of God is the death of wisdom. This is just what I believe. For man to progress, we just need to investigate the nature and causes of all things. At the beginning of last century, if you talk about brain surgery, people will laugh at you. How can you open your human brain and work on it? It's not possible. If you talk of heart transplant, they tell you it's not possible. Kidney transplant, organ transplant in general, they'll say it's not possible. But today, these things are possible because men sat down to work out the modalities.
All right.
Even death, according to, I think, Revelation, I can't remember the exact 20-something, said that death will be conquered. But if you ask Christians today if death will be conquered, they say they are in doubt. So anyway, the point I'm making...
You are over-assuming. You are doing philosophy calls it a law of fallacy. You are assuming so many things that are not right. The Christians around you. No, I will not allow this to fly. The Christians around you may not know. It doesn't mean that the whole Christians don't know. We know that death will be the last thing to be defeated. People have been defeating death, even as me and you are living. What are you saying?
Okay. Death can be conquered scientifically, not through religion.
All right.
Not through religion,
James. Thank you, James.
Scientifically, death can be conquered.
Thank you, James.
I believe that. It might not be in my lifetime. Just like brain surgery is not possible, death can be conquered. As long as man continues to exist. Anyway,
thank you, James.
Thank you.
Thank you. KJ, thank you. Before I call Master, let me point out there's a comment on the comment section where Pansat was saying, Rudolph, can you stop non-believers from speaking about the Lord on Easter? You know what crossed my mind? When there is a school shooting in America, the first thing that gun lobbyists, gun people will say is, this is not a time to talk about gun control. And then nobody will talk about gun control until another school shooting. And they will say, oh, this is not the time to talk about. So why are you afraid of people speaking about your Lord?
No, don't worry. We're not concerned. You can.
No, you.
I'm just speaking on you.
You wanted to chew me raw, but go ahead.
Yes, let's talk about it.
So I'm just saying that the Pansat and people that think that way. Okay, Master, speak for the Muslims. You are muted, Master. If you are, we can hear you.
All right, thank you, co-fathers. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. But so, what am I supposed to speak?
I don't know. That's why I don't know what you want Master to say. You want in trouble?
No.
There's no trouble now. No, Allah.
Yeah.
I'm a free man. at least I will speak for myself. I hear when Chim speaks for Christianity, I wonder when did he become a...
I don't speak for Christianity, please.
You
The God
speak
I,
for Christianity.
the God I worship fights for himself. I don't fight for him.
It's not fight, and nobody said fight. The word
I
fight
know.
and fight, they
It's
are two
all part of
different
it
things.
now. But I asked now. Are you sure Massacre is a Muslim? Are you even sure?
It doesn't matter. Now, even there are Christians that were. I'm sure Mr. James was a Christian at some point. Today he's not.
Who told you that?
Okay. Anyway, Mr. Rudolph.
I was never a Christian.
I always like guidance, so guide me so I can know what to talk about.
Rounding up on this topic, we want everybody that spoke from a different perspective to weigh in, have opportunity to round up based on what they had. So maybe there's something you had.
Based on what I had,
Yeah,
I think for me, I will still go back to forefathers. And who was it also that was talking? So the real issue I see that most of us are dealing with is because knowledge itself, if you take knowledge as a word, as a concept, it in itself is deep and diverse. And I think it's OT. Yeah, where's OT? Because he's the one who was touching on some of the things that I think people are missing. So my perspective is very simple. Okay. Life is a journey, along with every other thing, including knowledge. All these people that today are thinking that, oh, because science is like this, is like that, and therefore, I need to see evidence. In itself, I think it's an immature position in life. There are things that you will never see evidence. There are things that, for instance, there are a lot of, even science, the bulk of science is abstract. It's something, when they say quantum physics, there's nothing you can hold, you can see as evidence as physical. You can only assume and agree that, okay, this is a universal truth. Simply because 100 out of 100, if you try it, it will come back to the same thing. But there's no physical evidence. For instance, if I say 1 + 1 is equals to 2, what's the evidence? There's nothing physical about it. One is not, it's not a physical quantum. It's an abstract concept. So I think a lot of people ride the horse of half knowledge and therefore decide, okay, I'm going home on this horse. I think that the best position, given the history of even knowledge itself, so many discoveries every day. The man who discovered this, what is this? There's this thing that I think it's quantum physics. There's so much knowledge every day. Somebody discovers something that sometimes it adds up to what other people know. Sometimes it completely disputes what you all believe in at some point. So I believe that even if you are a scientific person, you should come to life, come to knowledge, come to understanding with some sort of trepidation. And that is where, for me, religion is very, very important. Because all that I've seen in life is that it's a spectrum. There's a spectrum of physicality. And after physicality, there's still going to be life. There's still going to be life. And when physicality, because everything that is physical has a finite ending. So after that physicality, then what? Then what? Like KJ was saying, okay, so you look at the evidence today, you think, oh, maybe this God doesn't exist. But you know you are going to die. And there's a part that after that death, you don't know what it is. So how do you deal with that? If science is what we will take as religion, at least then there shouldn't be any experiment again. That means science must have matured. It has come to a point where we have discovered everything that we need to discover. At that point, maybe somebody like me then can say, okay, look, maybe then there is no go. But today, people are discovering, and even the science we are talking about, for God's sake, science has never discovered, has never invented anything. Science can only discover. It can only discover the laws of nature. So I don't think there should be so much argument between religion and science and people asking for evidence. I think it's KJ also that mentioned when you are going to drink Coke. When you are going to drink Coke, there's a lot of things we do with faith. We are human beings, and when you say you are a human being, your brain is not just physical. There's an aspect of it that is emotional. You can't base it on physicality. A lot of people you don't like, you just don't like them. If they ask you to give evidence why you don't like, for instance, why forefathers, no, who doesn't like who here? Let me see. Okay. For instance, okay, this is a very more amiable panel.
Ovie. I don't like you to be Almajiri.
Amiable panel. I know that. Okay, fantastic. Look, if you want to kill Tony now to tell you why he doesn't like forefathers, he may give you what in psychology they will call heuristics. He will create a reason, thinking that this is why. But if you solve that problem, you will still hate forefathers. Well, not hate. You will still dislike forefathers. So I think that the argument should not be too conclusive.
I don't dislike forefathers, so I don't dislike him. I just don't agree with some of the things he says. I don't dislike him.
You dislike this forefather. Now you know. Now you might know. You know. Let's be speaking the truth.
You are not in my mind. You can't speak my mind. I don't dislike him. I'm telling you, I'm speaking my mind now. Unless you are a clairvoyant, I don't dislike him. I don't agree with some of his points. And I have defended him on this panel.
Okay, so you disagree with forefathers. Let's put it that way. Let's agree that you disagree with forefathers. But the point I think I am going to stand on is that through life, every day you should leave room for discovery. Just like KJ, you might just be shocked when you die. Jesus Christ,
not like KJ, it's like Rudolph, more like we're all Rudolph's guinea pigs. He brings us here every Sunday and Saturday.
No. I don't see much. No, honestly, I think, and that's why I respect Mr. Rudolph a lot, because these are the kind of conversations we should have. It makes you grow bigger, and it makes your life a bit richer. Because every day, at the end of the day, we'll go home and be asking ourselves questions. It's not the argument we have here. It's the question we'll go back and ask ourselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Masker. I'll give
Can I briefly respond to the point he made?
Just 1 minute for Chris.
Hold on. The Rastafarians are not happy.
Yes, sorry. There's one aspect of this religion, that we, as a culture, that actually affects us, the legal process in the society, because if you look at the Christianity or these foreign religions, how they have actually affected our legal processes in the society and has caused confusion in the society as a result of not following our own cultural morals, compass, So that's aspect that I actually think that we should think about, because for me.
Can you give us an example, please? Because something is.
Can I just respond to what Masker said?
Okay, hold on, Chris.
Come now, why are you guys taking my time?
No, I didn't call you over there. Hold on first. Okay, go ahead, forefathers.
Yeah, thank you. I think when he said something about when we cannot have evidence in science, when science doesn't have evidence, they actually make it clear the limitations of what they can prove and what they cannot prove. The ones they can prove, they will let you know that this is what is it, and they will keep searching, which is the purpose of life to an extent. They'll keep searching for the truth. And in terms of abstract thoughts like 1 and 2 or 10, whatever number, we know they exist, because if you translate that concept to the real world, it becomes real in the real world. If you say, because you're not contextualizing it, and I find that a lot of people struggle with this, even in the West. You find that they struggle with bringing abstract into reality when we do it naturally all the time. We don't seem to understand that this is what is happening. We bring abstract into reality, because if the abstract doesn't make sense, it cannot manifest itself in reality. You see what I mean? So those numbers.
Okay, sorry, forefather. So did you hear the word used, make sense? Did you hear that statement you just uttered, make sense? You used that word, make sense.
In what sense?
No, you just said it now, that it makes sense.
Makes sense. It wouldn't make sense, because if abstract doesn't make sense in the real world, in other words, you cannot.
You see what the point I make? You have moved position now. Because
I'm
now
not
you
moved
come
position.
to
You
a
just
point
chose
of
one word.
making sense.
Give me the context that I said that makes sense. Then I will understand you, because it's important that you contextualize what you are saying. This is my point. That
You
makes
said
sense.
if
What was I
somebody
saying?
let me put the context. You said if somebody takes an abstract concept and he brings it to real life, and if that doesn't make sense, that's the context.
Yes.
So
It
this is
won't
my
work in the real world. That is the point. Because if
yeah.
it doesn't, it fails, then that
Look,
abstract concept doesn't make sense.
I totally agree with that argument, but the end part of that argument, therefore, is that life does not stop at making just proofs and evidence. It is more to
No,
do
it
also with
actually
making
does,
sense.
because it
No,
actually,
no, no,
that's my
because
point. The reality, sorry, let me finish the point. It makes sense because reality confirms what you have in your head. Otherwise, anybody can make stuff up and tell you, oh, this is true in their head. You know, schizophrenics, they see things, they hear voices in their head. If they tell you that is true, would you believe that is true? Because it has to make sense in reality.
At least these guys have,
fathers, I will go back to your point, because you said if it makes sense.
Now it's about spoken
If
law,
you
it's
say
not about the
something that
knowledge anymore.
doesn't make if you say something that doesn't make sense to me, forefathers, I totally agree with you. I think people should jettison it until it makes sense. But my argument is that if things make sense, I think it's okay for people to believe in it, even if they can't find solid evidence, even if at that point there's no proof. The reason why science in itself is science today, and I've gone to where it is because a lot of the people look at things and think, oh, I have this hypothesis. At that point, there's no proof, there's no evidence, but it makes a lot of sense for them. So they push, they believe in what they believe, and they push. This is the bottom line of my argument, that even if I can't see God now, even if I can't see God now,
Dr. Rudolph,
it makes sense to me.
Hold on.
It makes sense to me. The argument about God has made sense to me. I'm willing to push it, like AJ said. I'm willing to push it and carry it to that part of death, which we all will go to. And let me take it off
Even
from there.
if there is no evidence, even if the rationale behind it doesn't have any merit in the real world.
Sorry, we have to end it here.
Well, I rest my case here.
Thank you, Master. Chris, you were saying something, but let me hear Mazopara first before you continue.
Okay.
Yeah, because the discussion is now about science and faith or religion. At least I can see at least 10 prominent scientists that also were committed religious people. For example, Francis Collins, former director of Human Project, who moved from atheism to Christianity. Max Planck, Charles Towens, Isaac Newton, Werner Heisenberg, John Lennox, Michael Farad, Johannes Kepler, Galileo. Everybody knows about Galileo. Robert Bohr. All these people are top scientists.
If you know there, that list no complete.
Over here, you are there. Okay, the oracle of Edo State, of Benin City. No, what I'm telling you is, you might be atheist or a scientist, but you don't believe on this thing. But there are top scientists also who believe in Christianity or in Islam. Don't make it that science has nothing to do with faith. No, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, Chris, round up. We have to go. We have to take a break. Our guest will be here.
Yeah, what I was trying to say is that religion, is really a moral. Is a moral. People take it as moral compass, right? And they said man-made laws rise from canon laws, and these laws, as we have seen them, derive from this foreign culture, foreign religious. Is what actually is inhibiting us in our quest for development in Africa. So it might be a good thing if we revert back to our own moral laws, to find our legal system, to develop our jurisprudence and our constitutions. So that's what I'm thinking. It should be what we should be worried or should be thinking about.
Thank you, Chris. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. What I just wanted to ask, I'm not disagreeing with Chris, but I want to remind Chris about two things. First of all, in Aruchukwude, we had a god called Ibinu Okpabi. And Ibinu Okpabi, those who know the history of Ibinu Okpabi, they will tell you that the god has said that he needs Rudolph. Rudolph is tall, that he needs Rudolph for a sacrifice. They'll be looking for people who are tall, and Rudolph will be brought. And Rudolph will go through a particular door, and they will push him through that door. That was justice to the gods. And Rudolph will find himself in the plantation in Jamaica. Please, how do we go back to that one? Then the other one is this. This is our fantastic religion that we always think did not have a fault. And this white man just came and bulldozed it. Told us that Kainde and Taiwo were a cause. And the moment a woman has Taiwo and Kainde in her stomach, they will kill them. Until somebody came and said, no, that was not right. Unless people are telling me it didn't happen, because the people it happened in their vicinity admit it happened. And they struggled and resisted it for many years. When somebody is born and they see him as an albino, he's doing his head like this. And I know, I'm not trying to mess around with them. They said those children were cursed. And somebody had to go through re-engineering and changing these things. The funny thing is we don't pause sometimes to say, listen, there were certain areas as our forefathers were going that was not right. Perhaps somebody came and knocked their head a little bit and corrected something. I'm not saying the imperialist was 100% correct, no. But when we do some of these things, let's strike a balance, for goodness sake. So, Chris, which law exactly are you asking me to go back to?
Okay. Let me say this. First of all,
this is another conversation, Chris.
There's no religion that hasn't got a bad aspect of it.
I'm not asking you to answer. I want you to go home and think. Don't answer now. Go and think.
Okay. But what I'm trying to say is simple. If we follow our own tradition, our own culture to develop our own legal system, it will be much better. People will better adhere to it than the one we have developed from the foreign culture. That's what I'm trying to
you move on. In Yoruba land, when a king wants something, the king is the authority. He does what they call besele. You know what besele means? If the king places his leg on something, he collects it. If the king points at that fine girl that is next to Rudolph, he collects it.
Because
is that the justice you want me to go back to?
Whether she wants or not. If you dance, go and read
that's how I can think about some of the things we say sometimes. Don't answer me now. Just go back and reflect.
Works for the Yorubas. It doesn't work in Igbo land. So that is what I'm trying to say.
Who told you? If I search now, I'll bring it out.
All right.
No.
It doesn't work in Igbo land.
Hold on, Chris.
Hold
on, Chris.
Wait
now. I can give you, Chris. I can give you one. My grandmother, my maternal grandmother was a very beautiful woman. Married to the husband, and some other person came, he saw her, and he used you to take her to be his wife.
Yeah, and then you are telling me about this one because you didn't read about David and the Uriah's wife.
No, I wanted to
tell you. Bible.
I wanted to tell you what
Come on. What are you talking about? You are telling me this because you didn't read about David and Uriah's wife.
Listen, you asked for example. Now I give you example. No. You asked for example. I gave you example. So you should be satisfied.
No.
Can you hear me?
All right. Thank you, everybody. Okay. What do you just we're around final word, 10 minutes, 10 seconds.
Just as I said that religions are political parties. But unlike the Christian and the Muslim and other religions that were co-opted by ruling class to maintain power, or to grab power, Rastafarian was actually born from the opposite. It was born from the struggles of Black people in Jamaica in the 30s, especially the working class. What they do was to tap into that religion, which already speaks to humanity and values and all that. Just like what the likes of Martin Luther King do, using the Black church in America to mobilize their movement, etc. So That was what that pretty much underpinned what Rastafarians people about and what they are going through. Now, the Haile Gebre Selassie aspect of it is a Ras. Ras is actually a name of royal families in Ethiopia. After Haile Gebre Selassie overthrew his nephew, the British people actually had to support him. This was in the 1930s, right? 10 years later was the Second World War. So even the fact that Ethiopia is the only country that was not quote unquote colonized, but there's still very much Western influence, British influence within their governing cycle. In fact, one way argue that if you look at the way the Iranian built the system of their government that had layers now, was actually the carbon copy of what the Haile Gebre Selassie father did in order to protect themselves from the Western encroachment. Now, as when in the 30s, when Haile Gebre Selassie became the king of that of Ethiopia, the Jamaican people, for the very first time, they saw an African can actually not just a leader of a territory, a soldier, but actually who control a territory for himself. So they see him as a savior, as a messiah that they can actually look up to come and liberate them from their own struggle from the Western oppression. So the idea of Babylon actually is planted in the Bible. Babylon refers to a place where just like the slavery of those days, where black people went to suffer and all that kind of thing. So they did everything to stand against those kind of oppressions, which actually informed the idea of I and I, right? Instead of you and I, another I and I, including the person that is listening to this message, including God out there, we are one. There's nothing like hierarchy in human existence. The idea of capitalism should be rejected. So that's exactly what other religion also represent. If you go into it, they're all born out of human struggle and desire to survive and struggle. So that's what Rastafarian also represent. Not saying that, and the idea that we they kill our twins before Iboma can't tell us smoke will stop. I just don't understand, man. Like, does that even make sense? Talking about making sense. Say we will they kill our children before somebody will tell us smoke will stop. How does that even make sense in 2026? Anyway.
Right, okay. Thank you. We have to take a break. When we come back, we will touch on two things. One is this tweet by Donald Trump. Piers Morgan responded to it saying, "This is embarrassing. Delete it, President Trump. Unless you want everyone to think you've lost your marbles." I don't think at this point this is what they will be saying to Trump if they really wanted him to change. But we'll talk about this, what it means that the leader of the most powerful nation in the world is acting this way. And also to remind you that they deport people now who criticize Trump, take your green card and deport you. So people should be careful what they say. And at the beginning of this program, I talked about Easter in Nigeria that has been going well. Unfortunately, we had incidents, killings in Benue that happened, I think, few hours ago. The report is coming out, so it wasn't a wonderful Easter for.
And in Kaduna.
Okay, and in Kaduna. Okay. All right, so we'll take a break. When we come back, we will touch on this. Our guest is coming.
It happened in 5 places, Doctor. Today, 5 places.
All right, so we will touch on that. But our guest is coming at 5:30, which is about another 40 minutes. So let's take a break. thank you everybody for staying. We appreciate you. I will now hand it over to KJ to be your host for another 30 minutes. I'll be back. I need to take care of a few things. I'll be back when the guest is here. So KJ, take it from here. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so very much, Dr. Damages. You have finally damaged this topic today. And yes, I want to let Fofana know, say, parade don't change. We're now no longer a slow match. Now, quick match now. So, guard yourself, guard your sword. Okay. All right. So, he has already introduced the topic, which is at the end of the day, we didn't still have a very nice Easter. It didn't work the way we thought. We thought we were going to have a free celebration without any qualms, but that didn't happen. So the question now is, why be so? I will go with Ovie. Okay, hold on. Let me know how let me just try and arrange it so that we can go without anybody feeling that we are trying to leave him behind. Okay. All right. So yeah, Ovie will go in that order. Ovie, Forefather, Chim, Tony, and that way. All right. Sir, you heard what they said, and unfortunately, as at now, the information I got is from Ariko, somewhere in Kaduna local government, Kaduna State, and they say about 8 people confirmed have gone to be with the Lord. What are you feeling disappointed? That's the way I should put it. And what then, if not, why you're not disappointed?
Man, if I want to put my Christian cap on, they've gone to be with the Lord. We should be happy, right? I think just like the argument we were having earlier on, heaven is prescribed to us as a much better place than earth. If you want to build on the conversation we are having. But I mean, when you say what is the cause of the death? I mean,
no, it's not like what the Nigerians die of disease any longer. They die of massacre. Massacre. They were massacred.
So I'm sorry again. Repeat your question again, because
I said they
died of massacre, and what? How do you want me to respond? Not in Nigeria. You just say that, and Nigeria within now is. But my own question is that, thank God, saying, are you the anchor today? You were very enthusiastic and happy about the American coming to save the Christian faith. They've been here for a month with all their supplication of intelligence and gadget and what have you. At least, maybe they tell us that something will happen before it will happen. If not only that one, they feel do.
No, they didn't go there to run your country for you, my brother. Forget that one.
They can't. Okay, people where they kill, are they not? It's not out of religious violence, or not just normal insecurity.
Okay, so I usually don't like to discuss what I don't have enough information on. So I don't know their mission. I don't know why they are there. I don't know where they are.
So we know their. Hold on now. We know their mission at least. If from what even the Nigerian government come out to say that they are in collaboration, they are here to defend the Christian faith. I mean, it's not a conspiracy. I might say something. I mean, I'm not saying something new.
You are moving the goalposts of you. So let's localize what's happening to our people. That's what we're going to discuss.
That's why I asked now. When you say people die, like what is responsible? That's the only way I can conceptualize my response. So that was the reason I was asking what is responsible for that. Is it a normal insecurity? It's a terrorist attack, which is pretty much normal insecurity. If you say a terrorist attack, we are saying the same thing, right? Because hold on.
Why they were having the service? Is it a Catholic church? No. Sorry.
See, we should. I guess
why they're having a church Easter service, and then kills 8 of them and wounded and adopted other people. Nobody knows the exact number of people they adopted right now. I have a video I can't show you. I wanted to show that video. It's a village in States.
KJ, the church was St. Augustine Catholic Church.
St. Augustine, thank you. Now, in Kwara State, there's a whole community which we're going to deal with later. Nobody lives there now. Everybody have run away. The village is. And from the calculation, that's I don't have that, Jonah. I wanted to send it to you. Kaduna State alone have lost over 444 villages, been taken over and ransacked. Now, the question we should be asking ourselves is, do we still have a government?
Yeah, not that way. I think, KJ, we were saying the same thing. We do have a government. And the government has came out to tell us that they are in collaboration with one of the most, in fact, the most powerful security organization on the planet Earth. In fact, human history has ever witnessed, which is the United States of America. Right? I'm not the one just speaking abstract here. This is summarizing what the Nigerian government said. So, and again, the United States responded, not just by action, by supplying drones and food on the ground. So from that, about a month now, will be the same thing has been repeating itself. But let's put that aside. Let's say, okay, the government, or if we want to use our history, because this is not new. That's why when you first asked that question, I was like, a normal thing now. I mean, tomorrow go here again, right? Let's go back to, let's say, 15 years ago, or even less, during Goodluck Jonathan. That is when we Nigerians are get accustomed to kidnapping in mass, targeting villages, bombs, and all that kind of a thing, right? And that's predominantly led to the taking Goodluck out of power. And over the years, the actors who acted behind the scene, from the White House to the lowest NGO on ground, begin to say, come, this is their mission, right? They were responsible, not just logistics, organ planning, financially, coming from the US, the congressman. Now, if we now put that one aside, then they were using soft power. Now, action, kinetic power, they are on the ground. As a Nigerian who seen what that play out in full-fledged, how do you convince me that whatever they were looking for, or whatever they were bargaining for with that process of sponsoring terrorism, is not the same thing that is still taking place? It's going to be very hard to convince an average Nigerian that. So, as a Nigerian, I am kind of sympathetic towards the government, even though I don't really care about them individually, right? I don't care. They're all in bed with whatever that is happening to us. They know, not that they don't know, but because of the war power, some things can be overlooked, some deals can be signed or whatever. But the reality is still that if that is our history, and the relationship is still there, I'm fat. I know it's very hard for me to look past it, and I see the Western world responsible for killing.
Okay, over here, let me go to, I'm sure that you put your thoughts together when I come back, but let me go to forefather. Listen, forefather, the United States made it clear that Nigerian government have asked for assistance, and that assistance have been provided to them. If you judge from what Ovie is saying, are they supposed to provide the assistance, which is in material, and now go ahead to go and look for how to deal with it? Or should they take over the operation from the Nigerian forces? And if the Nigerian forces have these materials, why has it not been deployed?
It's a very interesting question, because the very basis of the question is flawed, because America has never, they've been in Syria for over a decade, they've never defeated terrorism. The idea that they're going to come here and solve it, they will actually come here and compromise us even more. Whether they are the ones funding it or not, they will use it as a way to get into our systems and compromise us as much as they can, because that's what nations do. If you allow other nations to come and help you sort your mess out, this type of stuff is divine. It's something that God gave you as a man. They gave you responsibility to your own people. If you bring other people to come and take care of it for you, you pay. Even Machiavelli know that. The art of war, they knew these things. But we keep doing this, and I've said it before, until some of the things I've recommended gets done, we are wasting our time. It's like the examples are everywhere. You've seen what happened in Gaza. You see what happened in Lebanon. No matter how much you bomb these people, you're wasting your time. Why do you think Israel wants to go in there physically? Because they want to go in there to stop them, take over the ground from them. You have to take the ground. If they don't have ground to stand on, are they going to fly? Are they birds now? You're going to come down now. Before you plant a roadside bomb, they will see you. Before you have chance to plan an attack, but you have 5 minutes, they will be there. This is why even when Hezbollah or Hamas capture Israeli soldiers, they will go behind the enemy line, they're behind the Israeli line and capture the soldiers, but they never make it out because the Israelis will intercept them and neutralize them. That is how it happens. And we refuse to create the same network in our own nation. And we know these things. I've said it. You can pretend as if some of that thing is going to solve it. The picture, I saw it on Adiola's show. The pictures that I saw, the images that I saw there was just terrific. You know, some of the things that is happening in Nigeria, I just wonder, what is it going to take for Nigerians to truly get it? What is it going to take for them to truly demand that these things need to be put in place? Not tell the government to govern well. No, tell them to recruit people, tell them to deploy those people in those areas everywhere. If you tell them to do that, then you have a specific demand. And if they don't meet it, every time something like that happens, they will be to be blamed for it. Because those people will be telling them, we've been asking you to put this in here, we've been asking you to put this in there, and you didn't do it. I don't know, you can't escape it. The examples are everywhere. America, you bring America in there. They were there when Boko Haram was rising. They were there in Niger. They had a massive drone base there. And now Tinubu has brought them into our country. I've never seen such a president before. They really chose him very well. They chose him very well. He came into Nigeria, he kneecapped the Nigerian economy, he destroyed ECOWAS, and then he came to this thing and bring Uigbo into our country, signing our health information away, signing our tax information away. You can't make it up. And I was here on this panel telling Nigerians, these guys, this is your leader that keep going overseas. They're not going to govern for you. Why would they govern for you? They are doing it, and you're letting them do it. You're not completely outraged that their leaders are going overseas. Like they are going overseas to have meetings. They are not governing for you. And I think the mistake our people make is that they ascribe benevolent meaning to overseas. They ascribe that UK is not a bad place for them because UK means well for us. They ascribe France the same thing, or America. Like the premise of your question. Your premise of a question is America intends to do well for us. Maybe they do. Like me now, if I'm the one working with America, maybe my approach with America will be different from the way Tinubu is doing it. Because look at Iran right now. Iran might be America's enemy, but they might sign an agreement with Iran that favors Iran more than Tinubu will ever get with these people. Why? Because their mindset is different. They demand more for themselves. They fight for their people and say, we are ready to make the sacrifice, kill our leader, we'll fight you until we get what we want. Why are we not doing the same? Why is it that when we go there, we ask for training and trucks? But it's okay. All I'm saying, the solution is out there. Let's put people protecting our villages. It's really sad to watch people live. I really hate seeing that. To watch people leave their ancestral land. And they may never return. Some of them are in IDP camp for years now, maybe decades. Going to 2 decades now, isn't it? Some of them have been there since 2010 or so. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Chima, I'm coming to you, and I want you to answer 2 questions for me. Just like the last word that our forefather used. We have people in IDP camps that have been there now for 2 decades. And government is taking money to settle those who drove them away from their community and buy some of them. What is the sense behind that? That's 1. 2. Yesterday, the Nigerian Army spokesperson said they were in Imo State, Abia State, and all the axes of the East fighting perceived IPOB and ESM members who have they destroyed an illegal refinery. They discovered and they buy 2 bomb experts and then they also confiscated some weapons and so many other things in that order. The question now be, and while they were in Imo State doing that, we have 8 attacks in the north today, and for which majority of those who went to be with the Lord are innocent people who have done nothing. The only reason why they are dying is because they are Nigerians. How do you justify government spending money in a place where there's little or no, no violence, vis-a-vis leaving the place where people are being killed on daily basis vacant for the operators of this evil to have have whole sway in those places?
All right, thank you, KJ. I hope I can give a satisfactory answer, but I'm under no illusion that I will. Whatever I'm going to say is my opinion. I'm probably not going to be liked about it, but that's fine. I'm not here to be the most popular person on campus. Starting with the last one, why the Nigerian army?
Jim, it's okay. Don't be scared, okay? It's okay.
Scared? No, I'm not scared. Can never be. So why is the Nigerian army and our security personnel spending more time in places where we have relative peace vis-a-vis being deployed? So the answer should be, why should the Nigerian army and the Nigerian police spend more time sending police officers to APC's convention, sending helicopters to protect APC's convention, when all those infrastructure and personnel can be deployed where they are needed? Did you know that? How many people, soldiers and military personnel and police were sent to APC convention? Did you know that? Did you know that was what happened? That we had the way Eagle Square, wherever they did that, there was more security protected than that place. Of course, it tells you the priority of the elites of Nigeria. And make no mistake, we sit down here. Some of us have come to be perceived as being apologetic to so-called imperialists. No, the imperialist is taking care of his people. The imperialist stole from you, agreed, took the money, developed Brussels, Antwerp, Paris, mid-London, Manchester, and all those places, what they are. Some of us live in those places. They took your manpower, brought them to the Newfoundland called America, where you live, built all those beautiful edifices and infrastructure you see, brought to Canada, did the same thing, and then handed over a semi-structured system to you, and you could not even maintain it. You could not. You are still pointing fingers at them every day. Every day you are accusing them of being responsible for what Akpabio does with Nigerian NDDC money. You're still accusing them of what Tinubu did with Lagos State money. You're still accusing them of what Orji Zakalo did. Before they say, I don't want to mention my state, how Orji Zakalo mismanaged and turned Aba into a dustbin. You're still accusing them. You're still accusing them of why Onitsha and Asaba and Aba are not huge hubs like Hong Kong and the ones in China and go. Because that's what those places should have easily been. You are still accusing them in this 2026 of being responsible for making you. You're still accusing them for making minor still Nigerian pension fund. You're accusing imperialists for responsible for doing all those things. I really don't know what to tell you when you say those things. I really don't know what to tell us. Because it is not this that will come and stop insurgency from happening. Even you are even accusing them now responsible for being the one triggering the insurgency. You are still accusing them of all those things. So,
can I ask you a quick question?
No, don't answer any question now, please. My time is precious. At the end, you
no, wait for your time next time to ask.
So that's my answer to that. My answer clearly is that we have chosen not to be a thinking people. Imperialists will stop you from progressing if it suits. If they see that your progress will impede them, yes. But it's also within your power to resist that thing and say no. Because other people are resisting them. The Chinese are intelligently resisting them. The guys in Singapore are doing the same thing. Don't think the guys in Singapore love the guys in Washington. They don't. But the moment they see the guys in Washington's interest is not going to align with them, they will start scratching their head and say they don't agree. The only time you see them at love is when Washington and Manila meet peacefully and it's going to work out for them. Then they will agree with you. But if what you're bringing to them is not going to work, they will refuse. Please, I want to see our own leaders do the same. I want to see our leaders say no. For a long time, successive Nigerian governments resisted allowing America have boots on ground in Nigeria. Obasanjo resisted it for many years. Muritala Muhammad and co. But we have this Lord of the Manor who fought for democracy, and he's suddenly now turning the tables and, you know, reversing all the years of history. So please, the Nigerian army will always run away right now from where they're supposed to be to where they're not supposed to be. It's going to be happening. It's easier for them to be in those places than to be in the other side. Now, to your first question, IDP camp. I'm sure you've seen the video and the comments by the sitting president and the governor of Plateau State when he came to commiserate, supposedly commiserate with victims of terror. A president is telling people of victims that he only has 10 minutes to share with them. And the governor, rather than talking about terrorism, was busy praising the president for roads and releasing funds for roads. Please tell me, what's the correlation between roads and people who were underpaid? So at the end of the day, those guys will remain in IDP camps because staying in IDP camps helps the guys who make the money to make the money. It's simple. Sometimes people think this is conspiracy. It's not conspiracy. Funds are being voted for IDP camps and they're making their way into private pockets. It's simple. Is there anywhere in the world that government should be happy that the citizens are not productive? Shouldn't you be offended that if you have 1 million people sitting idle in an IDP camp, they're not being productive, they're not paying taxes, they're not generating any productive activity, and you're sitting there and you're generating money every day to go and feed them? Which is easier, to solve the insurgency so that these people can go back and live their normal lives? Please answer me. Which is supposed to be easier? No. But you see, the reverse is beneficial to those it's beneficial to. That is why, rather than having a shrinking number of IDP camps, the number of IDP camps will start growing because some people are seeing the money to be made. Nigeria is a place of absurdity where when there is a problem, listen, in the Southeast, in the days of Osisi Kanku, when insecurity and Bakassi boys was a problem in the Southeast, it became a business. It became a business until somebody came and said, we can't continue, and they fought it and destroyed that thing, and that was how the Southeast managed to start getting life back. Right now, the insurgency is an economic benefit to some people, and trying to stop it is stopping the resources that will come to their pocket. They will not allow it. So that's my answer to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Can I ask him some questions?
No, please don't ask questions, please.
Is he scared?
Please don't ask questions. If Thota, if you are hearing me, please sign in. I like your view. You have a powerful view. Come in, so that we can talk with you. Come in. You made the comments.
That guy na AI.
Okay, please come in. If you are here,
bored.
I think I know that person. All right, and then I don't want to go there, but Bohemian Malam, please. Don't push me. See, I'm not afraid. Look at my face. I say with my full chest, I'm not afraid to defend anything that has to do with Igbo cause. Because you Northerners don't be afraid to defend whatever has to do with the Northern cause. So why would you want to, I'm not in that class. You can't intimidate me by putting those things. So let's leave it. I'm going to even do a topic on the issue of the IPOB. So you come prepared. But we're not talking about IPOB, we're dealing with other things. All right, so leave it. All right, Ovie, you're my man, let's hear you. You are muted.
I am a just person, even though I'm sober. Nobody, Parek never talk, Mazi never talk, and yeah, those two people speak before me, and Chris. Let me first start, I don't forget.
Don't say you want job. Stop that nonsense. All right.
No. Wait, okay, now I can go.
No, Tony, go ahead.
No, say, wait now. I talk,
has spoken now.
He has spoken. So, yeah.
Okay, sorry, it's the computer. I'm sorry. It's the computer that gave me a wrong. Okay.
You see, I can govern Nigeria for now. Just achieve one. Right people.
Are you kidding me?
Right people.
You can. Okay. Chris, you never talk, Nabi.
It's supposed to be my turn, but let me go ahead.
You see now, as I make you talk, you say, okay, you go
Chris,
all right,
God.
Go ahead.
I think Ike was in the backstage for a long time.
Okay, and I'll get to Ike now. Brother, let somebody talk now. We'll have to move now.
Who do you want to? If you said Chris, let Chris
get
go,
respect
but
for my
it was
elders.
supposed to be my turn.
Tony, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Greetings, everyone. Again, I like what Chim said with respect to the president's brief visit to the airport in Jos, because he didn't really go to see exactly what happened at Angwarukuba. I think I made that point yesterday, because if he really wanted to go, he wouldn't go at night, knowing that there's a power issue with the at the airport in Jos. He probably would have gone much earlier in the day or some other day, and then go to the hospital and then go to the place itself. But the reason is clear, because Bayo Onanuga said that the president couldn't go there because of security challenges. And I find that, very shameful, because this is the commander-in-chief. He has all the monopoly of the use of force. He couldn't go there. If he can't go there, how about the people that he's governing who live there? And then his recommendation was 5,000 AI-powered CCTV system. And I'm just laughing. CCTV system, first of all, you know there's no power. Someone is going to view it and then respond. So it has limitations in itself. But apart from that, the CCTV system is not proactive.
It's juju. It has to up and down. You will follow people.
It cannot prevent. So you have not addressed the issue at the root cause, why this thing is happening. And it's a shame. I don't want to talk about what Jim said about, what the governor said, and even when he visited the people, how he came on armored car and all that trash. Because if you look at the optics, you are wondering whether are these people, who is advising these people? And then they told him, those who spoke told him that they don't want to speak now. They'll go to, when they meet him in Aso Rock, they will tell him. But this thing has been happening. The issue in Plateau has been happening since 1994. It didn't just start now. And there has been so many investigative panels and commissions. 1994, there was the Justice Uburisima Commission to investigate Plateau killings. 2001, there was Emmanuel Abisoye panel to investigate it. There was Justice Ajibola panel, the Judiciary Commission of Inquiry into the just violence. There was ad hoc committee investigation by National Assembly. If you look, I can go on. In 2010, the Presidential Advisory Committee on Just Crisis. Even in 2026, there was a fact-finding committee, a panel led by Major General Nicholas Rogers. So you have had it both at the state level and the federal level. Over 10 different panels and investigative.
Tony, is it possible to share with us their findings in all those reports?
I mean, I can't give you a detailed this thing. I've named about how many, but each of them have identified what the problem is and they have made solutions. But let us leave there. I watched a video where an American was telling the Nigerian government and telling the world that this Easter season, there is going to be an attack.
Yes.
And he gave the timelines.
Yes.
He gave the timelines where they will attack, what they're going to do. It was there. Nobody would deny also that before Salah, a Boko Haram terrorist told us that immediately after Salah, they're going to attack ABC places.
Yeah.
So when we come here and we're blaming America, what intel do you need? A government that cannot respond to intel. We don't know what the Americans are telling them. But I know that Riley Moore has said that if the Nigerian government is unable to deal with this security problem in Nigeria, they should tell America, so America would take it up by themselves. Nigeria has military cooperation agreement with Israel, with Turkey, with US, with UAE. And these things are still happening. Why are we blaming the US? No, but let us leave
Why
all
do you
those
say
things.
they should come and solve the problem, knowing that they cannot?
Ask your government.
But you know they cannot solve the problem, but you say they should come and solve the
Tunanja, wait till we disagree with them.
Let me finish.
Now.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish what I'm saying, because we have the penchant of taking a blame that should go to us and putting it on someone else. They would not have come here in the first place if you have kept your house in order. You are flirting with France, UAE, US, UK, Turkey, China, Nigeria. Meanwhile, Nigerians are scattered all over the place. There are refugees in Cameroon, 1,500. You have refugees in Benin. You have in Chad, apart from people who are internally displaced. Even in Edo State, you have 5,000 refugees from Goza in Edo State. In Adenebode, and I want someone to challenge this. You cannot go freely to your farm, you have to pay in Nigeria. So when you people come here and you begin to say things and you leave the blame, you leave, it's like the chicken that left the knife that cut off his head and is quarreling with the ground. You see, I find it.
Why don't you just agree with me and do what I asked to be done? We don't need to rely on Oyibo people. You push your government. I know you do have links.
Forefathers, let me finish. Let me finish. 48 hours. 48 hours.
Mind your business.
After the killing. 48 hours after the killing in Jos was when the president tweeted for the first time in his own country where he's president. 4 days after the killing, that was when he went to Jos and we saw this charade. I mean, we saw the Maiduguri incident. There was killing in 3 areas. I'm rounding up. The president, it happened before the president traveled to the UK, but he couldn't do it. He still had to go with the entourage because there's extra code, there's money, there's show and everything to so and they went at the expense of the country.
Hey,
so
Nigeria.
we saw the Yewalta thing. The president, the same thing, just exactly the same pattern. He went to Benue, he couldn't go to Yewata because according to them, from what we hear, there was a pool of water somewhere along the way. And I said it yesterday that I know. I have involved in convoy deployment. Even this president, when he was governor, I am involved in convoy deployment. So I know what it takes to deploy a convoy, a VIP convoy to a place. I know that you would deploy, if you tell anybody that is involved in bodyguard protection or VIP protection, he would tell you that there's a process. The route, you have to comb the route. You have to sweep it. You have to identify areas, vulnerabilities and so on and so forth. And for a personality like the president, the military intelligence will be involved, the DSS will be involved, and other national security advisor, they all be involved. And they will tell him what the challenges are, whether he should go or not to go, what time to go and what time not to go.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to ask you one quick question. No, let me take it to Chris. Since Chris, and I want us to...
The last thing I want to say, today, 8 attacks, and yet he said it will not happen again. 8 today, according to you. 8 today, it will not happen again. There's nothing I can do. I just pray. I just do this one. I mean, that's his bunkum.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'm coming to you, Mr. Bohemian Malam. The Malam, said that the reason why you don't have deserted villages in the east is because you people used to collect your brothers when they chase them from villages and scatter that village by IPOB members and EFM. You collect them into your own family houses. That's why you don't have IDPs in east. Is that very true? And then while you're thinking about that, what do you say about the strategy that the Nigerian government is using concerning handling this issue once and for all? Shall we ever come to a conclusion with this terrorist attack in Nigeria, or do we wait until the north is wiped out before we know that something is happening?
Yeah, well, I was listening to one program on yesterday where, one lady, a Hausa lady, revealed quite a lot of things that's going on in the north. Although the defense minister, when he was chief of defense staff, already said that that is what is going on in the north is a kind of Hausa Fulani war on the underground that is not being talked about. Now, the reason why I don't like discussing a lot of things here is because Nigeria is like a situation where Boko Haram grabbed a group of people and put them inside the bush. Then after some years, they were able to struggle and fight the Boko Haram. And then they ran away. But by the time they ran away, they gave their gun to one man. And then that one man decided that it is his right to keep everybody, that he wants to keep everybody now. And many people want to go and say, no, I have a house. I want to go to my house. And then some people who helped in fighting the Boko Haram people out say, no, you can't go. We are now here. So that is sometimes I find it very, very, concerning, So for, in terms of whether we should have IDP camp in Igbo land, well, we didn't have much of IDP. Well, we had IDP camp during the war, but there's no war going on in the east now. So, and the Boko Haram people, although some of them, 400 were cited in Abia State as of yesterday or today. So 400 of them were brought down. So, so far, the security operatives that have managed to keep them at bay, that they haven't started killing, sacking villages or taking over villages in the east. So that is why we don't have IDP camp. Now, in terms of managing the security, look, the question is, we are going to ask ourselves is, do our leaders actually want to build a country? The answer is no. They do not want to build a country because none of them believe in this country called Nigeria. But they see opportunities each time they find themselves there to loot the resources. Now, if you go by what El-Rufai said at some point, and if you go by what the leaked audio video by audio voice by the present vice president and the one Amosu, of the governor of Osun State or so, you will realize that there is an agenda they are trying to accomplish. So Tinubu said, when he said it is in stone, it's not. He didn't say it based on, he based it on an agreement already reached, So it's just that we don't understand it, and then we think that, these people want to, it's just that they can't, they can't do anything about the security. First of all, when he said that he want to put a CCTV, I laughed. It's just an avenue to make money or to dispense money or to distract, because Gumi told everybody on a national television that the government know the names and addresses of these terrorists. Bayo Ononoga said that they know their address, their phone numbers. What is this guy? The National Security Advisor say these are his brother. And when they cleaned up those school girls, he came on national television and said those people are doing well. So if they don't know what they are doing, they wouldn't be able to know where these people, So for me, those of you who are trying to keep Nigeria together are wasting your time. I'm telling you, if you are just here every day, keep on shouting, oh, we are going to keep Nigeria together, you're wasting your time. It won't work, and it will never work, and nobody wanted it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm coming to Bro Ike.
I always have a question for everybody, but nobody let me ask.
Hold on,
shove it to Nigeria. Shove your question.
Hey, all these young people, we need to stop. Nobody
Remember,
asked you.
we're expecting a guest, so I want able to have an opportunity to talk before the guest comes in. Bro Ike, yes, go ahead. Bro Ike, something interesting happened in Iran. The Americans lost a plane, and in the plane they had 2 pilots, and those pilots fell into a place inside of Iran, 6,000 miles away from the border. America took off and went to rescue those 2 people. Can you, in this kind of their, act of bravery, do you think that America cannot rescue Nigeria if the president of Nigeria really calls them in?
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Happy Easter to every one of us. Celebrate the resurrection of Jesus. KJ, I have no business with what is going on in Iran. Iran is not my business. My business is Nigeria, right? So I don't want to talk about Iran and America. That's their business. But I want to borrow a leaf from what Tony was saying. In the first place, there was never a time the man in Asarok went to visit anywhere. All those things you see is all about propaganda. He has no liver of visiting anywhere. He has no intention of visiting anywhere. First of all, what happened, the last thing that happened in Plateau State and before the one of today in Kaduna, the governor of the state of Plateau State said he joined APC because he wanted to bring Plateau State to the center. And that is the center that he has brought them in. He has brought them to the center because that's what he said. And on the day that thing happened, he went to the place. He was hiding under the armored car. Why are you sitting inside the armored car to address your people? You are the governor of Plateau State. They are your people. They are the people that they are the people that you are governing. And something of that magnitude happened. You were hiding under the armored car, and you're speaking to your people, to the people of Plateau State. That is to tell you that he has eventually succeeded in bringing the people of Plateau State to the center, right? And the man in Asorok decided that he want to go to Plateau State, and he ended up going to the airport. Not only he went to the airport, he stand before the world. He told the world that Nigerian government is a failed government because they cannot provide electricity to Nigeria or to Nigerians. You are telling the world that there is no light in the airport in a country where you are. Plateau State, how many kilometers from Plateau State to Asoro? But the man in charge is telling you that there is no light at the airport, and because of that, he has only 10 minutes to spend in Plateau State. And always we claim to be giant of Africa. Always we claim we have the power to overrun every other African countries. Always we claim Nigeria is a superpower in the third world. Always we claim we are capable of taking care of ourselves. But your president is telling you that there is no light. And not only that, what about the followers, the followership? He went and organized people, the government of Plateau State. They went and paid people to come to the airport and he didn't go where what happened. It was at the airport. What about the Fulashi? Why should people even listen to anybody who asks them to go to the airport so that this man will be able to address them? So the Fulashi also have a problem. The man did not go there to sympathize with the people. He went there for campaign. What did he say? The former governor, Jonah Jan, I want you to speak. I want to hear you speak. I want you to tell me something. And the idiot took over microphone. And he was telling him how there are some people that are sabotaging his government. Right? And the Minister of Defense was wearing APC cap. In a situation of that magnitude. So they did not go to sympathize with the people of Plateau State. He went there to do campaign. So anybody, Nigeria has lost the sense of human feeling. Human life in Nigeria means nothing to nobody anymore. So people can be killed, like people can be slaughtered, like when you go to buy a cow, you go to where they slaughter cow to slaughter the cow for you. That is what the life of Nigerians are. So I think I personally believe that there was never a time this man was ready, prepared to go to Plateau State. What he did alone. All of us are living in a developed country. And sometimes because we speak from the both sides of our mouth, and because most of us indirectly or directly are eating from the crumb of this government, some of us will come here hypocritically. We claim that we don't support this government, we are against this government. But indirectly, we are the people that are empowering these people, because at the end of the day, we get paid some money from what we do in the internet as we are here today. There are some of us online in so many places that are going to get. Can you allow me to speak? You people have been speaking since morning.
Hold on now, hold on. You are not, our guest is right in the studio right now.
Let me land now before your guest comes in. If you have a guest, why do you have to start the program?
I wanted you to land, so that I'm also going to have, please don't be annoyed. Don't be annoyed. We still have one more show even after this. So let's quickly allow our guests come in, and then also go from there. I'm handing over right now to Dr. Rudolph, and I'm stepping aside, and he will now bring in the guest, and we can go from there. Thank you so much. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, KJ, for keeping it going while I was out. And thank you, everybody who contributed. I appreciate all of you. I know you have a lot to say. And after my conversation with our guest, we will continue the discussion. KJ, you can continue after that on the same line, and you don't have to change. All right. Thank you, everybody. It's been a wonderful day. We had planned to start this program at our usual time, which is 1:30 p.m. New York. But our guest had other engagements, so we had to move his appearance to a time that will be that will work for him. So at this point, we are going to bring our guest in and begin the conversation. To make it smooth, I will have probably about 15 to 30 minutes conversation with him. And after that, we will bring everybody back in to have opportunity to talk to him. And if you have any question, you'll be able to ask him a question. So on that note, I will just take... thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ike. I understand that you just joined them, but we'll get back to you.
deserving. Nobody here. Nobody. People flushed from their land because of terrorism. Nobody. This is how I village. So we have all moved down to. Everybody's left. Yes, everybody. You can see the back. Nobody came. So we have all moved down.
So this is Franc Utoo, and my main man is here, you know, Alex Babi. You all know Alex is a familiar face, you know. We're here, right here in downtown Washington, D.C., the heart of the nation's capital, the strongest nation on the surface of the earth. You know, we're at Grand Hyatt, and it's quite a lovely time. Alex is a familiar face, like I said earlier. He has done so much for our people and will continue to remain eternally grateful to him. The people of Yorota, the people of Benue State, he has done what the governments of Nigeria combined, that is state government, national government, and the local government, couldn't do for the victimized, persecuted Christians in Nigeria. Alex alone was able to do that. So we are aware that he has built a couple of houses in Yorota. Alex, how many houses have you built so far?
Yeah, we've rebuilt close to 25 houses from the ground up of cement and burned bricks in Yawata. And we have plans to continue to be able to rebuild the other homes that have been burned within Yawata and to also completely rebuild the market. And so we're working to be able to fundraise the funds to be able to actually accomplish that. And the reality is that the government and other organizations are not doing this.
So the last time you were at the verge of rebuilding the market, but the government stopped you on the way, saying they're going to give you a plan.
Yeah.
A plan what about
All right, so welcome everybody. Thank you. We are going to let our guests, most of you know him on, where am I? On February 6th, he was on this program. We interviewed him about killings that happened in Benue State, and of course Plateau State and the whole of the Middle Belt. Unfortunately, on Good Friday, there was another killing of people of Plateau. And we had to invite him to come and tell us what he is doing, what his organization, which is equipping the persecuted, what they are doing to find a lasting solution. We also want to talk to him about his impression of what the Nigerian government is doing, especially when we know that the Americans, soldiers are in Nigeria. Has that helped? While we were preparing for this, we didn't know that Alex, who you saw on that clip that we played, had to be, I think he was asked to leave Nigeria. So we bring him in. Please welcome to the show, Franc Utoo. Franc, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much, Prof.
So,
and
thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, we understand that today was busy for you, but your voice is very important on this issue, and most people stayed and waited for you to come and join us. Thank you so much. Happy Easter.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah, even though it wasn't happy one for Nigerians. When we started this program at 1:30, we said that so far it was good Easter for most Nigerians. There was no incident, but by now, 3 hours after or 5 hours after, we are hearing that people were killed in Makurdi, people were killed in Kaduna and so many places. So how do you feel?
Okay, thanks so much. First of all, I want to apologize for coming in late. Like you said, I've had a couple of activities and events, and in the Catholic Church, I'm also a Knight of Columbus in my own parish. So I had a couple of activities, and thereafter I had some family issues. And then I was also responding to matters from Nigeria, precisely from my state of Benue. like you mentioned, there was an attack in Balom. Balom is just a 30 minutes drive from my community, and just about 15 minutes drive from Makurdi, the capital of Benue State. And the Fulani terrorists invaded our community and killed, at the last count, 17. There are a lot of people still missing. I have the pictures of these 17 who were killed. And you could see and establish the complicity of the Nigerian government in what just happened, like we keep saying. Because when this invasion was going on, our people kept, before then, my own organization, Equipping the Persecuted, and Truth Nigeria, our subsidiary, which is the media arm of Equipping the Persecuted, were able to alert Nigerians about the impending attacks by these terrorists in many of these Christian communities, and it has come to pass. We alerted Nigerians about the attacks in Benue, about the attacks in Plateau, in Kaduna. Today, as we speak, it happened in Kaduna too. A Catholic church was invaded. They killed about 6 people, and they abducted many others, and then in Benue. So it came to happen. Even yesterday, we alerted Benue citizens about the impending attack. They're, as usual, coming from the forest in Nasarawa State at the borderline between Benue and Nasarawa. When I came in here, I saw Ike talking, and he was very angry. You could feel the anger. That is the true patriot, a true human. Because today, if you are not angry with the situation in Nigeria, then you are not Nigerian enough, you are not human enough. That's the reality of what we live with. So right now, there are a lot of killings in my own. Now, I was trying to let you know about the complicity of government. These guys invaded Balom community. They were there for like more than 10 hours, shooting a lot of people. They scampered into various locations in the forest, and then the other thief communities from Ikbayongo, from Api, they all gathered, they all reinforced to repel this. And then between us, I want to let you know that our boys were able to kill about 21 of the Fulanis. But we don't bring it out, but it's just between us here now. Yeah. The terrorists came to, So when the government noticed that our guys were repelling these guys, that was the time they now sent soldiers. So the soldiers came not for the Fulani, but for our boys. They came not for the Fulani, but for our boys. They came to repel our boys in the name of peacekeeping, to repel our boys, and they were able to even arrest 2. And then they went back to town claiming that our guys rustled a cow. So, the whole thing, when you begin to think of Nigeria, you get headache, migraine, because number one, Benue State have an open grazing prohibition law. So I don't understand when someone say they rustle a cow in Benue, because Benue has an open grazing prohibition law. So you are not, a security agent should not even justify the presence of cattle in Benue State, because there's a standing law which the Meyati Allah in Nigeria, both the 2 Meyati Allah, that's one, Meyati Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, NAGBAN, and Meyati Allah Kautahori, the 2 that were designated global terrorist organization by the bill introduced by Riley Moore and Chris Smith, in the House. The 2 Benue State government under Samuel Otom, I was a principal special assistant to the governor at that point in the last administration in Benue State. They took an action against the governor and against the state in the Federal High Court. And the Federal High Court declared Benue State law on open grazing prohibition as a valid law. So when people keep giving that excuses, it becomes so preposterous. So, but that is the reality of what we live in, because they come under that smoke screen. They are always using dummies. They always sell dummies to us. Before they were calling it farmers headers crisis. Sometimes they call it communal clashes. Sometimes they say climate change. So those are the dummies they keep selling. The smoke screen. So, gentlemen, this is the reality of what we live with. And just last week, I was at CPAC. I addressed CPAC, Conservative Political Action Conference in Dallas, Texas, the CPAC 2026. And those were the realities I was telling them. And I believe as policymakers in the conservative movement, the Republican Party, they'll put this as a consolidated policy to present for the president.
So, have we been here before? What I mean by that is where there will be an attack and then there will be a pushback by Benue people, and the military will come in to stop that. Have we been there before?
Several times. Look, in when I was in government, in 2 times in 2022, as recent as 2022, that's 4 years ago. In April, okay, this is exactly 4 years. In April 2022, they came to attack my village, my Yerota, the Fulani terrorists. So there was a staff sergeant who was the head of the detachment of army in my village. The army were just about 6. So that guy, we're still in touch. Even yesterday, we were just chatting on WhatsApp, my Nigerian WhatsApp. Staff Sergeant Kingsley Oludare. He's still in service. But when I go onto the mainstream media in Nigeria, I don't like calling his full names, So it's my friend. So that guy repels that attack. He brought in some of our youth. They formed a form of joint civilian task force, joint civilian military task force. They repelled those guys. Do you know they killed 11? When I saw them myself, because I was in Makodi. Yerota is just 25 minutes drive from Makodi on the federal highway, my village, Yerota. Yeah, so when you just leave now, 20 minutes you're Yerota. So I was just in my village. I went to where those guys, I saw the neutralized bodies. Out of these 11 that were neutralized, three were having the ID card of Nigerian Army in their pockets. They were serving army officers of Fulani ethnic stock. Serving army officers of Fulani ethnic stock. You see, sometimes when you see the nature of their attack, they act with military precision. You know that there's somebody who was able to design this attack for these guys. The way they ambush, the way they organize, they coordinate themselves into groups. These are not mere Almajiris heading themselves. They are being led by somebody who is well experienced. So do you know that staff sergeant who led who repelled those guys, the attack that repelled those guys and neutralized these guys? The following day, as early as 10 a.m., the military authorities sent his redeployment from Yerota. Immediately. They did not even hide it. This was a situation where the military authorities supposed to ordinarily give thumbs up, accolades to this guy, design him with some medals, But immediately he was recalled because he had gone out of the purview of his designation in that place, of his real designation, what he was supposed to do. He has gone out of it. Again, there was a time I went to Yerota. One of the military guys, I speak Hausa as my first language. I was born and bred in Jos. I'm a Chief guy. I speak Hausa as my first language. My Hausa is more fluent, 2 times more fluent than my Chief. So, as a Yerota guy, anytime I come, and then I'm in government, and as a social person, I've always been, when I come around the military guys, a lot of them they just simply like me, so we get ourselves in. And then I like giving them some form of logistics, for fuel, for this, for that. Some of them I actually pay the school fees of their kids. They will always reach out to me. They've not been paid. Their wife called them, and this is what is happening. That kind of thing. So when you begin to do that, you establish a relationship with these guys. They begin to tell you a lot of things. They begin to confess because some are Christians there. So they tell you that seriously, honorable, see what this guy. They just want your people to be finished. They will always ask us to, when attackers come, that we should just stand there where we are and shoot in the air as a code to show the attackers that we're here. They shouldn't come here. So, and that is why, look, in the whole of this situation, I bet you, you've never seen where the military displayed bodies of Fulani terrorists that they killed. They can easily display the bodies of Boko Haram elements that they killed in Borno State because the world is more aware of Boko Haram. And then Borno State is a more of Muslim-dominated local state. So they are feeling the impact they themselves, the Muslims themselves, for what they gave birth to. They are feeling it. So that is what they could display bodies. But I bet you will never see them display bodies of Fulani terrorists that they neutralize their bodies in the Middle Belt. Because it's part of the agenda. The ones in politics and military are the sponsors and the spearheaders, and then the ones who come to kill our people are just the foot soldiers. They are these dirty, stinking almajiris that you see them on the road holding bowl and begging for $100 naira. For 100 naira. And then they'll be holding brand new AK-47 worth 3 million naira. So, look, we have a problem. And let me also, finally, before I round up this establish another evidence of the military complicity. I'm talking about my own area. I'm not even going far. The popular June 13 attack of last year that led to the loss of lives of 278 of my kinsmen within 4 hours. That's the biggest massacre of last year, the Yerota massacre. June 13. Before June 13, 2 weeks earlier, on May 28th, on the eve of the second anniversary of both Tinubu and Governor Alia in office, these guys invaded the same Yerota, my village. They killed my late father's closest friend, a retired army corporal Olam, that's his name, and killed his son, killed his nephew, butchered his wife, and left thinking she was dead, and then killed in the next compound 2 people. So that day they killed 5 people. Do you know this following day, in our ward headquarters called Ude, Yerota is on the federal highway. So Ude is a little bit inside in the hinterland, about 7 kilometers away from Yerota. It's not on the federal highway, but it has a railway crossing. It has a railway station. So at Ude, where there's also another detachment of military stationed at the Baptist primary school in that village. So a thief woman was going to farm to fetch firewood. Then she saw a Fulani guy squatting and trying to fix a bike. The motorbike spoiled. So he squatted and was trying to fix. Basically and fundamentally, in our place, if you see a Fulani man in a bush, it's a ground for suspicion because we don't have Fulani. A lot of people have scampered away from the community. What is a Fulani guy doing in there? Do you understand? Doing there. So, firstly, it's an established prima facie ground for suspicion. So, the suspicion at that point did not stop. It did not just stop at that. Then she now noticed that the Fulani guy has splashes of blood on his clothes and on the motorbike. Splashes of blood on his clothes and on the motorbike. So she would now return to the community and raise alarm. So the youth mobilized and said they arrested that guy. When they arrested that guy, after interrogating, probing him adequately, he confessed that last night they carried out an attack in Yerota, neighboring community, my own community. where they killed some people. So he now confessed what brought him to Uday, where he was. He confessed that he was returning the bike, that the bike was given to him by one Corporal Suleiman. Corporal Suleiman, a Fulani corporal in Uday, stationed in that Baptist primary school, provided motorbike to the Fulanis to go and carry out operation in Yerwata. So the youth went there rioting at to the extent that soldiers were shooting in the air, and they even shot one guy, but he survived. But the youth said they must have to kill all of them. So the officer in charge of that station brought out the Suleiman. So the Suleiman, in his defense, he said that the Fulani guy came to him yesterday, that one of his brothers was beaten by a snake, and he wanted to rush the guy to a hospital. Number one, we don't have any Fulani community around us at all, except in Nasarawa State. Then, number two, where is the brother who was beaten by a snake? Which hospital was he taken to? No answer to all those things. Number three, since when have soldiers started releasing motorbikes that were given for logistical purposes, transportation purposes? Those are motorbikes given by the state government to soldiers who come around. When have they started releasing? They've never released such bikes to the locals. The people in that village, the people in that village. Then you say you released a motorbike to somebody that he went there 24 hours with a motorbike. So that was how we escalated the matter, and then they took the matter to the 72 Special Forces Battalion in Makodi. That is where he was deployed to Uday. And then they recalled him. Incidentally, the commander of the 72 Battalion in Makodi at that point was also a Fulani guy. So this is how strategic these guys always act. So strategic. They place themselves everywhere, place themselves to be in those places so that they'll be assisting in the killings of our people. So that Fulani commander could not do anything. He was transferred, and at the end of the day, the case died a natural death. So this thing I was telling you was just barely 2 weeks before the Yerwata massacre happened. So every day that passes, you see, look, 3 months ago, this is April. Yes, 3 months. In February, soldiers, some T people in Kwande local government, neighboring Taraba, they abandoned their villages because of the incessant attacks of Fulani terrorists. So they were in the ward headquarters called Jatwaka in Kwande local government. So when one of them died, one elder died from one of those communities, they call the community Abandi, from one of the communities that were abandoned, like the name Abandi. So the people had to now take the elder back to the community, but going with security, so that they could go and bury him there. So they buried the guy, but while they were returning back, soldiers from Takum came and accosted them and now seized three youths in the crowd that went for that burial and were going back. They seized 3 youths, then they went and killed them. They killed them, saying those guys were armed robbers. Now, the youth that they seized and killed were the youth who were the youth leaders who have been repelling these Fulanis at every time. Do you understand? So what they do is that they try to decimate us by killing the very young people, the youth who have been repelling these attacks. That was what happened in my community as of 2014. We had a couple of solid arms to repel these guys. But the singular role that the soldiers in Yerwata have been playing is the role of coming to disarm our youth. So sometimes when people stay somewhere and say, oh, you guys are just lazy, you guys are just so weak, these guys killed you guys. They don't understand the complicity. They don't understand the conspiracy, rather. Conspiracy. That the role Nigerian government, Nigerian military have been doing in our state, in all these communities that have been affected by the attack of Fulani terrorists. The only role the soldiers have been doing is to disarm the youth. So they come to communities, just they will be with you guys, and they will know where the arms are. They will know the youth in charge of the arms. How many times have they arrested many of our own youth community? In my own community, they seized barely all the arms. So that's what they've been doing. And so that was what they did in February, where they killed those 3 youths who are the youth leaders in charge of always repelling this, always getting ready for the Fulani squad. So that was how they killed them. So it raised a serious tension and problem around that time in Benue State, in Kwandi. The people of the community, petitioned the Fulani, the military. Under the case died in a natural death. So sadly, this is what we live with.
So at this point, what is the reaction of people, your contacts here in America? How are they taking the latest incident, latest killing? Your organization?
Yeah, of course. Our organization have been doing so well long before I joined the organization, equipping the persecuted. Because primarily equipping the persecuted have been serving as the bridge for the Nigerian Christians who are under this attack, and be providing relief materials, be providing medication, clothing, and very importantly, terror tracking. Like I told you about the alert that was released to many of these communities. So we have a terror tracker, and it's on the site. When you go to the internet, you find it on Truth Nigeria. You find the terror track where you see places with impending potential attacks. So it's just a non-profit that's committed to supporting the Christians, providing alerts, and then providing relief for those who have suffered. And then with the American government, we've been one of the principal organizations they rely on. If you listen to that very famous congressional hearing in November last year, the one that was aired live, you hear many of the Congress people making references to the congressmen making references to Truth Nigeria as their source. So we own Truth Nigeria, exactly. We own Truth Nigeria, that's equipping the persecuted. So Truth Nigeria is the media arm of equipping the persecuted. So we have people from those communities reporting, giving the raw report of what is happening all over. So many of the congressmen also rely on Truth Nigeria as their source. So we'll be relating with these congressmen and State Department and giving them the necessary details, raw fact, the crude fact of what is happening. And we believe they've started acting. Even though it's not good enough for us, but we know that this thing must be done in phases, So because we have our limits to the extent that we can push them. But the good thing is that it was not business as usual, unlike in the past.
Here it says, Palm Sunday killing expose Nigeria's terror financing crisis. What is the financing crisis?
What's the financing crisis?
Yeah, there's a story on this page. I know you are not with the Truth. It may not be where Truth Nigeria, but I wanted to know.
Okay, I've not gone through it. Even though that's our media arm. But I've not been able to go through the stories.
Okay.
So I may not be exact in explaining what they mean.
Yeah. So let's go to Alex. What happened to him? Because we are hearing several stories that he's been deported from Nigeria. What happened? Where is he now?
No. Alex is right now in Tampa, in Florida. In Tampa, Florida. He wasn't deported at all. Look, before Alex left, when he was leaving, I sent him things that I took to my mom. Sent him took some of my stuff to Nigeria. And as he came, he also brought my stuff for my wife, all our spices, our tea spices and some of this other stuff weighing about 20 kg. I think it's about to dispatch it to me. Now, when Alex was going, as usual for every traveler or most travelers from here, he got his return ticket. His return ticket was April 1st. So I don't understand the issue. Nobody deported Alex from Nigeria. His return ticket was April 1st. And incidentally, before the Palm Sunday attack, for which it was the aftermath that a lot of people started talking about his deport. That's the people who are talking about is the Sheikh Gumi and the Islamists, those enablers and sympathizers. Before the Palm Sunday attack, on Thursday and Friday, Alex was in touch with my wife completely, and in Makodi, he was in Makodi. She arranged the things that they will have to send, that he will have to bring for her. His journey was for April 1st. That was even before the attack on Sunday. So to the extent that my wife arranged the thing and transported, because he was in Jos, and he was saying he's going to Abuja on Tuesday because he was leaving. So my wife even sent those things on Friday, the previous week, before the Palm Sunday attack happened on Sunday. So it was just a matter of coincidence that he left on the day he left. And let me tell you, even the day he left, that evening he was on New Central Television, their studio, just barely 2 hours before he departed for the airport. I was also on that program. They linked up with me in Oklahoma. I was one of the guests. They had 3 guests in their studios in Abuja, and then they linked up to me in Oklahoma. That was just barely 2 hours before Alex would leave. All of you guys are in the United States and are very exposed persons and very learned people. You know that you know what it means when they expel you from a town, from a country, when they deport you. The security agents will escort you. Will see you off. And that's the truth. They can't expel, they can't deport you, and then be going to studio to studio, from studio to studio, granting interview. It doesn't work that way. And so that was why I was telling Alex, I said, look, Sheikh Gumi was the primary source of all these things there. Tell him he was deported last March of last year from Jeddah. So tell him to compare your situation with him. Because you went to the airport on your own volition yourself. But his son, right, when he went for Hajj March last year into Saudi Arabia, there in Jeddah, the security agents were the ones who deported him. They took him back to another flight, free of charge.
We can't hear you anymore.
Does that connect?
Okay.
Sorry, I was receiving a call.
Okay.
Yeah, I was receiving. Yeah. So in Sheikh Gumi's case, the Saudi Arabian police were the ones at the airport who took him back, took him to another flight and deported him to Nigeria. So was that the case with Alex? He went to the airport on his own. The time that these people are saying, they expelled him from Nigeria, he was going around granting interviews. He went to one of these podcasts, something, granted interview with the boy, granted 2 interviews, and even with New Central, with barely 2 hours to his flight time, before he left for the airport. So there's nothing like this. It was just a coincidence. That he had to leave at that time. Yeah.
Okay. Let me play this video of what happened in Jos Airport when the president visited there, and then we will take your reaction to that.
President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. I call you my president because I was strongly with you during the campaign when you met me by privilege to be the DG of your campaign. I stand on the existing protocols. Mr. President, I will say that by privilege, I saw it all. I was the speaker when Dare was governor for 8 years. We went through state of emergency. We came out from state of emergency, and you were solely behind us. I was also around when Governor Jang went into it. By privilege, I became a governor, and I left. We thought that it is over, but it is rearing its head again. At a discussion like this, sometimes I said, look, Plateau is privilege. If you put Jonah Jang, if you put Dare, if you put Lalong, if you put Murfang together, and the traditional rulers, you may find some solutions to the problems of Plateau State. I say that because all of us went through it. It is not, Mr. President. The solution to this problem of Plateau lies with the Plateau people. If we are ready for it, we prefer a solution to you, Mr. President. And that is why the suggestion that let's have a closed-door meeting in Abuja, and we will tell the truth.
Okay, let's stop there. He's saying that the solution to the problem in Plateau is in Plateau, and recommending that they should have a closed-door meeting and they will tell the truth. What is he talking about?
Okay, I may not understand exactly what he's talking about, because I'm not in his mind. But truth is, firstly, when I see somebody like Simon Bakola Long, talking regarding this, I don't take him serious, because that is one of those guys amongst us who are cowards, who are complicit, or rather accomplices, and who are confused on this issue. That's the guy prefers his political elevation, his political sustenance more than anything. The people we are dealing with are very strategic. They are very sharp. The Fulani guys. They were able to buy off a lot of our people who are more concerned with their personal aggrandizement. Just like my current governor, the governor of Benue State. You could see that he's a direct antithesis to the immediate past governor, Samuel Otom, whom I worked with as a PSC. You could see that under Otom, Buhari, a Fulani guy who was the life patron of Mayati Allah, Otom had to leave APC because of the clash between him and Fulani, and because Buhari was supporting them. But you see, this guy, the current guy in Benue State, he had up to this moment, he has never mentioned the word Fulani. He has never used it anywhere. Fulani. Even after the attack of today, it took him several hours to respond. And when he released, when his press secretary, Kulas, my friend, released his response, he was calling it unknown gunmen. We don't have unknown gunmen. And in one other line, he used armed headers. That's the closest I've ever come to come. These people are Fulani. So Lalong is the same person. He will never, ever call these people by their name. They say the first solution to a problem is being blunt and sincere. So these guys can never come up, because up to today, even though these guys have their own state like Plateau, they are dealing with their own people, and their people are majority Christians. These people feel that their sustenance politically lies in the hands of the caliphate, the sultan, and his people, and the Fulanis in government. So they are under mental slavery, basically. Under mental slavery. And so Lalong particularly, I'm very particular about him, because he has disappointed us for so long. For so long. He has never stood against this thing at any point. It is never on record. At any point. So maybe now that the intensity is growing, is becoming hotter, maybe you want to meet close door. Any courageous leader will stand in the open the way we are doing and mention it. It is the Fulanis. These are the guys, Mayati Allah, look, and then who are in government. They should be able to accuse some of their friends in government, the Fulani friends in government. Also, but why are they holding a closed door meeting with do you understand? Why they hold, when we know that these are the Fulanis, they do not have it. Okay, you say Fulanis are indigenous to Nigeria, right? You say they are indigenous to Nigeria. So where is their land precisely? That they are always looking for land. You say they are indigenous. Every Nigerian has a state. So where do they really belong? That they are always looking for land to conquer and to occupy. And then these guys cannot tell them. So these are the guys who really think that their political sustenance lies in the hands of the Fulanis in Nigerian politics, in Nigerian military, in Nigerian judiciary, in Nigerian bureaucracy, and in Nigeria emirate system, the traditional Fulani system, you know. So I don't know what they want to discuss, but the only governor who has come close to really being sincere and it's the current governor, you know, Mufwang. But of course, he too, you know, the APC is like Muslim Brotherhood, especially the CPC arm of APC, the CPC and AMPP arm of this, because the guys, the leaders of those two arms, they really have a very strong case in terrorism. Like from the AMPP arm, the likes of Shetima and Co, and then the CPC arm, the likes of Buhari, Erufai, and Almakura. Almakura was the one who imported the Fulani to the killing us in Benue. Were brought in by Almakura in 2013, 2014. Those were the Fulanis that Buhari, Erufai, and the likes brought into Nigeria, and then they spread them in this forest, in the forest of Nasarawa, forest of Southern Kaduna, up to that's Gwari area down, and then up to Zamfara. Those are the Fulanis that this. I've met many on countless times. Look, many the ones in Nasarawa State, they don't speak English, they speak French. So they were brought from the Sahel in preparation for 2015 election. And after these guys never went back. They stayed back in the forest. When Almakura brought, that was the cause of Almakura's problem with Samuel Otom. When Otom became governor in 2015, that was the source of the problem. And then Almakura was calling them international hunters. As if Nasarawa State has international hunting routes. You know, that was the name he called them publicly, international hunters. So now you can question him whether the international hunters have gone back. Because up to now, look, the people who led the attack in my community in Yerwata, like the Ardo Fulani, Mame Lawal Dano, you know, we know these people as one-on-one. Then Manu, then that Manu is from Niger. He speaks French. He doesn't speak English. He speaks French and Hausa and Fulani. Do you understand? So those are the guys doing this, and these people know them. And so I want to commend Plateau, the current governor, to some extent, because he was the only person who has been able to call them by their names. And then for the first time, I heard one time that he was addressing the press, and he agreed that there was a genocide going on. If you put a knife to the likes of Simon Lalong's neck, you will never say there's a genocide. Look, just like Fadalia, my governor. Just like Fadalia. He will never say there's a genocide. And then he will never call that name Fulani. He will never call that name. So those guys are not indigenous to Plateau. We in the Middle Belt, we were the ones who stopped the jihad. And so they don't have any enclave in our land, in Benue and Plateau. That was why the jihad could not proceed downward. The only part of Middle Belt that they succeeded was in Kwara. But we in the depth of the Middle Belt, in the buckle of the Middle Belt, the belt that held Nigeria together, where the head of the belt, the buckle, Benue precisely, we stopped that jihad and Plateau. They were not, so they don't have a piece of this in our place. So even though they are coming with the excuses of grazing and then using the flimsy pretext of saying their cows were rustled or killed and then killing people, it doesn't, you know, there must always be excuses. So that's the excuse there must always be a reason, you know, always tell you one or two reasons.
I know you watched the reaction to Tinubu's visit, how it went. What do you make of that? First, the governor's visit to people after the killing, because he came in an armored vehicle, I think, and then the governor the presidents came after the governor went to Abuja to see him and spent only 10 minutes at the airport.
Okay, I see. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I think the governor's visit on it was a very bad optics. Just sort of, it was a very bad optics that it could come when his people are coming on an armor personal career. It was a very bad optics sort of, and it sent home a very bad message because these are the people who ordinarily you ought to protect, and that is your first responsibility as encapsulated by Section 14, Sub 2, Paragraph B of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria as amended, which says the security and welfare of the people is the primary purpose of government. So that was quite very damaging to some of us, And but I think the most important part of this question is the Tinubu's role. For goodness sake, that man, his only interest is to be the president of Nigeria. I think there's no any other thing attached to it. No any other thing. Because look at, he went to Plateau, like the way he came to Benue in the wake of Yerota attack. He came after 5 days. When he came to Benue, my village was barely 25 minutes drive. By a presidential convoy, he will reach my village in like 15 minutes. Because by president, they will block the road and then the pace of the convoy. You reach my village in 15 minutes. It's on the federal highway between Makodi and Lafia. He couldn't go. And when he left, he was using a very funny excuse of saying there was a flood. The flood that happened was at Agaragu, close to Lafia, in Nasarawa State, on that same road, but in the Nasarawa axis of the road at Agaragu. There was a stream that the stream overflowed and crossed the road. Yerota is a plain land. Yerota to Makodi is a plain land. There was nothing else happened, but he didn't go. And then in Makodi, he used this same statement he used in Jos. He used the statement of, "Oh, I was busy. I was supposed to go to somewhere. I now left it to come here." He used that statement in Makodi, that he was supposed to go to somewhere and now he left. He doesn't use that excuses when he goes to France, all those his global junketing, by saying he was supposed to do something somewhere and left and come to France. He doesn't use that when he goes to all those his so many holidays in Lagos, by saying he was supposed to go to somewhere but he left to come for, listen. He doesn't use that when he goes to all those his APC meetings in Abuja, by saying, "Oh, I was supposed to actually do this, but I left to come for this meeting." But he only used that when people are being killed. In Benue and Plateau precisely. That was the same statement he used. And then he went into that self-indictment of saying there was no light at the airport. He forgot that that's his responsibility. He not forgot. He completely forgot that was his responsibility, that there was no light. And so he was even telling us there was barely 10 minutes to leave, And then the idea of fetching the victims in their traumatic state, the victims' family, in their traumatic state, and ferrying them to the airport to wait for president and giving them a special tag. I was wondering what is actually on that tag. Is it that I'm a victim family? I was trying to ask to understand what was written on that tag. Each of them was hanging that tag, just for them to see the president in a lobby. It has never happened anywhere in the world. Anywhere. Look at the Christchurch attack in New Zealand. Jacinta Ardern, then 41-year-old, the prime minister. 41. Look at, she went to the houses of all those guys who were killed in that mosque. All the guys. Look at the 911 attack. It happened when President George Bush, I think, was in Florida? He was somewhere. He was in a primary school. He was in an elementary school that day. He was going through some books. They were reading session with the kids. When his chief of staff walked, I watched the YouTube, the video. When his chief of staff walked to him and told him that America is under attack. I told him about the first attack, but President Bush proceeded with this. It was when the second attack happened, and the chief of staff came in again and told him. You could see the demeanor, this expression of the president. And he left. When he came to New York, he wasn't telling the Americans that he was doing something. He had to leave. He had to leave because everybody saw him in Florida. But he didn't tell anybody that he was leaving something. He had to leave. But that was what the accidental president of Nigeria, was telling people that he was doing something. He had to leave after coming several days after the incident, and then meeting them at the airport. So it's quite unfortunate that for us, well, they say a country deserves the kind of leadership it has, and I just wish Nigerians will be able to see all this and be able to activate the second paragraph of America's Declaration of Independence. The second paragraph of American Declaration of Independence states that we hold this truth to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are the right to life, which is most important, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that government is instituted amongst men to protect these rights, and that whenever any government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish that government and in its place institute a new government. These were the words of American Declaration of Independence. The government is instituted to protect these rights that provides for right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that if government fails, it's there in green and white in the second paragraph. And that if the government fails to do that, the people should now alter the government or abolish it. So, unfortunately, Nigeria, it's like I say, we deserve the kind of government we have, because I just wish Nigerians would change this time around.
We are going to bring people in to also interact with you and share their concerns. Before we do that, let me just find out. You talked about the American government and abolish the government if it fails. There's no doubt that the Nigerian government has failed people especially people from the Middle Belt. But there are new ideas now, not ideas, but new suggestions on what is going on. Some people are saying that beyond what has been going on for years now, there is a new issue with illegal mining in the Middle Belt region, from Kaduna even up to Zamfara. That is a contributing factor. Mentioning, are you seeing that also in your region?
Okay, so it cannot be divorced completely. That's the truth. It cannot be divorced. Just like Congressman Riley Moss, Chris Smith, Brian Mast, and the rest said in their bill, where they attached the Chinese to the mining in Zamfara, and then in Benue, in Kwandi, where the same state governments alleged to also have a company that is mining in the Kwandi axis. In that Kwandi axis, that's where attack have been so rampant in Benue in recent times. And those axes where mining have been going on, no attack in those places at all. But they were able to force the people from those communities out of their communities to the IDP camps. Meanwhile, mining is still going on. Even as we speak today, mining is going on in that place. And then in my place, we don't have anything like mining in Yerota. In Balong, where it's happened today, in Balong, in Gwe, we don't have anything like mining. In those places, they are strictly agrarian communities. So I cannot deny the fact that mining, that is why many of us, when we talk about this, we say, of course, there are dual factors of the religion, tribe, and economic factors. Because in some other places, like the Muslims are always quick to tell you that Muslims are being killed too. And that is where this mining comes in. Like there's a Zamfara factor where you say Muslims are being killed too. That is where the mining comes in, sort of, But in our place, it's strictly ethno-religious. is strictly ethno-religious because we know how many times they've told us. We know how many times they say their ambition is to wipe out the Arna, the infidels in this place. You know, they've said it clear. So I don't know why other people are contesting that. And then when they come to kill our people, their usual slogan is the globally recognized motto and slogan of Islamist terrorists. Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar as they kill. Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, paying glory to Allah as they kill. So the fact that it's a genocide against us is not really debatable. It's only somebody who want to make a fool of himself that will deny this truth. But then, like I said earlier, in other places, there's that economic factor too.
All right. Thank you, Frank. Let's hear our people who are here. Chim, you are first. Comment or question?
Thank you, Rudolph. Frank, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've listened
Yeah,
to you.
thank you, sir.
Yeah, I watched your first outing, but I wasn't available to ask you a question. I typically don't disagree with you or anything you've said. In our earlier conversation, while we're waiting for you, a bit of some of these topics came up, and I was making reference to what I heard the current governor of Plateau. I know yours is Benue State, but I know both Benue and Plateau, and majority of the entire what we refer to as the Middle Belt is under this onslaught. But my question is this, and then I'll reference what I was alluding to with regards to Governor. How do you pronounce his name? Matafika or something like that. I'm not good at pronouncing his name.
Mufwang.
Okay.
Caleb. Yeah, Caleb Mufwang.
Caleb Mufwang, yes. So I'm a bit confused, and I know this has not always been the case amongst us as Nigerians when it comes to whatever different ethnic groups or sections of the country we come from. We used to have leaders who would be bold enough to look, the president, or even in the military era, you had people who stood up to the military leaders and told them what they were doing was wrong. But it looks to me that somewhere along the line, I don't know if people are being stuffed with money in their mouth not to talk. I don't know what it is. We have the Tortif. We have the Bomgwam of Jos. These are leading traditional rulers who, in their own right, can be bold enough to say, listen, our people are under an attack. Federal government, do something. But it looks to me that both those traditional rulers and the political personalities that are prominent in both states, everybody is playing pandering, to the gallery. Because I listened to Governor Caleb. Please explain to me, why would people who are grieving be driven in vehicles for 45 minutes from their point of grief to go see the person who is supposed to be coming to console them? As far as I'm concerned, that's heartless. If I were any of those people grieving, I will tell the governor, fuck off. Sorry to use that word. I'll tell him I'm not coming. Go and tell that person, if he's not going to come into the city and experience the pain we are going through, then he might as well keep away. The president of Nigeria went there, spent 10 minutes or whatever it is he was there, and then the governor was busy telling him how they are happy he's releasing funds, they are tying roads, these projects we're supposed to do and all that, and not addressing the core of the issue. People have just been slaughtered. So I don't know I don't know, because you probably have firsthand, information. Are these personalities really talking or telling truth to power? Or we're just pandering, so I might as well just forget about it.
Yeah, so you've even said it already. These guys are guys who care for their individual aggrandizement, personal perquisite, the persecuted they derive, And we're operating a government in Nigeria where the protagonist, as the likes of Tinubu and the likes of Akpabio, believes in the school of thought that every Nigerian is worth a price. Because like Akpabio, there's a statement attributed to Akpabio where he was famous for that statement that says, what money cannot do, more money will do. And so they've been pumping enough money, like Mufwang, somebody told me the kind of money they gave those governors who cross carpets, into APC. That's why. So right now, even the little strength he was exuding when he was a PDP governor, he no longer does that because he has come into the structure. The structure is supporting this. And of course, he has been paid off, basically, and then he's whatever he has to say is subject to what they can see. They have to sieve it. You know, that is the reality. If he was like before, where he was in the PDP, where he was in the opposition, if you observe him, he was more fierce that period. You know, he was more fierce that period. But after that, what happened? He moved to the APC. And so he's a Tinubu's boy, basically, right now as it stands. And so he has to just dance to the rhythm of Tinubu and the structure, the cabal in APC. So that's the unfortunate part of what we live in, that the worst amongst us are the ones who are leading us.
All right, Tim, thank you so much. Let's go to Ike. Ike, you are next.
Good evening, my brother Frank. God bless you.
Oga Ike, I salute.
I thank God for your life, for your family, for your community, for what you people do.
Thank you.
The only thing that I can say is that as a Christian, I believe that they said that the joy of the Lord is our strength. Probably if people do not see what you and your people are going through, I believe that the God that lives in heaven sees what you and your people are going through. And my prayer for you is that God will continue to give you the grace and the strength to continue, training people that are going to hand over the baton to, because it's not one man's journey, it's not one man's fight. You know, as you are leading a group, my prayer for you is to be able to train young men and women who will be able to understand and who will be able to carry the torch when you leave the stage, so that the memory of some great men and women from the Middle Belt, who I think that in their graves, they are wailing and crying and asking, what has gone wrong with my people? The late J.S. Taka, Paulo Nongo, Solomon La, and Senator Washpan, in their days, and other people, great men and women in the Middle Belt, they will be screaming in their graves and say, what has happened to my people?
Yes.
So I think that the leaders of the Middle Belt, they have completely shattered the hope of so many Nigerians who has believed in most of the people that are produced from the Middle Belt, that are men that can stand on their right and say whatever that they know that is good for everybody. But we have lost everybody. My joy is that General Danjuma and Gowon is still alive today to see what is happening, what they contributed that is happening today. She was asking of where are the men who can stand up. Gowon, the last 2 weeks or last 3 weeks, he went to visit this man in Asorok, right? He was in Asorok, and I think that's who went. So my joy is that these two men, that they are still alive in Nigeria today, and they're witnessing what is happening to their people. And the only thing that they know that they can do is to go to Asorok and have a handshake with a man who is bent on destroying this country called Nigeria. You know, so while I was so angry when I was speaking earlier, was for me to see the governor in an armored vehicle, the man who believed that he won the election by the people of Plateau State, and the crisis came. You felt that you cannot stand before your people and address them. You were more concerned about your life. But you were not more concerned about the lives that have been taken. And at the end of the day, like my brother Chim said, he went to hire the people that are grieving and brought them at the airport. And people like Lalong and Jan was speaking. They were not speaking. The man didn't come to Plateau State that he wanted to come to Plateau State. He came to do campaign. The minister was wearing a PC cap. And the man who went to Plateau State is saying, I want to hear Janet Jan speak. I want him to tell me something. And I've only come here for 10 minutes. And that was why I was trying to speak before you came. That each and every one of us who are living in a developed country, if somebody, it doesn't matter your position in a developed country where things work, can stand up before the people that are grieving, and you're telling them that you have 10 minutes to spend with them, I think that before 24 hours, everybody in that administration should have gone. But it is the followers, people who are clapping. Even as the man was speaking, people were clapping hands. People were clapping at the airport. And I asked myself, for how long? What is wrong with Nigerians? We cry, we grieve, we get angry. And when we see the perpetrators of all this crime, when they come around us, we clap hands for them. And when they go, we begin to complain. So, people like you in the Middle Belt, I pray that God strengthen you about your governor. He used his white robe to deceive everybody that is a Catholic priest. You know, he has made mess of Catholic priests, and he had made mess of Christianity, right? So for him, time will tell, you know. But there is something I always believe. For whatever a man sows is what he's going to reap. We can never forget. A day of reckoning is coming for these people. And when that day comes, there is not going to be any hiding place for any of them. Because this cry, this tear, this anger that I am going through is what millions of Nigerians are going through. That you wake up every morning, you see your fellow Nigerians being slaughtered like animals. And at the end of the day, nothing happens. A country like Nigeria is trying to tell you now they want to put CCTV in Plateau State. And we claim to be giant of Africa. We claim that we can overrun any country in the third world. But you don't have CCTV. Even if you have CCTV, where is the light? What is the electricity? So my brother, God bless you. And I pray that God keep you alive. And people of your generation, that this fight is not over, but it is over. And I want to end like this. Please, do not discourage the generations of your people not to get involved in political activities. Because activism is not going to solve this problem. You must get involved. From the local area to town councils, to town communities, people of your type should get involved in every political activity. Because that is the only way redeeming of the people of Nigeria is by when people get involved. When people say, oh, it's no more politics is for evil men. No, because that's what they have been telling us for so many years. And they tell us that the youth, we are the future of the future. I've been hearing, I am the future of the youth. I am 63 years today by the grace of God. And I'm still a youth waiting for my time to arrive in Nigerian politics. God bless you, my brother.
Bless you, sir. Bless you. And I just want to mention something briefly regarding the references you made about people like Gawan and T.Y. Dajuma being alive to see what they, like I keep saying, I say for some of us, we apologize to the Igbos for our involvement in that 1967 to 70 war, because the truth of the matter is that the Igbos have seen far. They've seen far. Ojukwu have seen very far. It was prophetic, just like Kanu, Mazana the Kanu now. It was prophetic about these realities. But for me, I feel the my consolation is that Gideon Gwaza Oka, another thief guy, tried to correct that, in his coup in 1990, in the aborted coup of 1990. So that's my consolation, that another thief guy came and tried to correct that anomaly, that forced marriage, that marriage that is not working, because for we, the thief race, like I mentioned earlier, we're a generation of warriors, we're a tribe of warriors. We're the ones who stopped the jihad, number one. Number two, we constituted the bulk of the Nigerian regiment in the British West African frontier during the Second World War. The Nigerian soldiers that went to fight for the British in Asia, my grandfather was involved, in Malaya, which is Malaysia now, and Burma, which is Myanmar now. We constituted the bulk of the Nigerian regiment in that war. We, the people of the Middle Belt, were the main soldiers that fought for the Nigerian side against Biafrans. We constituted the bulk of the soldiers. We in the Middle Belt, especially Thief Idoma soldiers and Lantan Panshin soldiers in Plateau, and the likes of Tiwa Dejuma, another Middle Beltan from Taraba. So you could say that we're a tribe of warriors, actually. And then even at Ekomok in West Africa was headed by two thief guys, General Victor Malu and General Inengi. At no point, at nowhere in all these were Fulani officers involved. They're only involved in coup. But when it comes to might, it's our people. But unfortunately, the current set of political leaders have betrayed us. So they are direct opposite of what we've been known for. And just like you mentioned, it now behoves on us to now stand up and then to train the rest of us, our like minds, to be able to continue from where some of us may stop. So that is what we're trying to do right now.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Ike. Mazopara, you are next.
Yeah, Doctor, thank you. Franc Utoo, thank you very much. Baraka the Ike.
Thank you, Nagodi.
Yeah, Sanugo. I live in yesterday. The same thing came here. This topic. I told them that because some people were blaming that young man, Alex Barber or something. They were here calling him all kinds of names. I told them, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. I lived in Jos for 15 years. I know these places, these things are happening. Riom, Bukuru, Vom, Miango, Bokos, all those places. Oh. I lived there for 15 good years. Basa, Wase, all those places. Barikiladi. So when somebody comes here and tell you that this thing started because of American CIA, you see somebody here, he knows about geopolitics. He is the best geopolitics, the best, expert on geopolitics. He knew, but he lives in America, where there is sanity, where if somebody kills somebody today, that person must be arrested. Either that person is killed or arrested. But some of them are here in America, in England, telling you, giving you all the kind of, expertise. Why CIA want to, destroy Nigeria? Why FBI want to destroy Nigeria? Why? Talking absolutely rubbish. I live there. My sister is still living there. What is happening in the Middle Belt, mostly Plateau State and Benue, is horrible. If you come here and say otherwise, that means you are inhumane. Very, very. So from yesterday to today, how many attacks? Even in Chibok, there was an attack on Sunday evening. On Sunday, there was an attack in Chibok. Even in Zamfara State. So when are we going to stop this? Where is the government? There is none. Do you know that even before Tinubu came to visited Plateau State, Jos, that even the governor left Plateau State to go and went and briefed him. A day before Tinubu came, you as a mourner, you know, somebody died, your wife died, you left your home to visit somebody else to come and visit you. This absurdity is only in Nigeria, nowhere else. The same thing happened when Buhari was the president. When these barbarians murdered people in Uwani, in Enugu State, Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi left Enugu State, went to Buhari and was crying. So all these people, we don't have leaders mostly in Middle Belt and Southeast. We don't have them. They are political jobbers. They are betrayers. They have betrayed their people. All they're after is, you know, their political positions, their families, nothing else. What I'm trying to tell you, the war is because it's a war. Don't call it any it's a war. There's a war in Nigeria and in the middle, mostly in the Middle Belt. 1964, 1963, there was TV rioting, and a lot of people were murdered.
Yeah.
The same thing is, you know, 1964. Maybe some of us were just, you know, toddlers. So this conflict is not new, and there is no political way to stop it. That's the problem. So what I'm suggesting today is that what Danjuma, you know, offered, because the government is not there to help anybody. Government is not there. There's no government. You can't tell me that people were murdered in your state. You left your state to go and tell somebody, come and visit me. And that dude came. He stayed only for 10 minutes, and he was bragging. But he went to Ogun State and he spent the whole hour or the whole day in Ogun State, you know, celebrating, dancing with everything. I listened to one imam, because I speak Hausa. I lived in the north very well. I know a lot of places in the north, not only in Bukuru. I listened to one imam. This man was so angry. He's a Muslim, you know, imam, but he said the truth. He said that
maybe that's the digital imam. No, Jingir is a terrorist now.
No, the Jingir
is a terrorist.
No, this is
it should be Nuru Khalid.
No, this one is a very about 70, 74 years old man.
Okay, hold on. Hold on,
Mazi.
Mazi, but I think you are referring to this man. Let me play the video.
Mu dan shiga da kai ka ga mutanen nan ka ba su hakuri ka lallashe su. Da ya tashi sai ya ce there's no light. I'm not going to spend more than 10 minutes. I am flying back to Lagos. Zai je Easter Lagos. Ba wuta. Ku kalli magana shi ne fa yake cewa yanzu ne ba wuta. Wato shi ya san rashin wuta bala'i ne gare shi, amma ba bala'i bane ga 'yan Najeriya. Ba zan wuce minti 10 ba. Zan koma Lagos. Kuma haka aka yi. Amma bari ku ji wani abu inda za ku fahimci mutanen nan. Muna gaya muku gaskiya, idan sun ba ku jama'a, ku karɓa ku cinye, amma ku liƙa su da ƙasa ranar zaɓe. Sai ya ce, Lalon ya yi mashi alkawari. Lalon sanata ne. Lalon lokacin da ya gwamna mutumin kirki ne, ya yi aikin alkhairi a plateau, ya kyautata gwargwadon hali, sai ce Lalon ya mishi alkawari yana tare da shi. Yanzu akwai wani suna da yake jin, sai kuma ya buge da campaign. fitaccen suna a jihar Plateau wanda ke mutumin kirki ana ce mai Jonah Jang. Ina son kai ma ka zo kai min alkawari. A kashe mana mutanen. Ka zo ka ce kuma baya an ce ka je wurin su ka ce minti 10 za ka yi ba ka da lokaci. Sannan ka ce wai in maka alkawari cewa zan ma kamfen don a zaɓe ka to a kan ne. Malam drama aka yi abinda aka kira airport. Yanzu misali gwamnoninmu na arewa wai sun dunkule sun ce suna tare da shi. Ok, to yayi daidai, to kuna tare da shi akan me? Akan me? Shin wai ita harkar siyasa ba give and take bane? Scratch my back, I scratch your back. Ka bani in baka. Right, kana son kujeran nan kuma ga abin da muke ciki a arewacin Najeriya ga kashe-kashe ga rashin zaman lafiya ga kaza kana so ka wuce to wace yarjejeniya za mu yi a kanta mu baka goyon baya a'a kawai haka nan free of charge sun kwashe mu sun sai da mu zuwa gare shi. To mu bayin Allah ne. Babu wanda yake da ikon tasarrufi cikin al'amuran mu sai Allah. Kuma muna gaya musu ku tambayi excellency Umar Abdullahi Ganduje tsohon gwamnan me ku tambaye shi me ya faru kwanan nan a Villa.
All right, I think that's enough.
Yeah, that is the man I was talking about. When you listen to him, you know, the man almost, you know, broke into pieces. He was asking, why did he come here to tell us that I only had 10 minutes to stay after they killed our people? What kind of disrespect was that? And he stayed there for 10 minutes and left for the Lagos for Easter. In fact, he accused the whole northern leaders of selling their people because he accused them that he has given them money. That is why they are following him. But they're going to teach him lesson. That's what the man was saying. So this man has no, somebody who calls himself the leader of Nigeria has no respect for you and me. That is very absurd. Finally, please, my brother Frank, do whatever you do and don't give up. I mean, we have to support anyhow we can. But what baffles me that there's somebody or 2 or 3 people that I'm expecting to come here. They won't come here because they will tell you there's nothing, that we are making some way, we're exaggerating. Somebody was accusing that Alex because he saw his back, you know what they call it, like what this back something. He was explaining that it was from he bought those things from that what do you call it, a security contractor that is working for, I think, something black water or something like that. All those things you can order them on Amazon. Those things are military fatigues. You can order everything. You can wear anything you want to wear. But somebody was sitting somewhere in one room in America because he has the accent. Maybe he was born there. I don't know. He was explaining why the guy wore this. We wore that from
Mazi. Lest I forget, let me even just sorry to interject. See, like you mentioned, Alex ordered those things from Amazon, and when he got those things in US before he traveled to Nigeria, I was the one who contacted my Nigerian friend at the immigration friend at Abuja airport to ask him if this and this kind of things will be allowed into Nigeria. So Alex got it for personal protection. He actually got a bulletproof vest because when he was in Bokodi and going to all those dangerous places, they were telling that, look, bros, you are going beyond the reach, you know. So he was trying to be protective. So he got some jacket and this. I was here personally. I was the one who, that's before he left for Nigeria. I was the one who were able to contact one or two guys at the immigration in Abuja, and they say yes, he can bring it.
So
when some of us are seeing this kind of story, you just sit back and just laugh because I am in the know completely. Everything, every step of the way.
Sorry, doctor, I will finish now because the guy has some little, he speaks very slowly. He has the accent. He will be he will manipulate. He's a very manipulative young man. He will be lying here. Nobody will challenge him. Yesterday, I wanted to come back because that thing was saying was absolutely rubbish. Here, where I live here, or anywhere in Europe or in Western world, you can order for those things. I'm sorry that even AY is not here because they are the people who are telling you and Jordan, they are telling you that nothing is happening, that we are exaggerating. I am an Igbo man. I'm not from the north. Why are we concerned about what is happening? If in Igbo, mad, that's we call mad. The beauty of life. You cannot take somebody's life because he has different idea or different religion. You cannot. So when we come here, we say stop this thing. They say that we are exaggerating. They say we are propagandists. We are not.
All right, thank you, Mazi. Let me just say for those I'm going to call next, we are I guess it's been busy all day and it's been a long day for everybody. So let's make our comment or question very short so that we can finish and get everybody a chance to weigh. All right, you're next, Tony.
Okay, thank you. Barrister Frank, thank you so much. I follow you. I see all the things you're doing. I can only pray for God to continue to strengthen and protect you. And condolences for all that your people have gone through. I know that all this will come to pass, okay? Thank you. So keep strong. God is with you. And we support you, okay?
Thank you very much, sir.
Now, the issue of Benue is one that keeps me wondering what exactly is the true situation. The president went when he visited the governor's. He went to see the governor, who I don't know if he's still a priest. I know he's on suspension by the Catholic Church. He couldn't get to Yelwata, where to see things. I mean, in situ to see what happened there, But he kept on insisting, even when the tall chief was telling him that this is a genocide. He kept saying, it's a Pama-Header crisis. Now, looking at this Benue thing, I know that there have been over 6 major panels and commissions of investigation. In fact, up to 10 if you take all of them together, but 6. There have been state, there have been federal, there have been legislative investigations by the National Assembly. And there's also been a review of the open grazing prohibition law of 2014, all geared to trying to address the problem of Benue, this killing. So I want you, in your opinion, what exactly do you think will solve this problem? What in your honest opinion will be a solution to solving the problem in Benue and by extension Plateau? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, the problem, let me tell you the truth. The problem is ideological. And that's why the problem is quite very tough to solve. Because it's ideological. It's built on an ideology of conquest, of occupation, taking over people's territory and dominating them and installing their own, creed, the creed of religion, the creed of tribe, sort of, because they've done it in many other places. They've done it in Southern Kaduna. We have locus classicus, enough examples of this. They've done it. They've taken over a lot of Christian communities in Southern Kaduna and renamed those communities into Fulani Muslim names. They've done to a lot of these communities in Plateau, as we speak, in Plateau. These are realities on ground that they've taken over and renamed those communities. And you see, expansionism, they are moving. They are moving and they are achieving their aims. Unlike me and you, we're Christians. We believe so much in peace. We believe in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and because of that, we are peace loving and that love of neighbor. So we don't really plan. We don't even have a plan beyond tomorrow. We are myopic, you know. But those guys, they have a plan for the next 100 years, and whatever they are doing now is an execution of that plot. Whatever they are doing, it's an execution of that plot. They have a plan for the next 100 years. Now, we are still talking about the solution. So, like I mentioned, firstly, why it is so difficult is because it is hinged on ideology. And you can see the people in government are only playing the policy part. Then the people killing are just the soldiers because, you know, it's not easy for you to say, oh, we're taking over this town, we're taking over the state and turning it to Sharia, we're turning Nigeria to Sharia. So what they are doing is that they are playing, those in government are playing the policy part, and those foot soldiers are doing the violent, the rebellion part, you know? And that is why you see, before now, you could attest to the fact that before the introduction of Sharia in 1999, October 1999 in Zamfara, there were things like this. There are only just some few ones, like the Metasini riots of 1984-85, as the case may be. There are not this kind of stuff, you know. But those of them in government, you know, gave it an official imprimatur, you know, a stamp when they introduced Sharia and said this is the policy we are going to adopt. And that is why all these Muslim terrorist groups in Nigeria, their primary objective is Sharia. Boko Haram is Sharia. ISWAP is in the name itself. Islamic State, West African Province, it's in the name. It speaks for itself. You know, Lakurawa, Sharia. Ansaru, Sharia. Fulani, Sharia. Look, Nigeria has the infamous record of being the number 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with the highest number of Islamist terrorist groups in the world, only surpassed by Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, Somalia, and then Nigeria. Unfortunately, our own country, that's in the entirety of Africa, number 2. Number 2, the country that's hosting the highest number of Islamic terrorist organizations. So that is the first, the ideology, like I mentioned. So if you have to scuttle that ideology, so it has to be within them. It has to be within them that, look, this is not what Islam is all about. Let's, you know, but you can never see the likes of Sultan of Sokoto coming to tell you that, coming to tell them that. Do you understand? Because that is part of the plot. They are all part. They will never, you will never hear Sultan of Sokoto telling these guys that, look, stop. It's giving Islam a bad name. Let's have a conference. Let's reevaluate what is happening, and let's know how to stop it. They'll never do, because they're the part of the larger, the bigger plans, the enablers. So that is the ideology part, which is the strongest part. The second part is, you mentioned the open grazing prohibition law of Benue State of 2017, because they were using that smoke screen. They were using that smoke screen of saying, look, they stole their cows, they rustled their cows. Oh, there was some cows enter into a farmland, so there was an altercation between a farmer and the header, and then it led to the death of the farmer, blah, blah, blah. They were using that. So we in Benue, we said, okay, is that where you say the problem is? Look, I've attended many of the meetings, because my community in Benue, my village, Irota, is the last village in Benue before Nasarawa State. From Irota, the boundary of Nasarawa State is just 2 kilometers. When you are coming from Okodi, the moment you reach Irota, the boundary is the stream at the sharp corner, 2 kilometers away. So most of those meetings took place in my community during the time of Otom. On about 3 occasions, Otom met with the governor of Nasarawa State, starting from Almakura to the current one, Sule, in my community, there in the primary school there, St. Joseph Primary School. When we had this meeting, we said, look, what is the problem? So tell us the problem. Why you guys are always coming to Benue to kill? So the Mayati Allah were, part from the Muslim Nasrallah delegation, the Mayati Allah. They always mention this problem of altercation with farmers and all this, So what Benue did is say, okay, since you said this is the problem, we are going to solve the problem. So Benue people, as a matter of fact, the executive bill that was passed by Otom, that was initiated by Otom, gave too many freedom to the Fulanis. So the bill, thank you, that's the word I was looking for. Concession, thank you very much. That was what I was looking for. To the Fulanis. So the Benue people said, no. So the current bill, the current law, Benue State Open Grazing Prohibition and Ranches Establishment Law of Benue, 2017, was the law of Benue people. Benue people said no. So different groups put up their own. They came together to put up that, and that was when Otom received that. He received from us and sponsored. And when he sponsored during the public hearing, in the history of Benue State, there is no law that the people of Benue State, coming under different groups and auspices, came together to support. During the public hearing, 101% support. Fulani groups were invited to. 101% support. Now, the law was passed. And in that law, there are still concessions to the Fulani. Do you know that the law provides stricter punishment to cattle rustling? That to grazing. The Fulani are the ones grazing, right? And their own accusation against us is that we are involved in rustling. So I'm telling you that law that you are hearing, the Benue State Open Grazing Prohibition Law, provides stricter punishment to rustling of cow than the violation of open grazing. We did this, but the Fulani became more intense in their killings. Saying they are not going to. They took the matter to court. The court gave judgment for Benue State government. They took the matter, they initiated action on that. They gave judgment for us. So they continue. So you see, we try to solve this, but they always come under this smoke screen. Because without this now, they would have, okay, you say you cannot establish a ranch. That ranch is costly. Meanwhile, we are saying we have land. Come and rent the land and do this. When they came to attack Yerota last year, they came with over 100 AK-47. So each of these AK-47 goes for about 3 million. That's about 300 million. 10 AK-47 can give you a very, because what do you need? You just need fencing. That's all. You need fencing, whatever. It must not be bricks. It must either be even barbed wires. And that's all. You got a ranch. So look, these guys, concessions have been made to these guys, but because the ultimate idea is the idea of conquest. That's the ultimate idea. Is the idea of did Ganduje not call them that they should come to Kano? Is going to give them reserves in Kano. If you remember, it was public when Ganduje was governor of Kano. He said he's going to that these are his kinsmen. They should leave this and they should come. He's going to give them enough reserves in how many local government he called. Nobody listens to that because the ultimate plan is that plan of conquest. So that is how difficult it is. It's quite a complicated web. It's quite so difficult. But like I said earlier, because I know this, I'm an authority in this area, I'm telling you that the whole thing is hinged on ideology. It's hinged on that ideology. There's nothing that has to do with these guys want to grace. It's not enough.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Chris, before we go to you, let me pick a question from the comments section so that they feel they are part of this conversation. This is a question from AY, and he wants to know, with rising insecurity in northern Nigeria, how do you explain U.S. military activities there? And do foreign actors play a role in the crisis?
Okay, let me start from the rear. Foreign actors, of course, they play a role, because when you say foreign actors, the Fulani in our community are foreign actors. Many of them are from Niger. So when you say these are foreign, they are from Niger, they are from Burkina Faso, they are from Mali, from Senegal, from Mauritania. Many of the Fulanis who come killing our people, who are killing in Plateau, in Benue, in Taraba, in Kaduna, many of them are their foreign kinsmen. You know, that's number one. Number two is the Chinese part, the mining part. You know, these are the foreign actors. And then number three, we heard about the report on Boko Haram, about the complicity of foreign actors. You know, but I'm not too versed in that area of Boko Haram. I'm only versed in the area that concerns my immediate locality. You know, and then very importantly is the fact that these guys, even the president of Niger, recently in his press conference is online in October last year, and even last month, he said that the terrorists in Niger are teaming up with the Islamists in Nigeria to perpetrate what they're doing in Nigeria. And he outrightly accused Ribadu, the National Security Advisor, that many of them are calling Ribadu's name. That's the president of the neighboring country, saying the ones they arrested in Niger have called the name of National Security Advisor of Nigeria, Ribadu, as being part of their enablers. You know, but going to your question about the military deployment from US to Nigeria, I only heard about it as any other person that they were taken to Bauchi State. I don't know why they were taken to Bauchi State. Bauchi State is not the center of gravity of these killings. It's not the epicenter like Plateau and Benue and the states in the Middle Belt. So that they were taken to Bauchi State. But like the United States, I was saying that they've established a sort of cooperation with the Nigerian, they call it cooperation with the Nigerian government. So we're waiting to see the extent to which the cooperation will go.
Frank,
but
sorry, Rudolph, don't be offended. I think your answer is not going to be satisfactory because the interest is to hear, is America involved? Is Britain involved? Those are the foreign actors that are being spoken about. It's not those African ones. So do you think America is complicit?
Yeah, but you mean complicit in the killings in Nigeria? No, not especially in my own place. America is never involved at all. In my own place, if it is the area of Boko Haram, maybe to some extent, because I also heard in the news during the probe on activities of USAID in Borno. But of course, USAID is not involved in my area. So in my area, I can tell you categorically that they are not involved. You know, there's no direct involvement of the US. And from the US here, we had congressmen and state department officials who were really involved in our place in trying to see that this matter is settled. They went to the likes of Chris Meade, been to Plateau State several times, the likes of Ralimo. The last visit of Ralimo in December was in my own town, Makurdi, you know, where he met my Lord Bishop, Bishop Anagbe of the Catholic Diocese of Makurdi. And the woman he met was my auntie, the woman that he has always said it here in America, that the woman that lost her husband, her mother, and 4 of her children, you know, my auntie. It's actually my auntie. So you could see their involvement to the extent that they want the problem solved. They want to get it tackled. And they went further to introduce a bill in the House that is strictly on Nigeria, the Nigeria Religious Freedom and Accountability Act. So that is the level of seriousness the US is involved in trying to solve Nigeria's problem. But of course, you know, these things will go step by step, and especially Nigeria on her own have rented the DCI lobby group here, a Republican aligned lobby group that is also close to Donald Trump. So you could see that the fight is very intense because those guys are working very hard too. They are working very hard. The Nigerians are, I think last week, they organized a group of Nigerians who carry out a brief in the Congress, you know, to say there is nothing like genocide going on in Nigeria. It's just a normal insecurity setup. So those guys are working on overdrive, the DCI lobby group. So it's quite a very tough fight that we're working against a $9 billion strong machine. So it's not going to be easy.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. So what we're going to do now is for the rest of the people, we want. Oh yeah, Chris, you're next. Okay. We want two people at once so that we can round up. We are totally out of time. So Chris and Eric. Chris, you go first. You ask your question or comment. Eric, you do go there. Then we finish up with Ndubisi and one comment from this comment section. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Yeah, quick one. I'm glad you understand the problem, that there is an ideology to conquer the people. Now, my suggestion is simple. You know they are fighting you as Fulani people. They are not fighting you as Sokoto or Zamfara. They are fighting you as Fulani. Now, people in the TV land ought to have structures, because system don't fight system. If you are depending on the government, you are not going to win. So I'm suggesting that people like you should be able to start setting up structures that they call non-state actors, which are the people, just that the way IPOB is structured. Now, if you set it up along TV ethnic nationality, it will help you to go across from Benue to Nasarawa to Taraba, wherever you have the TVs, so that you are fighting as one nation. Because if you are fighting as a nation, you will find that there is power in that ethnic nationality in fighting to preserve your nation. And again, because I was listening to one Hausa lady yesterday, and what she said was actually very revealing, because there is a war between the Hausas and the Fulani as I speak now, and this Boko Haram, we thought that our Kanuri people are actually the Fulani stock that that have been the Fulanis that married the what are they called? Not the Dinupes, the
Kanuri.
The Kanuri, yes. So these are the things we have to understand, so that we can start having an alliance of non-state actors. Because if you depend on the state, I don't see any government official fighting in a state, in a situation where he's a beneficiary. Okay. So that is my suggestion to you. And if you need more links to Radio Biafra, we can give you one. We can help you to go through them. So yes, because you can come there. It will help you and your people to disseminate the information so that they can understand what is at stake.
Chris, thank you. We're out of time. Let me get Ernest to ask this question. Ernest, go ahead.
Yeah, I greet everybody. I want to ask, during Obasanjo, he suspended Darie from Plateau because of this conflict. During Jonathan, the same thing. I think there was Agatu massacre, and he looked away. During Buhari, he aided those people he aided the terrorists instead of looking away. And Tinubu too, I think he's helping the terrorists as well. Why is it that all the Nigerian governments, from one government to another, they don't want to help the middle belt people? They look at why? Is middle, because for Igbos, we know we fought Biafra. The whole Nigeria hates Igbos because they fought Biafra. So what is the problem of the middle belt? Why are they looking away? Then another question is,
one is enough. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Frank can take the two questions, then we go to the person.
Okay, the only question I heard him say is why are they looking away? Right? So, or is there any other one?
One is from Chris. The one from Chris.
What's the one from Chris again?
Chris, what's your question again?
Okay, the question
He didn't
is,
really ask a question.
are you, that's what my question is. Are you now willing to be able to set up structures to form what we call non-state actors?
All right.
You know, to be able to win.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, I'll just give you a concise answer here. Look, in my community, as far back as 2012, 2013, we set up such groups. And to a very great extent, that period, this thing wasn't as rampant, as incessant as it is now. Why? Because that period, any attack from those guys will make sure they pay. They pay. And in many instances, we were proactive by taking the attack to them by going into Nasarawa State, into some of those places where they had their ruga. You know, and so they saw that they cannot stand us. And that is why I told you earlier about that conspiracy of government, that the singular role of the army in our communities is to disarm our guys. So that is what has been happening. And that is why it's so difficult. The armies are all over. Their role is to disarm our guys. They're all over. But we know life is in phases. We know that another phase will come that no matter what, it will be different. We are still working on all this. We are talking to ourselves. Our youths are always ready, like the youth who repelled the attack, this Easter the attack in Balong. Like I told you, between us here, about 21 Fulanis were neutralized in this attack of today. Our attackers, about 21 of them were neutralized. But you know, those are things that we don't bring out. You know? So yes, so that was actually what happened today as we speak. In Balom, the killings in Benue.
Best phone holder for your car. Your phone clips right in.
Yeah. So, and then your question of why those guys are looking away. Look, it's just the selfishness that I itemized earlier. That I said earlier, that many of these our guys, their first priority in government is political sustenance. It's political sustenance. And in Nigeria, there is no tribe that plays the highest role of holding the political pendulum like the Fulanis, even though they are few. Well, this is just reality. You know, they are influential in the political cycle. And that is why even in Bola Tinubu's, you know, they saturated the security because they place themselves everywhere. You could see that the entire security architecture of Nigeria is built on the pillars of these guys, especially before the appointment of the current chief of defense staff, the current minister of defense. The two ministers of defense were Ofulani, Badaru, and Matawali. And then the national security advisor, who is most influential in the Tinubu's government, is one of them. So those are part of their strategy. And so they are holding our guys by, let me use an Ajam parlance, by blockers. Sort of, to the extent that, you see, these guys always come out dancing. I told you here that the Benue State governor will never call their name. He will never call flag. Because number one, he was sponsored by them. He was sponsored by those guys. They were his biggest sponsors when he came out in 2022. Number two, you could see that immediately after swearing in, he was sworn in on May 29th, 2023. Just barely 8 days later, June 6th, his first visit was to Sokoto State to go and see the Sultan. And in an open event, he described the Sultan as my father. That is a statement he has never used on Totif. He has never used on his godfather, Akume. You know, but he described the Sultan as my father. This is a man that doesn't even know one word in Hausa. It's unlike us. My mom is a Muslim. If I describe the Sultan as my father, it's well understood. I speak the language that the Sultan speaks. I speak Hausa more than I speak Tiv. You know? So majority of my friends growing up were Muslims, were Hausa up to this moment. So when the likes of us, this guy, because I can speak to Sultan, I can speak a lot of words in Arabic. But a Catholic priest that all his life, I can bet that he has never met the Sultan anywhere until when he vied for that office, when he started vying for the governor of Benue State. And the Fulanis realizing that he was popular because we're majorly a Catholic state, Benue. We're 99% a Christian state, and the biggest denomination is the Catholic. And that is why we have the uncommon record of producing 2 Catholic governors in the whole of Africa. As governor of Benue State, Father Dasu in 93, and then this Reverend Father, because anything about Catholicism, the people are just hypnotized to it. Oh, his father, father, so he's the right thing. Meanwhile, I had no record anywhere, unlike Father Dasu that had administrative experience. Father Dasu was the vicar general of the diocese, so it's an administrator. You know, Father Dasu went to the Constituent Assembly of 1989. Father Dasu was a lecturer in Akwanga College of Education. This guy never built even one church anywhere. He only had record of healing mass, like Mbaka. You know, it's our own version of Mbaka. So he only had that record. Oh, he's a healing priest. And so when he came, so the Fulani recognizing that there's a wave of support, they came in, El-Rufai, Sultan, and Masari. Those were the guys who spearheaded this. And that is why the big and Shetima again, from the Islamist part, Shetima. And that's why the biggest contracts in Benue State now handled by those guys, their companies. So it's even indirectly arming our guys, empowering our guys to come against us again. Because the biggest capital projects right now in Benue are not handled by Benue companies, where there are many of them, but by companies with Fulani-owned companies. So these guys, that is the answer. They look away because they are selfish. They care for their political sustenance. It's just like Tinubu. Like many Tinubu guys now, you know, for those of us who play politics, we know many of those guys in the government. They will tell you that, look, Tinubu he's actually planning to deal with these guys in his second tenure. That's the excuse they like using. He's planning that he just wants their support right now. He just wants their support. When he enters, he really wants to crumble them in his second tenure. So that answers it. That is why they are looking away, because of political sustenance. And I keep saying, look, Father earlier up to this moment, he's popular in Benue State. You know you are popular with your people. Why not damn these guys? You went into a covenant with these guys. Have you not paid it enough? You know, so why not damn these guys and protect your people? So that is the truth. You see, Otom came out very openly, and partly he suffered part of the consequences. Even though me myself, I had my misgivings with the guy. But in being objective, you know that the guy was a standout against these guys. But you know, he paid the price. He was going for Senate. I was his spokesperson of his senatorial campaign organization. Franc Utoo, I was the director of media and publicity, Samuel Otom Senatorial Campaign Organization from 2022 to 2023. I was a spokesperson. So he paid the price because of his stand against this flag. So he was one of the most uncommon governors that could come out. And then the likes of Akero Dulo, who died in Ondo State. You know, some people are even attributing something like poison to something like this, who first of all even brought the idea of Amotekun, set it up and all those things against these guys. So every other governor is afraid. The governors that stood out against this, you could see either their fiscal debt or political debt. The evidence are there, they are bound.
All right, thank you, Frank. We finished with Ndubisi and Sagnonia. So let's start with Ndubisi. Ndubisi, go ahead.
Hello, Frank. Happy Easter to you and to Rudolph and every member of the panel.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see you again. Yeah, please. I have Rudolph. He said can ask one question or
One
two questions in
question,
one.
just one. Yeah,
Let me just combine them into the second one is very important. Please, I will be brief. The first one, Frank, is about how can the entire Middle Belt men now, I mean, are prominent men, come together and unite and tell the federal government that enough is enough, that going forward, they are going to do everything to get their people ready to fight back. That is one, because this is getting out of hand. You confirm that villages have been taken over, apart from the killings we hear. Because sometimes they kill and run away, but now villages have been taken over. So they need to do this. How can they do that? That is one. Then the second one is the Riley Moore report to Trump. What is the update? What is being planned? Because since his report, there have been more killings, and I'm sure he has been getting this information and all that. So these are the things that worries more for us, because the people seem to be helpless. The people in the local areas, these will come at will, and whatever government says, they will stay under attack. Will still be in the waiting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the Riley Moore reports, the best I could talk about that is I only know the content to the extent that he has given the president the exact position of what is happening in Nigeria, because he has put his boots on the ground in Nigeria. He has seen it all. He has listened from the survivors, the victims, and the communities. So the report must have contained this truth. But for the recommendations, I may not be able to say because I do not have access to the reports. I don't know. Maybe it's somehow classified, the recommendations he provided in that report. I may not be able to say it here. And then talking about we in the Middle Belt, unlike before, we've started coming around now. Like while I'm on this interview, there's a Zoom meeting going on. In another, I stopped the call twice because they are asking me to join in another Middle Belt forum, So unlike before where we're divided right now, this epidemic, this genocide is uniting us. So we're beginning to come around a common purpose, a common idea, the idea of survival first, and then we're going to face this existential threat, as one. So that is what we belong. I belong to a lot of these associations in both Nigeria and here in the United States. Here in the United States, we have about 3 of them. I belong to all the 3. So I think that's the first stage, the stage of uniting, coming together, and then uniting ourselves around some common goals. And then from there, we'll know how we can proceed.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Louis. Yes. So finally, let's go to Saxonia thing.
How you doing, Rudolph? How you doing, Frank?
Very well, sir.
All right, so I've been listening to you. Well, this is the second time, and I caught up, in and out. Something bothered me, I guess, is the way you put them and the way you say certain things. And I think if we're not careful, some of the rhetorics, part of my language could be pretty dangerous. And one of those is, and I would like you to answer that because I want to know, you always seem to juxtapose Muslim with the Fulani bandits, whom, for all intents and purposes, I mean, we haven't taken a survey, but we would agree that more than likely they're also Muslims. So when you say things like the Fulanis, then you say the Muslims, this is their intent, I want to ask, and I want you to clarify for the audience, the people attacking your people, is it a militia that could very well likely be of the Islamic faith? Or is it the ordinary Fulanis themselves, meaning this is a group and tribal concerted effort against your people? That was one thing I wanted you to clarify. Then second thing, I I apologize, Rudolph, because I came on and I just heard you say it was one question, so but because I was writing, so I apologize. So, secondly, since you seem to know, because you've reread this multiple times, since you seem to know the government officials involved in the attempted elimination of your people, why don't you name them? Why don't you name them, shame them, and maybe, and since you seem to have personal contact with certain congressmen here, maybe they could take action. Name them for us. Let's know who they are. And you always seem to have a political connotation to the problems in the Middle Belt. There's been people alluding that you belong to a different political party. Because what I've heard you say is you always seem to say, oh, APC, APC, APC. My understanding of Nigerian political parties is they're all the same. So I guess those are what I wanted to ask you and make statements on. And you seem to also absolve the United States. When Rudolph asked you, yeah, granted, you did clarify with Boko Haram later on, but you seem to absolve the United States based on AY's question that when he asked that, are there foreign bodies involved? Even though we all know that Representative Scott Perry in the U.S. congressional hearing, which I think you would be aware of, indicted USAID and indicted the United States for actually being involved in some way in funding extremist groups such as Boko Haram in Nigeria, which we know, I'm ending it, so which we all know these are also involved, their tentacles are spread, and it's also relating to what's happening in the middle belt of Nigeria right now. I'm sorry, Rudolph, again, I just have to get this out.
All right, thank you. So, Frank.
Okay, so let me start with the aspect of United States involvement. Maybe you weren't here when I said that as long as the Fulani killings of Middle Belt is concerned, and to the best of my knowledge, the United States isn't involved in this. But for that of Boko Haram, we're all witnesses to the report by the USAID, you know, and then there's no doubt that there's foreign involvement in what is happening in Borno and Yobe. That's the Boko Haram axis. But we're talking of Middle Belt. In the Fulani, there's no United States involvement. I can tell you this categorically. There's no United States involvement. So these are two separate things. Boko Haram is separate, Fulani is separate. Number two, you mentioned about we know some of these actors. Why didn't we mentioned them? I personally gave out about 10 names to the US Congress. And even as recent as last month, 16th of last month, I was invited to the Congress. I was in the office of the senator, my senior senator from Oklahoma, James Langford. And they were asking me for some of these names because Langford and Ted Cruz are sponsoring the sister bill to the bill passed by Chris Smith and Randy Moore in the House. So they're sponsoring the sister bill. When they sponsor it, they have to harmonize it, you know, before the Congress pass it, and then they send it to the president for assent. You know, so they asked us these names, and we've supplied the names. And for many of us, we like mentioning these names clearly in many of our even public interviews, because these are names we know. These are names that we know have enabled, like Al-Makura in Nasrallah, so we know, like El-Rufai, we know they've enabled this, like Pantami, we know they enabled this, like Sultan himself, we know they enabled this, like Shetima. These are just the truth. And then your question regarding if Fulani, is it political, or the Fulani, you know, we call the Fulani, whatever the Fulani is doing in the Middle Belt, we're saying is for religious.
Is it like a group effort, or is it just a militia within that ethnicity? Or are you saying the entire Fulani tribe is against your tribe?
No, you can't say the entire Fulani tribe. We are saying it's just like the Islamists. When we say the Islamists, it does not mean that the entire Muslims, right? when we see the Islamists like Al Qaeda, we know that they are Islamist group with the idea of Sharia, with the idea of fighting infidels, in quotes, the kafirs, the arna. Sorry, my battery is 5%. I mean, it may go off any moment. So yes. So my battery is 5% now. So, but it's not all Muslims, but they are Islamists. And that is what is happening to the Fulanis too. It's not all the Fulanis, but within the Fulani, there's a Fulani ethnic militia, whose agenda is this conquest. And they're being sponsored by their kinsmen. And so they are playing the same agenda with the likes of Boko Haram, with the likes of Ansaru. It is a well-structured, well-oiled machinery. Just like in the military, in the security agencies, like in the police, for instance, in Nigeria, you have police zone 4 division in this state, zone 6 here, zone 8 in another place. So the Boko Haram have a base in the northeast. Do you understand? The Ansaru also have its base in the axis of Niger, Kwara. They've divided this, and you could see it vividly. The ISWAP also have their base. Then the Fulani, but the ultimate target, the ultimate goal is the same. So, but they go from they operate in different bases. So that is the reality of what's happening. That these guys, it's not political, it's strictly ideological, and the ideology is hinged on the ideology of conquest, of capturing of land, of domination, and of course of creed, religion. Because like in many of the Benue society, many of the Benue communities they've taken over right now, they've destroyed some of the houses and used the makeshift blocks to make temporary mosques. These are Christian communities. You go into a camp, you destroy, you use the blocks to make, that shape of a mosque, where they pray there. So that is the truth. This is not open for debate. This is the reality of what we have on ground. And like I told you earlier, in many of the communities in Kaduna and Plateau, they've taken over these communities and Christians named them with Islamic names. They've taken over the community. Even the Dogo Nahawa, it was a Birom town, which Birom name. Dogo Nahawa that went into the records as one of the places they committed a worst genocide, where about 500 people died in Plateau. That's about 12 years ago. It was a Birom name. But when the Fulani took over, they turned the town to Dogo Nahawa, a Fulani name. So it speaks for itself what they're doing to the towns they've conquered.
All right.
I don't know if I've answered you enough.
Thank you so much, Frank.
Bro, you didn't answer the last one of why do you politicize it? Is it because you belong to a different political party or not? Because they're saying you only criticize APC because you work closely with the PDP governments.
Okay, no, look, I'm a foundation member of the APC. Ask anybody in Benue about me. Anybody from Benue that does politics in Benue. I was the winner of the House of Representative ticket for Makodi Guma. You can Google that. My case went all the way to Supreme Court. We spent 3 years in the process. I won the ticket of APC Makodi Guma December 7th, 2014. But because the party leadership headed by my father, who's the SGF today, George Akume, whom I was his coordinator for youth and student when he was governor. He knew my father. He knows that I'm a non-conformist. He knows that we are changing the dynamics. So what they did was that they brought in somebody who was not in the party and gave him my ticket. He was not in the party, no DT contest. The resident electoral commissioner of Benue at that time was the current APC national chairman, Nantawi Iwalda. It was the resident. I went to court. INEC Benue supported me. INEC filed that they brought their INEC reports because the Constitution and Electoral Act mandates INEC to monitor party primaries and keep the records. They brought their record that I was the winner. You can Google the case. The case, they compromised the judiciary. I'm a lawyer who doesn't have faith in Nigerian judiciary and Nigerian legal system, and it killed my zeal for law completely because of what happened to my case. And in my case, they were just giving the judgment on flimsy grounds of technicality or saying, oh, the case has merit, but I did not seek the leave of court. That was what the Supreme Court said, because the case was so clear. So it's nothing basically, but the reality is that APC is like a Muslim brotherhood, because especially I mentioned it here, like that the CPC arm and the ANPP arm. I mentioned it here because Kawu Baraji, a former acting chairman of APC, was the one himself who said they brought in armed militia all across the Sahel in preparation to 2015 election to make sure that Jonathan goes by all means. Now, these armed militia are the ones now who have turned into this Fulani militia killing us. They're the ones. You were not here when I said, when you go to Nasarawa, those guys, they speak French, not English, because they come from the Sahel, which is basically French-speaking countries. They speak French. Sometimes if you are just close to them, when they answer a call, you know, because they answer the way French answer, hello. They don't say hello, which in French they answer hello.
All right. I think he ended on that note. He said his battery was dying, and I'm guessing that's what probably happened. All right. Thank you so much, Frank, for joining us today. It's been wonderful having you. Hopefully, as things go on and we watch events, we will bring you back and continue the conversation. All right. On that note, I want to thank those who joined us today. I appreciate your patience. It was not our plan that we would stay this long, from 1:30 to it's 8 o'clock here in New York. So I want to thank all those people who joined us in the studio, those that watched at home. Please, you can like and share the broadcast so that more people will see it. I want to thank Team Majek for your support. Akudike. Akuwudike, thank you so much for your support. My Igbo has problems. Oscar Blackstone, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Riaku Tope, thank you so much. Team Majek, thank you so much. And First Wizard, thank you. We appreciate you. Don Anthony, thank you so much. Chris, thank you. AY, thank you for your support. And that's it. So let me say that next week, Sunday, we are going to do something different, something we've not done before. I will be the one that will be interviewed by this professor from Boston College on my book. So if you have read the book and you have a question, come in next Sunday and we will talk about it. April is Poetry Month, and we think it's a good.
Is that your last book or your most recent, the one you?
Yeah, the most recent one, the poetry one.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's next Sunday at the same time, 1:30 p.m. If you can join us, it'll be interesting. We have Okendibe coming. Paikide is coming. The person interviewing me is Nimi Wariboko. He's been our guest on this show. So that will be interesting. So if you can join us, we appreciate that. Okay, on that note, thank you, Chim, for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you, Ike. I know you guys have a lot to say more, but we just can't. We've been here since morning.
Not a question, just a recommendation.
Okay.
There's this former INEC commissioner, Mike Guinea.
Oh, yeah.
I think it would be an interesting guest to have on the show.
Yeah.
And get him.
I know about him. Yeah, thank you.
Because there's a lot to talk about concerning their new electoral act.
Yeah. Thank you, Ndubesin. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. Tony, thank you. Oh, Mazapara, thank you. And KJ is back. I thought you left. I just said, we've done almost 7 hours, and you are gone. Okay, you can continue, KJ. Thank you. And
no, I'm not trying to continue. No. I just want to say, you have left me. You didn't call me now, so let me just say, goodbye, good night, everybody.
I've been looking for you now. I can't be calling it. I just said KJ left us and whatever. Okay, but if you want to continue, you can go ahead. No,
it's already 7 hours now.
Yeah, I think so, and it's almost 8 here in
Let's go.
Yeah.
All
right. So
KJ can create another one now.
Let me also remind people that on Monday, that's tomorrow, Chim is having a show. Chim, tell them about the show.
That's good because
I forgot. Tell them
about so we want to continue from where you left in a different way. We've talked about religion. We'll be talking religion tomorrow, but basically it's the three endeavors of ethnicity, electricity, and religion. How can Nigeria be grappling with these three elements and survive? We want to have a conversation about that.
Religion kwa. Okay.
There are three big topics. Let's talk on one that is more important.
You can use 1 hour on each.
It's 1 hour for each. 1 hour for each. And we'll finish it.
Yeah.
Okay.
For Don, just to respond.
What time?
I've invited him to be a
2 p.m. New York time.
Don, I've invited him to be
work hour,
and he's still thinking about it. So, all right, thank you everybody, and we'll see you guys on Saturday next week.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you.